win prizes for deadlifting or be able to throw a decent punch. What they could do was prize, applying precise pressure. They hooked under the edge of the Voyeni's backplate and pauldron and tore it all off. The man abruptly had other priorities than strangling Chris. He tried to turn round on the hiver, but they had cast aside the wreckage and were striking again, driving points, pincers and claws into the flesh of the man's back. Trine's projected face had a fixed expression of fastidious distaste, as though they'd been served something impolitic at a diplomatic function. Another Voyeni barreled in and hit Trine with what looked like a crowbar. Chris's eyes, her human-centric brain, recoiled at the ragged spray of blood, where all those arms were torn out of the first man's back. Only a second later did she register the metal frame staggering sideways on loose legs, face blown out like a candle, a great crease struck into Trine's torso. She was on her feet, instantly, hunting for her lost knife, then a hand closing on the accelerators. She had no real idea how to fire one. The thing that looked like a trigger wouldn't trig. The Voyeni hit Trine again, knocking them to the ground. There were bugs seething about the edges of the rent he'd made in the hiver's casing, and the bugs were Trine. Their mind, their decades of life and experience, and priceless knowledge. Chris hated trashy action media types. Right then, one of them returned to her, though. A wasted evening watching it, she thought, at the insistence of Ollie or Barney or someone else aboard the Vulture God. Except there had been shooting in it, and to shoot, they'd had to move a little bar to activate the weapons. The accelerator she was holding had just such a little bar, and so she moved it, then aimed at both the Voyeni, spraying a scatter of hypersonic pellets at them. Jane had done her bit, because it didn't just go into the walls. It didn't really go into the Voyeni either. Her hands were shaking, and she was braced for a recoil the weapon didn't have. One of the men took a couple of hits and went down, though probably non-fatally. The other was completely missed, standing there as though the hands of God had curved protectively around him. And then he scooped up one of the scattered accelerators too, and brought it around towards her. No difficulty finding the safety catch himself. But then, of the two of them, only one had shooting people in their skill set. The air filled with the singing of accelerator shot. Chris screamed, actually screamed out loud, shielding her face as though the imposition of her hands, or the accelerator she was holding, would in any way protect her. Through her fingers, she saw the Voyeni practically sheared in half, and then the next two. The man she'd shot sat up, and was punched right down again. She saw Havea standing, having apparently finished off his own opponent. He had his hands up, fingers spread, surrendering. His face did not say, "Hooray, a rescue." It was the face of a man who thought he was next for the execution squad. Peter Ascaro made it to Chris then. He hadn't been shot, save that one shoulder of his fancy armour had been chewed up by a near miss. He was trying to wrestle with her. No, he was trying to hold her hostage, she realised. He was a man whose troops were even then being finished off, and he needed leverage. She grabbed his knife, which was on his belt. There was some kind of pistol there too, but she felt her record with guns wasn't great right then. Knives, though. Knives she knew. Peter snagged at her sleeve and she cut at his fingers. She expected the grate of blade against plastic plate, but instead she sheared very neatly through two of them, armour and flesh both. Because when you were the heir to a great boyarin family and someone bought you a knife, they bought you a knife. She probably had a moment to consider alternative dispute resolution then, like a good lawyer, but he'd been hounding her and Idris for a long time now, and he always made things worse. Trine was badly hurt, and the continuous existence of Peter Cheva Uscaro was only going to complicate that. So She stabbed him. Then she stabbed him again. The blade skittered from his armour the first time, but she remembered her form and got him in the armpit the second time, and the third. He fell to the floor. Probably not quite dead yet, but she'd tried fixing him up last time she'd stabbed him, and he hadn't exactly shown his gratitude since, and so here they were. This time, there would be no bringing him back. Next, she turned her attention to the newcomers, who had just butchered all the Voyeni. Partheni myrmidons. 8 of them were in the chamber, and she saw more through the archway beyond. That famous full and faceless armour. Accelerators. All that. A knife wasn't going to take Chris much further under the circumstances, but she wouldn't let go of it for all that. Then, the leading myrmidon strode forwards, her helm opening, and Chris's heart leapt. Solace. Solace. At first, she'd thought it would just be a matter of lead by example. Always the worst kind of leadership, they'd told her, in her accelerated executor training. She'd had her immediate class with her, the group penned inside the unwalled space that counted as her cell. The other prisoner classes, she had only been able to hope that they'd follow her. She had tried to assume that within their hearts burned the same will to set the balance straight, to take back what was theirs, and if she turned out to be wrong about that, then her insurrection would come to a swift and bloody end. By then, the guards had mostly retreated to a gallery level above them. The numerical imbalance between prisoners and wardens had become too pronounced, and they'd pulled back from the hold floor, making Solace's job that much harder, and perfect for them, should the order come just to shoot everyone down in the belly of the Angel Electo, which was very much what Solace had felt was about to happen. Then, one of the cognoscentes in her class had grabbed her attention. She'd found a little access flap hidden beneath her, and prized it open to reveal a socket. It was only intended for power cables, but they'd left the woman with some of her tools, and now, by messing with the socket, she could send and receive signals. There were 2 other classes across the hold who'd had the same idea, the cognoscente had murmured to Solace. So they were in primitive communication. Apparently the techs had their own codes and secrets, into which Solace had been indoctrinated out of necessity. That had still made just a fraction of the prisoners, but even as the cognoscente had been reporting, another prisoner class had joined them. Solace had imagined the hold like a Hanalambra game board, little squares lighting up as they silently joined her revolution. She was still the ranking officer, and they'd all been looking to her. "We'll need a distraction," she directed, trusting to their competence to find some system they could hack into. "We'll need control of the elevator over there." She pointed with her eyes, not her hands. "And there." The lifts that would take them up to the guards' level. The guards who were close enough to overwhelm and disarm. Those guards had been armoured, and Solace knew from the other side of the equation what advantages that gave against the rabble she'd be leading. Suicide. But the alternative had been to let the Parthenon die. Once there had been a clique called the War Party, who'd wanted to take their sisters into a war with the colonies, wipe out their rivals in humanity, and those sisters had unthroned them. They'd each of them been executed by hands unknown, even to this day. The proper place of the Parthenon had been defended, and would be again, by blood if need be. Now had come this new threat. Not even a war party, but Exemplar Mercy's... what? Running away party, Solace had thought. Just quitting, abandoning it all. That wasn't what the Parthenon did. She looked down her long life, all those punctuated years back to the war, and had known it in her heart. But she'd also felt one sliver of doubt. Her Parthenon, yes, but she was a fossil, a relic of a past age. When she'd been born, There had been a war on. When she'd first joined active service, the architects had loomed large in everyone's mind and in many skies, and the Parthenon had still been a part of the greater human polyaspora. At least they'd woken her for the secession. It had been all hands ready for war then. She was the product of a time when defending the rest of humanity was what the Parthenon was for, not the unwitting years of before, when Earth still existed, and Dr. Parsifal's Parthenon was a quasi-illegal genetic experiment that the governments of the homeworld were in fits about. Solace came from a very specific slice of wartime history, and now she had found herself in the prison hold of the Angel Electo, insisting that her vision of the sisterhood was right enough to get them all killed for. Suddenly, she had wanted to weep. She had wanted to turn to her sisters, even though they weren't her sorority or division, and bear all these worries, just as a soldier should have been able to. But she told herself the time wasn't right, that she didn't know them well enough, that she was a leader and must be strong, which meant being alone. Through the coded communications of the cognoscenti prisoners, she had assembled a plan. A terrible plan, with catastrophic losses baked right in. And they'd all been able to see it. Every one of her new soldiers, unarmed, unarmoured, would have known how bad the odds were. But they'd been cut loose, severed from their command structures, and here Solace had been, giving them orders. They were used to that. Orders were the structure which gave their lives shape, even the jagged, ruined shape that ended them. But Solace had reckoned they had the numbers. Enough distraction, enough elevator boarding parties sent up. Get a couple of those accelerators, kill the rest of the guards, take the ship. 50% casualties had been her estimate, probably me among them. And she'd deserve it. She'd almost rather it went that way, and wanted to lead the charge. Another terrible command tactic. "Awaiting your word, Myrmidon Executor," the cognoscenti had told her, and she had watched and waited for her moment. "Now. No, now. Or, there'll be a better chance any second. Hold. Now." She hadn't said anything, just watched and waited, body taut as a drawn wire. All around the hold, the other conspirators had been just as tense, ready to throw their lives at their sisters' guns on her order, because they had believed in the Parthenon. They had believed in Solace. "Ready? Ready?" Tact said, "Hold, not now. Almost. Ready." What had Tact said? Solace had told herself it didn't matter what Tact had said. Tact had lost control. It was down to Solace to save the day now. "No heroics. When the time comes, you'll know it." "But this is the time," Solace had insisted to herself. "They're going to kill us, or dump us on some forsaken world and abandon us. We're lost, unless we act." "No heroics," Tact had told her. Just about her last orders. And if Solace had the authority to order all these unarmed women into the muzzles of the accelerators, then Tact had the authority to order her to sit still. In the end, she hadn't trusted herself that much. Her conviction hadn't been worth their lives. Instead, she'd waited and waited, never quite standing down, and done nothing. And then the shooting had started. They'd all scattered, down in the hold. The Myrmidons had run for the walls, because that would at least give them cover from the guards directly above. They'd hauled the cognoscentis with them, where the techs weren't already moving. Solace and her party had gone for their chosen elevator. Others under her command had followed suit. She'd waited too long, and it had all exploded without them being ready. But the shooting had all been above, armour against armour, and by the time Solace and her ragged mutineers had arrived on the gallery level, it was over. She'd seen a handful of dead sisters up there, and the nearest armoured figure had quickly scanned her insignia and greeted her, "Myrmidon Executor Solace?" a superior recognizing an inferior. Old instincts had kicked in, and she'd responded, "Pret, mother." "Get your people to the lockers," she'd been told. "Tool up, soldier. We've work to do. There are more of Mercy's loyalists on board." Monitor superior tact, because tact was who Solace was supposed to take orders from and report to. "She has a message for all of you when we have the ship," the officer told her. "It'll bring you up to date with how things have fallen out. All according to plan, soldier. Now let's go." Mercy. The lid of her suspension couch was already hanging open when the meds kicked her into wakefulness. Exemplar Mercy, fleet exemplar by her own hand, stared up at the low lighting of the racks. All the pods, one above another, were crammed into the limited space, because that was how you did it. Economy in everything. The path anyway everywhere, except their garden ships. A warship's comforting exactitude. Except it wasn't right. As though the scene around her was a fake, a psych-out by some colonial intelligencer, correct in every detail, and still wrong. She disconnected from the suspension systems and swung herself out and onto the ladder. The crawling sense of unease only grew, pricking the hairs on her skin, worming its way into her mind. The pods she passed were empty, every one of them. Was she the last to be woken? She, the exemplar? Unthinkable. And if there were others awake, where were they? The ship was silent. Her hands and feet on the rungs sent out echoes that came back eerily muffled and distorted from the room's far walls. Alone. She was alone aboard the ship. For dead seconds her mind toyed with the idea of a mass desertion, because that was better than... She dressed. Full uniform, the new rank tags still unfamiliar. Hauling the clothes out of their storage shelf at the ladder's foot and pulling them on, bending all her focus to the task, because that way she could shut out the... When she had her uniform on, she connected to the Scathy's systems, and there was one solitary message awaiting her. She, the exemplar, fleet exemplar, was called to the bridge. Of course she would go to the bridge. That was her place. But the message was without attribution, as though automatically generated by the ship itself. She interrogated the ship's systems, seeking errors, seeking answers, finding everything in working order, and yet her own access to it circumscribed. All those systems visible, yet beyond her reach, as though they were behind panes of glass she could only press her nose up against. She hurried through the corridors of the Scathy that should have been busy with the crew of a top-of-the-line warship, even in peacetime. Always something to do on a ship, no idle hands. And yet they were resoundingly empty. A silence, so profound she could hear the echo. Or hear something. As though it was outside the ship. A thing that couldn't really be there, wasn't there, but she knew it was, nonetheless. A distant, but closing, presence. Mercy had never been awake in unspace before. By the time she reached the bridge, she had a gun from one of the armory lockers. They hadn't thought to bar those against her. It was a magnetic carbine, rated for use in the Scathy's confined spaces, and she scanned it across this area of command, anywhere that someone might be. But there was nobody. Of course, nobody. Because she was in unspace. And in unspace, you were always alone. Not alone. Just one lit panel there. Comms. A message. She was ready for the projected face. Monitor superior tact, of course. Rather than just a head, the system gave her tact all the way to her neatly booted feet. An old woman in the uniform of the aspirate. Not a prisoner, not even physically present. In an excess of rage, Mercy shut the message off, even as Tact's illusory lips parted. But she didn't vanish. Mercy was shut out of her own bridge commands. Tact's slight smile couldn't possibly be foreknowledge of how Mercy would react and her mounting fury now. Even Tact wasn't that prescient. "Fleet Exemplar, here is your intelligence report from the Aspirat," came Tact's ghostly voice. "You may or may not have checked the fleet manifests, but if you do, you'll see that your personnel allocations haven't worked out quite the way you intended. The vast majority of your loyalists in fact ended up here on the Scathy, or else on the Cythera and the Lady Grey. Good ships all, a shame, but necessary sacrifices. My people will have ensured that the rest of the fleet is primarily staffed by those loyal to the Parthenon, to me, to the Aspirat, to our proper purpose. Some will have been sent there as prisoners, others will be there as crew and guards, being those with the appropriate training to get around all those loyalty tests Felicity's so proud of. All rather fallible and out of date, I'm afraid. I will admit that your initial strike caught us unawares, Fleet Exemplar. My own attention was encountering our actual enemies, the nativist elements within the colonies. I should have paid more attention to who was standing at my back. But we had procedures in place for another war party, or anything of that line. The irony is, if you'd brought this as a formal proposal to the Board of Mothers, then who knows? I can see it being quite popular in certain circumstances. But it's means, Mercy. You had to have your coup, and you had to end up with a new flashy insignia on your uniform. And so I had to stop you." The hateful voice droned on, and despite everything, there was nothing Mercy could do to turn the message off. In the back of her mind, she was aware of something else, too. Something seeping into the ship from outside, from the unthinkable abyss that was unspace, less substantial even than the hard vacuum of space, inimical to life, and yet with one alleged inhabitant. Her mind's eye saw it like some colossal hook-limbed parasite clinging to the hull of the Scathy, patiently probing the hull until it found a way inside. And it was inside. It was small enough to fit through all the neat spaces, pushing its bloated body from chamber to chamber, questing with its writhing feelers, hunting. "So we've taken your fleet off you, Fleet Exemplar," Tact's image continued, and Mercy felt herself shake, her gun hand shake. She levelled the weapon at the comms console. What happened if you crippled your own ship in unspace? She didn't shoot. "The universe needs the Parthenon," Tact explained. "I won't even say in its original form. The Parthenon as we know it wasn't formed in those turbulent times before. It became what it is during the war, the pure steel of it. What are we without those who hate us, and whom we have sworn to protect? Monsters, Mercy. Executor Solace told me about a conversation she had with one of the colonials, a woman born incomplete. But you know how their spacers always find a way to make everything functional and useful, where we just replace it. It shook Solace, the way they see us, because it's justified. They're right to be scared and resentful. The Parthenon was conceived as an exercise in eugenics, and if it hadn't been for the war, we could only have become monsters to justify our existence. Thank the architects, because without them, we'd be the great enemy. Instead, the war made us something cleaner. It gave us a chance to reinvent ourselves. And you will undo that. You'll make us nothing more than a self-perpetuating machine without higher purpose. And I cannot allow it." The Scathy was a big ship. There was a lot of ground to cover between her and the thing that couldn't possibly be in here with her. But it was getting closer, even if it was just in her head. It was groping its blind way towards her. A thing that had existed alone since the dawn of time, and could not abide to share its unreal universe with anything else. A thing so alien that to confront it would be to die of abject horror. Utterly beyond any human connection, save that Mercy understood, beyond doubt, that it knew her. Knew her and hungered for her, her specifically, the fragile mind of fleet exemplar Mercy. "If it's any satisfaction to you," Tact said more softly, "you were very exacting about your commands concerning my own imprisonment. I'm right here with you, Mercy, standing beside you, though I'm alone and you're alone. And your crew are here too, those who swore themselves to your treason. Each one of them standing here on the bridge of the Scathy, right there beside you. Each one of them hearing her sentence being pronounced. I failed when you joined with the Ascaros to attack Estok, and I'm paying the price now, just as you are, just as better women than we are paying. Those few who were taking the Scathy and the Cythera and the Lady Grey on their last voyages. Cognoscenti Intermediary Grave is even now guiding your flagship on its final flight, Fleet Exemplar. She volunteered, just as the others did. She understands how important it is, and she understands poetic justice. She's only taking you deeper into unspace, Mercy. A journey without destination. And then she'll end herself, a sacrifice for the good of the many. After this, you and the Scathy and your ideology will never be heard from again." Tact winked out, and Mercy wished, despite herself, that she could bring the woman back, if only to have someone to scream at, to threaten, to beg. But she couldn't have done any of that, because something was right outside the bridge, something patiently fumbling and scratching at the door. She put her back to it. She couldn't face it. She was no coward, but there wasn't courage enough in the whole Parthenon for this. How can the Ints bear it? How could Grave and the others have sent them on this voyage in the full knowledge of what they did? No answers, and now she heard the soft whisper of the doors. She raised her gun. Chapter 19. Havea. The Hivers had been at Crux for longer than they'd been independent. The system had one world, a brutal gas giant swirling with rare elements in suspension, a gold mine, if you could only get at it through the corrosive atmosphere and monstrous pressures. The human solution had been to install orbital lasers and superheat the world below until it started venting its guts into space, and then to harvest what got spouted out. The cruciform pattern of the resulting gas jets, 10 million kilometres before they petered out into invisibility, lent the system its name. They were also appallingly dangerous to mine, what with the heat, the ravenous inorganic chemistry, and the radiation and all. Fatal for fragile humans. Not terribly healthy for Hiver frames either. But back then, Hivers had been property, and the elements that Crux supplied had been vital for gravitic drives and other ship components. And humanity, on the run from the architects, had been utterly dependent on its ships. Fast forward to Hiver independence after the war. Crux had merited a whole section in the treaty. It remained part of the colonial sphere, and the Hivers remained in residence. They continued to mine the gas vents, and by then the process had been refined enough that the individual miners could be reinstantiated without lasting degradation, which the humans of the time had been happy to believe meant without loss or damage. Havea would have thought the same, but he knew differently now. The Hivers of Crux tithed a portion of their mining yield to Hugh as rent, and the precise diplomatic status of the system remained in bureaucratic limbo. And here they were, the host and its cargo, having lurched out from unspace, along with a ragged escort of Partheni vessels, and Chris already sending ahead to the Hiver assembly there, asking for help. Of course, the Hivers had been the big silent partner in the cartel. Theoretically, Havea could report to them, in the absence of anyone else. From what he'd heard, they might just about be the only players left on his side of the espionage divide. He tried to tell the others about Chief Larry, after the Partheni had rolled up and finished off the last of the Ascaro forces. The fighting had been fierce, but Havea hadn't seen it, happy to consign himself to non-combatant status now the professionals had arrived. It had been him, the Vulture God crew, and the team from the Eye, just sitting around the machines, while the rest of the Ints Havea had sprung listened in from their stations across the host's distributed structure. Everyone had caught up, naturally, all their various escapades, and nobody had really cared much about the death of Larry. Most of them hadn't even known who she was, particularly. A secret mover and shaker of the backstage colonial world. And so she had left barely a ripple when she fell. She'd been Havea's boss for a long time, and her death meant nothing to anybody except him. She hadn't gone alone. The Aspirat handler who gave Solace her marching orders had departed too, apparently, taking the uncooperative side of the Parthenon with her into oblivion. Havea wasn't sure he entirely believed it, but it seemed as though that half of the problem was under control again. As for the other half, his half, he had Ollie's testimony to rely on for that. Because apparently the Ascaro family had got itself into an ass-kicking contest with Aklu, and that had gone wrong for just about everybody. Aklu was no more, along with its lieutenant, Herimon, of unfond memory, and the Hiver it carried around to prance about on its behalf. Ollie, alarmingly, had inherited Aklu's legs, currently still attached to the ruined pod of her scorpion. This was another development Havea wasn't exactly in love with. The woman had been dangerous enough before. Now she had a nest of SEL-Tech tentacles to move her around, and was plainly itching to turn them on anyone she didn't like. He was amazed she hadn't gone ham on the Partheni, honestly. He'd seen the mess she'd made of the Ascaro shuttle and its sentries. This had been before Crux had crossed anyone's mind. Back when they'd rendezvoused out in deep space, it had all been panic and counting off names, and nobody understanding the scale of what had just happened at Estoc. It wasn't as though a packet ship had been passing by the middle of absolute nowhere, with news of how it had gone down after they'd fled. And how was there even an agreed rendezvous exactly, Havea had demanded? How was there somewhere Idris had known to head for that the Partheni Ints had also had on their maps? They were literally in deep space, not a star for 100 light-years in any direction. Enter Harbinger Ash, of course, who'd somehow been there all along. Been where? On the Eye? On a Partheni ship? Nobody knew. Certainly hadn't shown its face substitute during the actual fighting. But somehow everyone had got their coordinates from Ash, and everyone had ended up in the same place. Sure, you could ask the damned thing about just what it could do, vis-a-vis personal transport through unspace, but it would look at you, all mysterious-like, and you'd get about as many straight answers from it as anyone ever had, which meant 0. Ash was theoretically part of the cartel too. It had been standing there with Larry when she made the announcement, and the one true thing everyone knew about Ash was that it only wanted the one thing: to fight the architects. And the whole point of the cartel was to make the Eye its weapon in that war. Ash and Ahab, kindred spirits with one idea between them. They'd brought the whole circus to Crux now, not only because the Hivers might offer them some political sanctuary, but because they had a medical emergency. Trine had taken a hell of a beating in the fight. They weren't communicating, and the activity of their seething nest of insect units looked fitful, as best as Havea could judge. There would have been a time he'd have been fairly unmoved by that on a personal level, except he had his own dead comrade to mourn. Kolvari might have been the most loyal and dedicated partner Havea had ever worked with, and they'd been a hiver. They'd given their life so that Havea in the Ints could get clear. None of them could get near the actual processing factories, the vast orbitals that hung within the gas vents in conditions that would kill even a heavily suited human in minutes. The hivers had work shifts of 8 hours, Havea understood, after which their frames were decontaminated and their contents returned to the assembly in aggregate, or that part of it which lived here at Crux, to be reinstantiated later. Hence, and incidentally, Crux had what passed for top-of-the-range medical facilities, if you're a hiver. The assembly's main aggregation, a floating diamond shape in high orbit, away from the excesses of the gas giant, was where they were docking now. The host itself was too large to simply pitch up, so they'd brought Trine's mauled frame over on the vulture god, with Idris at the controls. Havea wasn't sure what to expect. He only knew hivers from where they were interacting with humans, after all. Perhaps the whole place would be seething with loose bugs. The whole place was seething with loose bugs. Or, not exactly. There was an outer layer, where they docked, where there were individual instantiated hivers in utilitarian frames, from little skittering underfoot models to giant monsters that could have bench-pressed the entire god. The hangar they landed in dwarfed their ship, and some of the other docked vessels were themselves individual hivers. The frames they saw owed nothing to human aesthetics, not even the surrealist nod given in that direction by bodies like Trine's. They were containers for the individual nests of insects, plus a variety of functional limbs as required. They drifted about the floor and walls, with the stilting grace of crabs underwater, because there was no gravity on the hive at all. The hivers preferred 0G at home, apparently. Even the minimal natural grav from the hive's mass had been cancelled out by its gravitic engines. It would have to be magnetic boots and thrusters if the human and Hanny visitors wanted to get anywhere. Except for Ollie, whose new assemblage of limbs was more than equal to the task. They brought Trine out, and a handful of frames descended instantly. They fitted grav handles to Trine's abused torso, and then the hive systems took over and flew the patient into the dark recesses of the hive. Soon after, they received a comms call from the local assembly itself, wanting to speak to a representative. Some wrangling resulted in Havea, Chris, Solace and Idris being appointed joint delegate, but he reckoned the hivers couldn't exactly complain about multiples. So the 4 of them ended up standing on the inner surface of a circular chamber, which was absolutely awash with cybernetic insects. The space was a good 100 metres across, and aside from a patch about 3 metres wide where they stood, there wasn't much of its surface to be seen. The interior of the hive was all metal plates, grooved with curving, endless loops, like some impossibly extended cursive handwriting. In the outer regions, it looked like decoration. And here, Havea saw, the swarming insects seemed to follow the incised trackways a lot of the time, possibly rewriting them, as though the hive's composite memory was constantly being chewed into its walls. Or maybe it was just decoration. No way of knowing. After the hivers had left human control, they'd continued to develop after all. They were their own thing now. In the centre of the chamber, tethered by invisible gravitic forces, was Trine's beaten-up old frame. A voice addressed them. Not a vast buzzing chorus, as Havea half expected, but the pleasant flat tones of a translator program, not a long way from the voice that Kittering used. Something commercial and mass-produced, focus-grouped to sound just human enough. The hiver assembly in aggregate at Crux could probably have ordered something more top of the range, but why would they? "We have established communications with Delegate Trine," they explained. "A decision must be made regarding our next actions." What's the prognosis? Solace asked bluntly. She and Idris had known Trine since the war, Havea remembered. Delegate Trine's internal cohesion is failing, the Assembly told them. They have been instantiated for a period considerably outside recommended working parameters. Their data structures are outdated, idiosyncratic, and unstable. This, combined with the damage received, means that effective repair is impossible. If they stabilize, the resulting identity construct will have lost 40 to 70% of its existing stored experience. So, the decision is that, or Delegate Trine has thus far been resistant to return to the Assembly. Havea reflected that, if Trine had been in constant instantiation since the war, they were at least as old as this entire hive, quite possibly older than the fully conscious Hiver Assembly in aggregate, which had developed out of human wartime tech. That's right, Solace agreed. They wanted to be themselves. This was probably about the worst diplomatic faux pas you could make with Hivers, but apparently the aggregate took it in its multiple stride. You said communications? Idris was so quiet that he'd probably said it already and was having to repeat himself. Can we talk to them? We can establish a link. However, bringing Delegate Trine to a level of functionality where this is possible will diminish their operational lifespan at any full functioning level. Be efficient, the Assembly said. And then nothing. Solace glanced at Idris, both of them glancing at the walls, as if awaiting permission, so it was Havea himself who said, Delegate Trine? The voice came, issuing out of the air, not from the abused torso of Trine, but amplified by the vast swarm of the Assembly, as though, thought Havea, in a sudden excess of atavism, they were catching the fluttering wing-beats of the old Hiver's soul.
Yes, this is Trine.
Faint, staticky, as though received over a failing comms channel, or through some antique analogue mechanism intended to communicate with ghosts. We've got a problem, Trine, Solace said, fixing on their frame for want of any other focal point. We're with the Assembly at Crux. They want you to reaggregate. A pause, and then the voice, from its incalculable distance, breathing.
I don't think I want that.
Then don't, Idris said flatly. Don't. Just heal. Put yourself back together, however long it takes.
I don't think that's going to happen either,
Trine told them.
I'm trying to get a handle on my internal diagnostics, Idris, old comrade in arms, and I'm finding some frankly alarming results.
The voice came and went, but the intonations were unmistakably Trine's.
I'm damaged. I'm actually rather badly damaged. Some of it is even self-inflicted. Can you imagine? My units have scored into the interior of my casing the phrase memory issues. And as I cannot remember instructing them to do so, I can only assume that's correct. I am investigating.
A pause lengthened as they shuffled their feet, and the vast, quiet bustle of the room went on all around them, along its little channels. Trine? Solace prompted, and the spectral response came back.
Yes, this is Trine.
The intonation so identical to the first time that Havea thought they'd lost all their progress. But then they went on.
Or most of Trine. You almost lost me. Please keep me talking. Short-term recollection is the only thing I have, it seems. I am not able to set down further experience for permanent record. My memory functions are entirely adrift.
Is that going to get better? Solace asked.
Well, I can't tell you that, my solicitous friend, Trine echoed to them,
from the far spaces they'd receded to.
Primarily because I must have looked up exactly that previously, and now the knowledge is gone. Much like the human mind, to access my memory is to replace it with a memory of the moment of access. And unfortunately, given my current state, any memory I access is being replaced with nothing.
Another pause, and just as Solace opened her mouth to speak,
It is rather appalling. It is as though my mind is eating itself. I can feel my memories, everything I ever learned, like a tree full of fruit, each to be picked once and never replaced. I don't like it.
And then,
I don't know what to do.
"Wait," Idris said. "Heal! You'll heal!" Looking about him at the wider swarm. "They'll heal, won't they?"
We cannot know,
came their voice, so much stronger than Trine's whispery rattle.
All things are possible.
They have been separate for a very long time. We cannot know their capabilities. "Well, then we can give them time," Idris insisted, and right at Heveia's shoulder, a new voice said, "We cannot." They all jumped, and if Heveia had brought a gun, it would have been in his hand right then. Standing behind him was the robed figure of Harbinger Ash, keeping up its long tradition of always turning up where it wasn't looked for. To Heveia's surprise, Solace just muscled up to the alien as though she was going to kick its ass right back to wherever it had come from, if it even had one. "This isn't your concern." Ash loomed over her without threat, without even registering the challenge. "It is everyone's concern," murmured on Executor Solace, using her rank to put her in her place, as neatly as any of Heveia's superiors ever had. "Ask Idris. He knows." The skinny little int squirmed rebelliously, but wouldn't meet anyone's gaze. "No," he muttered, but when Solace's stare demanded more, he got out, "Trine's work." "Their archaeology?" Solace asked. "Surely if there's one field of knowledge that can wait—" "They were working with Shinandri and me," Idris mumbled, "with the Eye. They were working on a way to travel into unspace, not like regular ships. Originator technology. A way to do what Ahab wants, to actually go and give the architects a kicking where they live, you know?" Sounding sick about it. "Nobody knows the originators like Trine. They said they'd got it." He glanced at Trine's frame. "They can't... Trine?"
I don't dare, my dear old... my fellow... Idris. I don't dare look. If I look, I will know, but then I can never know again. All my work, all my years, my learning, and I cannot know what I know, or a moment later, I'll never know. What am I supposed to do?"
"The Assembly will be able to preserve your experiences and knowledge and reinstantiate you, so you can put them to work," Ash insisted. "But only if Trine wants," Solace said. "They can't be forced." "There is precedent," came the chorus of the Assembly itself, "but we prefer not to, and a forced reintegration seldom results in reinstantiation. There is too much discord." "Trine," Idris said. "They can instantiate you. You can still come back, whole, with everything you know." Heveia just stood there and said nothing. It was a wonder that Telemmier had lived this long, in a universe that contained hivers, and not quite understood. He remembered Kolvari, from when he'd first hired them as an information processor, and he remembered Kolvari after they'd reverted to the Assembly and reinstantiated. They'd still been Kolvari, just.
Trine.
Solace's voice was down to a whisper. Havea thought Ash was going to weigh in again, to insist on Trine playing their part in its grand crusade, but it had the tact to stay silent.
Yes, this is Trine. It's been a long time,
came Trine's faint voice at last.
I can't say how long, not without forgetting. I have been me ever since I was me. Who else can say that amongst our guild? I have seen so many things. Idris, Solace, I want to reminisce. I want to ask you if you remember this escapade or that. My good old, my friends. But if I raise the spectre of those things we saw and did, then they will be lost to me, and it will be as if I was never there. I'm sorry. I cannot part as friends should. But it seems I have to go back to the family at last, and make an accounting of myself.
A pause, and then,
that was a pun, a particularly Hiver pun. You may laugh.
Nobody did. They finally took Trine's frame away, deeper into the hive, and the three humans returned to the Eye, the Host, and the Vulture God. While they waited to see what the Hiver Assembly could do with the old archaeologist, it was time to grieve for all the others. Solace. The Partheni kept a rolling memorial, accessible across the fleet, a record of the dead, most recent first. But Solace could keep going down until she got to names she remembered from the first time they'd been at war with the architects. A space for tributes, iconography, catharsis. The part of the fleet that had made it out of the coup attempt and reached Crux was updating now. The names of those who had died bringing down Mercy's coup, those who had sacrificed themselves to consign the dissidents to oblivion. Mercy's name did not appear there, nor did any of her loyalists. It was the same for the adherents of the war party, and who knew what other losing sides and failed attempts to fragment or redirect the Parthenon. They were erased, cut from the mental genetics of the sisterhood. Tact, Solace noted there, lost with all honours, defending what she believed was right, one particular vision for the Parthenon. The same vision Solace believed in, but she was uncomfortably aware that, had she been Mercy's protégée instead, she'd likely have believed differently. Not an evil end, just one incompatible with the goal that Tact had set out, and one conducted by unconscionable means. A murky business, and was wiping it from the record really the best way? Nonetheless, it was what they did. And more than tact, of course. Grave and a handful of precious ints, with over 40 of Solace's loyal sisters, all gone the same way. But not me. Was I not loyal enough? Or did she just need me to handle the Vulture God crew and the misfits from the Eye? The Colonials were holding their own memorial within the stone confines of the originator facility. It was hard for them, because most of the people they wanted to commemorate lacked the proper details. Aklu the unspeakable, the razor and the hook, Ollie declaimed. She was at the bedside of Tokamak Jane, whose torso was currently partly disassembled as 2 Hiver frames worked on it. She'd overclocked her body during the fight, to the extent that without the maintenance, she'd likely have shut down and died. Or exploded, given her nickname. Born fuck knows when and fuck knows where, Ollie went on doggedly. She had the tip of one of her new tentacles curled in Jane's hand. Around them were sitting the god crew, Shinandri and Havea the spook, holding printed cups. Solace joined them and took one. She knew the drill by now. An inconsiderate employer demanding work without recompense, Kittering declared. Impossible to understand a word it said, Jane put in, a flat electronic voice through the speaker the hivers had rigged up for her. An actual murdering gangster, Havea said flatly, not exactly in the spirit of things. My patron, it was, Ollie went on regardless. My benefactor, loyal to, fuck knows, frankly. Safe claws? Died in space, though, as a spacer should, where it belonged. One of fucking ours it was, and I'll fight the bastard hegemony for it. She scowled pugnaciously at them. Come on, then. There was Herimon the Tothiat to add to the list, and the unnamed Major Domo Hiver. And then Havea had his own chief to pay tribute to, the Larry woman, as well as the hiver he'd worked with, who'd bailed Chris out more than once as well. Making it to Crux had been costly. There were a multitude of names left behind at Estoc, who weren't there anymore. All the people who hadn't been ours, but hadn't really been enemies. Just been there, because there had been an enormous shipyard, which meant thousands and thousands of people and hivers doing work. Regular, non-evil work. And by now, the packet ships had come through to Crux, confirming Estoc was gone. Nothing but the star remained, and that had been stripped of quite a lot of its mass. There was a sculpture, a delicate, interconnected tracery that went all the way around the star like filigree. And it was made from all the matter of the Estoc system, teased out into hair-fine filaments and braided into art. It was the single largest work the architects had ever gifted to the universe. Whatever Aklu had set in motion had, it seemed, merited a truly unique response from them. Solace listened to the piecemeal orations, the best that anybody there could give the dead, and then checked back with her own people. There would be wheels in motion, she knew. The fact that the packet trade had reached Crux meant news was travelling in the other direction too. She realised that Havea would have filed a report with someone, because that was who he was and how he operated. More than that, there would be plenty of ears pricking up in Hugh when word came to them of what had just pitched up at Crux. A response would be on its way, and she wasn't sure how the weakened Partheni fleet element she was with was going to respond. They were technically in a colonial system, and the Eye was something that Hugh would likely claim ownership of, on paper or by force of arms. After all, the only thing that had broken up the Partheni colonial war was the rise of the cartel, and that little conspiracy was yesterday's news. Idris had slunk from the group before they got to Magdalen, and shortly before Havea himself went off, doubtless to talk to Hiver intelligencers, or the overall Hiver intelligence, she supposed. Idris probably imagined his departure went unnoticed, but Solace caught up with him soon after. He was in with the machines, a room away from where Ahab was doing something mechanical and intermittently noisy. Ahab didn't do funerals, she gathered. Its culture was, after all, just the fugitive scraps left over from when the architects had gutted whatever the Neramathi had once been. Even more than humans, if Ahab had started eulogizing the dead, it wouldn't ever have stopped. Idris was sitting on the edge of the machine he got slotted into so often. Just on the edge, legs dangling, shoulders hunched in. That quintessential Idris pose that said he was gamely wrestling with those inner demons who were so much bigger and stronger than he was. "I don't want to do it," he told her as she entered. "I don't want to do any of it." She sat beside him, or as best as she could, given the machine's uneven topography, then let him lean into her. Found that she needed him as much as the other way around. "I don't know where we are," she said. "The fleet, the Parthenon. We've crippled ourselves because the alternative was becoming something else, abandoning you all. We can't fight the colonies, and we can't fight the architects, or not as well as we should. I don't know what happens next." The words from her mouth revealed to her the fears in her head that she'd never faced up to, all the certainties she'd lived with when she'd just been Tact's agent, that the wider Parthenon would always be there for her, like a stern mother. "We can fight the architects," Idris told her. "That's what they want me to do. Me and the other ints. All of us. Fight them and destroy them. But it won't solve the problem. Solace, there's something..." "Behind them, I know, you've said. But if they're the gun, then taking the gun away still helps." "You kill the gun, but the gun's alive, and not to blame. And then maybe the gunman goes and gets another." He pushed off from her, and then crunched himself round, until he was lying in the machine again. "Can you fetch Shenandri? I need to get to work." "Idris!" "I need to. I don't want to. I want to do anything else. But I have to use this time, before they make me go kill things for them." When she got back to the others, Trine was there, amidst an awkward silence. The hivers had repaired their frame, with the same pleasant human face projected into the bowl of its head. Solace felt a jolt of fond connection, followed by a sudden scratch of wrongness, as though she was looking at a corpse propped up and puppeteered.
"Ah, Solace," came Trine's familiar voice. "It's good to see you. I was just telling Dr. Shenandri here that the Assembly in aggregate and I are ready to make the final modifications to the eye. We finally understand what must be done."
All delivered crisply and clearly, as though she was meeting someone in a professional context for the first time. Someone who knew of her, had read of her exploits perhaps, but didn't know her. She waited for the "my old confederate" or "my fellow veteran" or any of the Trinisms. But there was just an empty place in the universe where those terms echoed and were lost, and she knew that they'd missed one name off the funeral list after all. Chapter 20. Idris. He understood Ahab now. Perhaps he even understood Ash, their monomaniacal drive, because there had been a Partheni civil war, and the Ascaros had attacked, and the S-stock system had fallen to the architects, during which plenty of people had died. But it had all primarily been an interruption to his work. It had kept him from the machines, the eye, and unspace, and there was literally nothing more important, not in the universe. When Shenandri had first put him in the machine, he'd fought every step of the way. Perhaps it was because some part of him had known even then that, once he'd had that kind of access to unspace, he wouldn't ever be able to let go of it. He felt as though it offered him the next stage of an int's life cycle, with all that navigating, first contact and fighting wars, just having been the caterpillar part, a necessary grind. And he'd had his revelation, hadn't he? Before they'd dragged him out to deal with that tedious round of politics and violence, he'd crept to the very edge of the presence and seen something in its shadow. The sunken city, lightless and eternal, or at least something that his mind had translated in those terms. It was unspace and unreal, so nothing there was anything the mind could grasp firsthand. He had only his subconscious to mediate for him, the intermediary's intermediary. On the slab, Idris plunged into unspace, alone. No other ints to distract him. No voices in his ear telling him what he had to do. On his own recognizance at last, his mind in the abyss. Beneath him, he felt the presence stir, the first irritated flick of its ear as it registered his arrival. It was almost comforting. When there's a nameless terror that's literally too appalling to face, it's good to know it's behaving itself. Beneath him. In a realm without dimensions, The mind plays tricks. But some part of him, the int part of him, understood. It had a migrating animal's crude grasp of exactly what was going on the wrong side of the real, unreal boundary. It didn't need the maths or the equations. Just knowing was the intermediary's stock in trade in unspace. Beneath, because there was one cardinal direction, and that was down. He could picture the boundary to the real, like the silvery shimmer of sunlight on water, seen from below. And he let himself fall away from it, descending into the crushing cold, the lightless depths, the place where the presence laired. Out there, in the mid-range of the waters at the light's faintest reach, there was the constellation of structure that was where the architects came from, and beyond that were greater depths. Except finite. He had seen the sea floor. The lamps of his mind had found a furthest extent. So what kind of infinite dimension was it then? Unspace was unmappably vast, everyone knew. There wasn't an end to it. There was only a beginning, the skin over the top of it that was the entire universe and everything in it. This was the received wisdom. A layer of real, and then the vast chasms beneath, with the throughways, the network of connective tissue that linked star to star, suturing through space just beneath that boundary. And all the traffic of every sentient race took place within that tissue-thin layer. Except Idris had delved deep and seen an end, and that meant everything everyone thought about the structure of unspace was wrong. If there was a hard end to it, what was there beyond? So he dived deeper, sensing the presence rising lazily towards him, inquisitive as a shark. He felt the fear response, which owed nothing to the body he was only loosely connected to. An existential fear of an entity whose very nature was abhorrence personified, feeling it closing, reaching slowly towards him. A vastness below, a shadow in the waters. Eyes like blood-red beads, a drifting net of hair-fine tendrils to snare him, dead hands groping through dark water. Idris's eyes were already closed, but inside his head, he closed them again and again, creating layers of calm, layers of mental distance, even as he fell into the shadow of the thing. The fear prized its way into the spaces of his mind, and he retreated to a further room, and a further one still, unable to face it, but able to hold it off, or not face it yet, and sometimes not yet was just enough. He fell past the undulating flank of it, a thing vast and hungry as a black hole. Feeling that expanse beneath it, the murky floor of dead things that demanded to remain buried until... No, that was wrong. It was his mind fooling him. The limits of allowing your subconscious to furnish the unimaginable abyss with images. Idris jolted with revelation. Somewhere there were alarms, very far and faint. Somewhere there was the presence, very close and immediate, finding him, opening up, so that he was a speck of plankton within the barbed immensity of its jaws. Understanding. Not an expanse, not a great and lightless plain, not even below. The one thing he thought he'd known about unspace was wrong. There was only one direction, but it wasn't down. It was inwards. There wasn't a flat plane. There was a point, a centre. And if he had somehow crossed past the presence and past that centre point, he'd have been going out again, back towards the real. There was a core to unspace, and there was something in residence at that core, the heart of everything, because unspace was surrounded by the real universe. If the architect's masters were anywhere, he'd found them. Then he was being pulled at. He wasn't alone back up on the eye anymore, but he didn't want to leave. Even though the presence was all around him, those jaws closing, even though, if it caught him, he would die. His mind would hurl itself into oblivion, because by definition, facing the presence couldn't be borne. But he was learning. He was gulping information in, like airless, freezing water, cramming his lungs with it, seeing the movement of things that were huge and immeasurable, yet simultaneously tiny and discreet, things already in motion, with an awareness of him, of everyone, attention and a structure to all of unspace. Because the closer you got to that centre, that heart, the smaller it all became. The scale shifted, telescope to microscope. As he slid down that gradient into the teeth of the presence, he could conceive of more and more of unspace, appreciating its wider structure and shrinking the whole, until the entire universal network of throughways across its skin was something he was able to take in at a glance and understand. See how they pulled and tugged at the structure of the universe, dragging it out of true, and how all those infinitesimal minds dimpled the boundary between real and unreal, messing with the maths, spoiling a certain elegant symmetry, grit in the cogs of a machine that was doing something. The universe was a machine that was doing something. He could perceive that very clearly now. It was the most important understanding that had ever come to him. Little things like breathing didn't really matter compared to this. No, correction. The universe was the universe, but spread throughout it was a machine, doing something to the universe, very slowly, very precisely, at the atomic scale and to everything there was. That insane precision was necessary, and if he'd stood at the very heart of unspace, like they were doing, then he could have viewed this absurdly exacting complexity with complete comprehension, understanding just what it was trying to do, and how all these little grains of thinking dust were throwing off the calculations, and they hauled him out, actually dragged him from the machine without his permission. For a moment he'd been, not emperor of the universe exactly, but pretender to the throne, potential usurper, because only he and they even understood there was a throne, a centre to the universe, past the presence's watchful patrol. "Give me a lever and a place to stand," the wise man had said. Idris was that lever, and he'd found where he could plant himself to move the universe. But mostly died, of course. The alarms had sounded when his vitals went off the wrong end of critical. They'd got to him before his brain died, and the 3 Hiver units Trine had gifted him had kept his heart going, however gamely it had been trying just to stop. They'd not let him die, and he could be distantly grateful for that. Then, after the absolute minimum of time to ascertain he wasn't going to drop dead, they dragged him into a meeting. He didn't want to be in a meeting. He wanted to be in the machine again. Except, it turned out this was one meeting he genuinely did need to be at. Because Trine, or rather a Hiver that looked like Trine but wasn't really, was talking about what they were doing to the eye, and what the eye would be able to do, which touched neatly on Idris's own plans.
"The chief difficulty in any operation within unspace," Shinandri said, "is that we cannot under normal circumstances work together there. That is, one might say, the defining characteristic of physically entering unspace." "The chief difficulty is nothing's real and you can't do anything there except go nuts," Ollie broke in.
Idris felt that the whole business was going to be difficult enough without heckling, but he didn't feel up to asking her not to.
Details, Shinandri said dismissively, to which we shall attend in due course. The operations of linked terminals, utilizing the originator technology within the eye, have allowed limited interaction within unspace between the intermediaries, but that will not suffice. We cannot just throw naked ints against the conglomeration of structure that we have detected there. That would, I am very much afraid, not achieve anything worth writing home about.
His giggle, which he had plainly been fighting against for a while, finally escaped.
My esteemed colleague.
He gestured at the hiver which was wearing Trine's body and face. They had Trine's voice, too, and knew everything Trine knew. Yet they weren't Trine, and the discontinuity just ratcheted up the stress inside Idris. He was back in the real now. Things were supposed to behave in predictably real ways. He couldn't take too many shocks this side of the border.
We still know far too little about the originators, Trine's voice said. However, study of the eye facility has provided a framework for a great deal of isolated knowledge fragments that I have collected over my career. The originators were not simply observers of unspace, they were engineers. I can demonstrate, using the intact systems left on the eye, that the throughways we rely on for non-intermediary travel between star systems were indeed constructed by the originators, or at least they had the capability to do it. Unspace, as a realm, works to a set of mathematical constants, and even if they are different to those of the material universe, they are nonetheless predictable, and the eye gives us the means to gain mathematical purchase on unspace.
You saying we can build new throughways now?
Ollie asked.
No, Trine said. Or rather, not yet, although this discovery does provide the theoretical basis for such construction. However, the sheer power expenditure necessary to effect such changes in any practical sense seems entirely beyond our capabilities.
We lack leverage, Idris thought. The twitch that went through his body felt so grotesque, he was amazed everyone wasn't staring at him. Chris, sitting beside him, gave him a quizzical look. That was all. A meagre reaction to someone who now understood the whole universe, and how it worked. Levers, the simplest machines in the world. You just need to know where to put the pressure on. A lever magnifies force, and if you were at the very centre, you could do so much with so little.
You've heard this facility on the eye referred to as the wellhead, Trine continued, on the basis that those in its machines are going down a notional well. Having made my personal archives available to the Assembly in aggregate, we conclude that it is possible to send more down this well than the minds of the intermediaries involved. Doctor?
Indeed, yes, Shinandri agreed. With the assistance of Delegate Trine and the Assembly, certain matters on the eye's functioning have been clarified. A bubble, if you will. The eye projects a bubble of the real into unspace. This is how its observational facility has worked, and it is within this bubble that the minds of the intermediaries have been able to liaise, even though they are immersed in unspace. By drawing further on the resources of the eye, it will be possible to project a far more significant bubble of the real into unspace, one that contains the eye itself and its housing, the vessel known as the host. Suitably guided by intermediaries, we will be able to persist physically and operate in unspace as real entities, together.
There was a long pause. Idris sat and jittered, feeling the yawning incredulity in the room, then was almost pathetically grateful when Ollie finally broke in with,
"That sounds fucking insane! What about the thing they all talk about? And what about, you're doing real stuff, being real things, in a place where real stuff isn't supposed to go? Won't it be constantly trying to spit you out or stomp you flat?"
Shinandri's giggle was half an octave higher than its usual squeak.
"Oh my, yes," he agreed. "Constant exercise of the originator engines will be required to maintain our presence, or as you surmise, our existence. Nobody, you see, is suggesting that this will be safe. However, it will permit us to approach our target, our destination, the architect site, and once we are operating in the same frame of reference as it, we can begin to work upon it to destroy them. We can fight back." "Yes!"
boomed Ahab from the back, and something of its fervour was certainly in the air. Idris shrank from it all. No, he thought, but he was definitely outvoted.
"In order to maintain our connection to the real," Shinandri went on, "we will need an ongoing wellhead presence, while we are, so to speak, down the well."
Another titter.
"This will be provided by a vessel in the reel, our anchor point, to switch metaphors. So long as the anchor remains intact, the bubble... Forgive me so many metaphors, but we are talking about a realm that has no properly conceivable contents, so vague figures of speech are all we have. So long as the anchor remains, the well shaft remains, and we, down within it, similarly remain, and can even return safely when our work is done."
He grinned brilliantly at them.
"We can win," he said simply. "Once Jane, Ahab, and the Hivers have finished modifying the eye for the voyage, we can take the war to the architects, and we can win."
Idris shrugged off the jubilant mood that had gripped everyone else, hunching away from Chris and Solace, focusing inwards. He thought Trine and Shinandri were probably right, and he could go up there and give his own little speech now if he wanted, perfect their understanding. He'd probably have to tell them at some point. But first of all, he needed to think through the implications. What was serving as a weapon for them against the architects was also an opportunity for him to delve deeper. If he could just get past the presence again and reach the heart of all things, he could stand before whatever dwelt there, the things which must be the architect's masters, and ask them, why? Tell them, stop killing us, we're here. Just as he had when he first faced the architects all those years ago. He could end the war, the universal threat, without anybody needing to commit genocide on anybody. Chapter 21. Havea. The Iron Writer, Havea identified. The Grampus, the Redcap, the Leopard, Gorelli's Storm, and your man there's just broadcasting counter-war vessel DKT-26 Vantus Yards Provisional, which suggests Hugh's a bit stretched right now, but wanted to get its top-of-the-range stuff over here just as fast as possible. Counter-war, is it? Chris asked him, staring at the Vulture God's display. It was a feed from the Hiver factory's own eyes, a little fleet of colonial military vessels fresh out of unspace along the throughway from Tarkir. If Havea wished, he could join the dots all the way back to the muster yards at Centina, where they'd thrown this lot together. The absolute quickest way over for a fleet that didn't want to try any risky coordinating of intermediaries. Counter-war is what they call war these days, if I recall my last departmental memos before the department got shot up over Estoc, he said flatly. It's a very neat way of spending lots of Hugh's budget on fighting ships without it looking all aggressive. The best war is a good counter-war, you know. There were 6 big fighting ships, but the little rump of the Partheni fleet they had here at Crux was twice the size, and that wasn't counting whatever the Hivers themselves might throw into the mix. So right now, Hugh wasn't likely to start shooting. Instead, all those gleaming new ships were ardently pretending to be no more than the escort for a diplomatic yacht. This worthy vessel, the Broken Key, was a slender silver needle lost in all that heavily armed haystack, broadcasting a mixture of placation, requests, and barely veiled demands.
The suggestion arises that they are aware of our presence here, Kittering commented, with a good stab at human dry humour. The command space of the Vulture God wasn't exactly congenial, and smelled mostly of the crew of the Vulture God, having been too long since their last shore leave. For that matter, the Vulture God itself was cramped quarters, given that both its crew and now Tokamak Jane were currently living on it, with Junior still monopolising most of the drone bay. Meanwhile, the Ints and Shinandri were crammed into those parts of the host not currently being modified by the Hivers. The Eye itself, which Havea also classed as uncongenial, but which at least had room to stretch your legs, was out of bounds right now. The Hivers and Ahab were working through the final modifications, bolting a further layer of mismatched tech onto all those other unlovely additions, so that the thing would become... what? Unspace-worthy? Havea shuddered. He sure as hell wasn't going to be on the thing when it took that voyage. Far, far beyond his pay grade. What had just turned up, though, did seem to fall within his remit. Or, at least, there wasn't anyone up the chain he could pass it on to. Not anymore. It was just the 3 of them, up in command at least. Ollie and Jane were off together, testing out the Hiver repairs, Havea thought. Not sure if he was annoyed or jealous or what, to be honest. It was probably good that someone was having a personal life. Idris was sulking. That was Havea's considered opinion. They'd said he had to stay out of the machines while they did work on those self-same machines, and if you were Idris Telemmier, that was a grand imposition. So he was moping in his room like a small child, which, given he was older than any living relative Havea could claim, was frankly a bit much. Or maybe he was thinking deep intermediary thoughts. But Havea decided he put more money on sulking. The Hivers were taking their sweet time about how to answer Hugh's diplomatic hail, too, and they hadn't converted any of their factory space for human living while they worked on the Eye. This was a departure from what Havea would have expected. Whenever you went to the Hivers on any kind of business, they put themselves out for you, like good former property. It was a situation plenty of his fellows had exploited, knowing the assembly would always roll over for loyal servants of Mordaunt House. Except they weren't doing it anymore, or at least not right now, and that was a powerful tacit statement showing just how strongly they felt after the attack on Estoc. Perhaps Hugh has not been informed about the effort to save the universe, Kittering said, translator perfectly deadpan, or some matter of recompense is to be offered for the service.
Assembly is pinging us, Chris said. Actually, pinging you, Agent. Not sure if I count as Agent anymore, Havea reflected. She pitched the call over to the board nearest him, and he fielded it. The Hivers were going to host a diplomat or two, apparently, and he was invited. Why me? But he reckoned the assembly was making this one up as they went along. Havea knew Hugh as much as anyone on this side of the divide did, so he might just about be considered able to speak for the non-Hiver part of the cartel, on a decidedly last-man-standing basis. He apparently brought some nebulous authority to the table.
Appropriate adornments must be donned, Kittering announced.
Havea was about to say that the god's printers probably couldn't run him up anything suitable, but then realised the Hanny had been invited along too, as the god's representative, and so Hevea probably wasn't that special after all. As it turned out, the god's printers absolutely could not run him up anything suitable. He just about managed a bad facsimile of a colonial uniform, but the decoration, which should have added a dress to the front of that, was very obviously printed into the coarse weave of the clothes, rather than being stitched on afterwards. The end effect was something like a costume a child might wear to a party. Boo, I'm a scary Mordant house agent. He didn't feel very scary. When they arrived, the hivers had another circular space ready. There was one small round platform where a gravitic field was being provided for the benefit of their guests, and that was literally the only concession to hospitality. The drinks and nibbles were conspicuous by their absence. The hivers, formerly a model of politic manners, were definitely pissed. The Hugh delegation, once stripped of its escort of soldiers, came down to 2 women and 1 man. Hevea had very briefly met Arcala Thoreau at some function or other years back. She was Career Diplomatic Service Office, the branch of Hugh that, in Hevea's experience, created half the problems Mordant House was expected to solve. Thoreau was small and neat, and probably had plenty of past experience dealing with hivers. The broad, toad-faced man overshadowing her was Captain Hosgard of the Ironwriter, here in full military nonsense clothes. The real thing to Hevea's play acting, save that the current Hosgard obviously hadn't had time to retailor them since a younger, slimmer Hosgard had last put them on. The 3rd delegate was bony and short, hollow-cheeked, as much of a famey spacer as you could ask for, save that her name was Diljat, and she was Mordant House and outranked Hevea. So that was awkward. Also present, along with Hevea and Kit, was the Partheni Exemplar Hallow of the Judicious Valkyrie, just to stir the pot a bit more, and a hiver. The globe interior around them was busy with millions of hiver units too, obviously. The whole assembly in aggregate at Crux was their audience. But the assembly had wanted people to know exactly how they felt about things, and so they had turned out a spokes-delegate in the most humanoid frame Hevea had ever seen. Actual 2 legs and 2 arms, and a head and everything. On that gleaming steel face was a profoundly unamused expression, a work of art in itself.
Did you expect Hugh not to notice that a sizable attack fleet of Partheni ships had just invaded colonial territory here at Crux? Arcala was saying. I appreciate that we're hardly a threat to the Angels right here and now, but you can be sure that there's a serious military response in the making, even as I speak. There are treaties concerning hiver presence and control of the Crux system. The delegate turned their disdainful look on her. There were no moving parts to that expression, Hevea saw. It was a single piece. The assembly wasn't ready to be either mollified or put in its place. Our factory at Estoc was the victim of an unprovoked attack by Hugh military vessels, came the murmurous voice of the hivers from all around them. The delegate frame doesn't even speak, Hevea considered. They fielded it for the sole purpose of looking angrily at people. The situation at Estoc is complicated,
Arcala said, obviously ready for this line of debate.
We're still investigating what happened there, as best we can, given that the hegemonic response left very little of that entire system.
A lot of sincerity was being forced into her voice. Look what they did, with the unspoken corollary, don't look at what we did.
It's certainly the case that several vessels which should have been under Navy orders appear to have joined in an unsanctioned military venture at the behest of certain elements within Hugh.
Might we inquire what punitive measures are being taken against those elements? The Assembly asked sweetly. We would like to know where to send the account for the many thousands of our instantiated units who were murdered by your elements. All the while, Exemplar Hallow just stood there, ramrod straight. Her very presence was spooking the fuck out of the colonials, if Havea was any judge. The Hivers and the Parthenon. They went way back, and this sort of union had been the nightmare of more than one Mordaunt House director. Now Ascaro's goddamn old boys club had pushed them into it. That's me thinking like a Hugh agent again, he considered. Right at that point, he received a private comms request. Very private. Enough that they'd end run around all the Hiver's own surveillance tech, at least for the moment. Needless to say, Diljat wasn't even looking at him, her eyes intent on the actual negotiation. Agent Mundi. Perfect subvocalization. He couldn't see even the slightest trace of it. Agent Diljat? Been a while. I'm still on the books, am I?
Interesting question.
Her voice a whisper in his ear, as Arcala in the assembly traded diplomatic blows.
I'm not going to lie to you. The old service is a mess right now. Larry's loyalists and those who were in on the whole Ark business are all pointing fingers.
Well, if you know me at all, you know whose I was.
You were one of Larry's cat's paws, but she's gone. So where are you now?
Where are you? Havea countered. It sounded like harsh language was the only weapon currently being deployed. Everyone had puffed themselves up enough, and the overwhelming force the Parthenon currently had was enough to stop anyone trying to take the number of destroyed Hiver facilities up to 2, or the force they appeared to have. Havea wasn't actually sure how prêt à combattre the Partheni really were right now.
I'm still with Mordaunt House, Diljat said dryly. That part of it that isn't trying to eat itself, and this is not what we need. The architects haven't actually stopped turning up and fucking us over, but there's a whole bunch of Partheni inside our borders, and cutting deals with the Hivers. You know the real problem with that, Mundi? It's an enemy we can fight. The architects, not so much, but we know the Partheni's strength here, and we know what kind of punch the assembly can throw. And so, to a lot of hawks back at Hugh, this is suddenly a problem we can fix, and that's mighty attractive to throw some ships at. Very cathartic, you know? So, how about you make a report about just what the fuck is going on here, before the Hivers shut down my channel?
Concise, he sent back. The Partheni aren't a threat unless provoked. The Hivers aren't a threat unless provoked. Nobody's going to invade the colonies. Nobody's going to turn up over Berlinhof and bomb it. But if you push, they'll push back. Right now, all the work here is about dealing with the architects, saving everyone's ass. I mean that absolutely sincerely. My word as a Hugh agent and citizen and just basic decent human being. That's all they're after. Once that's done, have your throw down with the Partheni as much as you want. A pause, and he thought he'd lost her. But then she said,
Report accepted, Agent. Right now, the old service doesn't have the sway it used to, what with it pulling in all directions at once. But I'll see what I can do.
And that was definitely the end of their chat. He looked down to see Kittering's body tilted back to stare up at him, the little round eyes in his crown managing a remarkably suspicious look. What's up with you? Havea asked him.
It is possible to read the muscles immediately beneath your chin when you subvocalize, the Hani told him brightly. Thanks should be tendered for not selling us out. However, there is little hope that it will assist.
Havea looked at him levelly. I cannot be eavesdropped on that easily. Except his guard measures were very much focused on a human eye level, and on human or electronic eyes. Hani vision wasn't particularly better than human, but it picked out different things. They were used to a lot of complex motion and display amongst themselves. You think it's coming to a fight?
Guns are not brought to parties,
Kittering said, which suggested he'd missed out on certain kinds of human parties, but this time he was most likely right. As Diljat had said, there were people back home who wanted a nice, comprehensible, winnable war. Or even just a fightable war. Solace. She should have been delighted to be out of the decision-making process. There were mothers and sisters out there dealing with the colonials and deciding whether the war was still on. The little war, not the architect war, which only the architects got to say was on or not. And Solace wasn't part of that. Above her pay grade, which should be a relief, surely. It wasn't. She wanted to be there, seeing with her own eyes, speaking from her own mouth, not just hearing about it later through a ship-wide media type or down the chain of command. She'd been a soldier all her life, a life that had been spread in bits and pieces over all the years from the war. She'd always trusted her orders and her superiors, even when her loyalties had been put under strain, such as when she'd become part of the Vulture God crew and felt the tug of conflicting gravities. The fault had always been in her, not the Parthenon. Then mercy had come along, and tact had been taken from her, and there were sisters out there who, despite sharing her face, didn't share her mind. Her Parthenon had shrunk from something godlike to this little fugitive fleet of ships, the part of the sisterhood that had both rejected Mercy's crusade and also clung to tact's original purpose. The cartel, the Eye, bringing the fight to the architects. Out there were still other Partheni, some of Mercy's people, doubtless, and others who were neither rebels nor loyalists, who were just as shaken as Solace and simply didn't know which side was right or what to do. Entire separate fragments of the Parthenon cast adrift by doubt. The monolithic strength of the angels was gone, cracked through by Mercy's treachery, or by tact's insistence that they yoke themselves to a single fanatical purpose. Solace believed in that purpose, but she wasn't so blind as to pretend that others might justifiably not feel the same. Right now, everything said in the negotiations would be going to a council of exemplars, the captains of all the ships preserved here. Some of those were the original officers. Others would only just have usurped command from Mercy's favourites, and those women would need to make decisions that this branch of the Parthenon could live or die by. Solace didn't trust them to get it right. Not in her heart. She didn't think she'd have trusted tact either now. Or anyone. She felt like someone suddenly orphaned. There was a break in talks, her comms told her. The colonials had gone to send a packet vessel back home for orders before things recommenced. The Partheni were probably going to fake doing the same, because most likely they'd been pretending there was a larger fleet just waiting around someplace close. Did Hugh realise how weak they were? Unknown. What mattered was stringing things out, so that the final modifications for the Eye could be made before the shooting started. In the interim, another 3 Hugh warships had broken out of unspace into the Crux system, meaning the Parthenon still had the edge if it came to a punch-up, but it was a narrower edge than before. Obedient to the call, she collected Idris from his sparse, compact room on the God and ferried him out to the Eye. He was twitchy and agitated, like he had withdrawal symptoms, flinching from loud noises and other people. Once on the Eye, she marched him before a middle-aged Partheni woman who was still in a spotless uniform from the negotiations, Exemplar Hallow, commanding the judicious Valkyrie. "Mynheer Telemmier," Hallow said. Idris just stared at her, neither confirming nor denying it. Hallow's mouth twitched. "More annoying colonials," that expression said. "I understand you will be leading the unspace navigation effort for the strike against the architects." Her Colville was flat and unaccented. Idris flinched, as though she'd threatened to strike him. His mumble was qualified agreement. "My ship is to serve as your anchor," Hallow told him. "I would ideally like to show you around it and receive your thoughts on any facilities that might be useful, but unfortunately our current visitors render that impossible. We are holding the line right now. It is important that the others do not understand our purposes here." "Why?" Idris said. his first properly audible word. "Just tell them. Going to fight the architects," giving the words a bitter spin. "What's not to love?" Hallow frowned at him. "Hugh has made demands concerning the return of the host and its contents to their control. Apparently, while they are happy to disown the attack on Estoc, they are similarly wishing to retain the spoils. A lot of hands are pulling the strings at Hugh, I think, and some of them are Oscaro or their allies. The family are particularly aggrieved after the death of Ravin and his nephew, so we must not tell them what we really intend, to take the host away entirely into unspace. We do not bet on good communal sense triumphing amongst our enemies, and do not have the time to explain it to them. The host submerges under your control. My judicious Valkyrie loses itself across the universe, fleeing any entanglements from the colonies, while my sisters here continue to hold the line, if that is necessary." "You mean fight?" "If necessary," she confirmed, expressionless. "It's never necessary," said Idris, still weak and vulnerable, spineless as jelly, and yet not stopping, as though his vulnerability was somehow his secret weapon. "Idris," a new voice, one Solace had come to dread, "always at your shoulder when you least wanted, bringing doom in its wake. Idris, it's time." She turned to find Ash right there, far too close to have crept up on them. It seemed more agitated than usual. The veneer of inscrutable calm cracked. Its hood was cast back, the lie of its human shape exposed. Its cluster of reddish eyes and slits regarded her from the twisted leathery column of its tentacle arm. "What do you mean, it's time?" Hallow demanded. Then she was on her comms. "What are the Colonials doing?" Obviously they weren't doing anything. The look Hallow turned on Ash was angry. "Harbinger, I understand that you feel a certain historical prerogative." "Idris," Ash broke in, "Idris, you have to get to the machine." "I know," Idris snapped, every bit as irritated with the creature as Hallow. "But they won't let me. I found them, Ash. They're right down there. I need to—" "No. Listen to me, Idris. You have to get to the machine now. You and the other intermediaries must ready the eye to descend into unspace. There's no more time." Solace and Hallow exchanged uncertain looks, but Idris, for once, completely missed the subtext. "Ash, I can reach them. I can show them who we are. Like before. I just need to tell them we're here. Whatever they're doing. Listen, I know you hate the architects. I know. You and Ahab and everyone else. But you know I'm right. That they do it because they're forced. So if I can reach their masters and just tell them—" "They know, Idris," Ash said flatly. "Believe me, they know we're here. Their understanding of the situation is absolutely clear. We are the thing they send the architects to eradicate. Their awareness of us is not something you need to bring about. It has been growing all this time, and is now complete. They are moving against us now, Idris. You and your cadre must shift the eye out of the real immediately, because they know it's our only hope, and they are coming for it." Chapter 22. Idris. He didn't need to tell the other ints something was going on. When he burst into the awkward slant-walled space within the eye where they'd been billeted, most of them were on their feet already. The rest were only sitting because they needed to clutch their heads, or were otherwise suffering from the proximity of what was coming. All through the journey back over here, after leaving Ash, Idris had felt space outside the eye twisting tightly, and he'd caught the edge of panicked communication from every ship out there hosting an INT pilot, both Partheni and Colonial. "We need to leave, right now!" He had his mouth open to utter the words, but Idris Telemmier was already saying them to him. Her eyes were wide, her scars livid. Idris could only nod frantically. Inside his head was a dreadful fear that, once they fled, they'd be fleeing forever. Something deep in the pit of the abyss had finally noticed them specifically. "Idris, what's going on?" Chris's voice in his ear. "We need to go," he told her, then stared about him at the INTs. "Get into the host scales, if that's where you need to be. Go to the wellhead, the machines, otherwise, we're leaving now. Right now."
"That will not be possible."
A new voice, neutral and sexless, shunted into the conversation. For a terrifying moment, he thought it was the enemy somehow, here dispassionately to inform him that he could never escape. A moment later he came to his senses and realized it was the assembly, the hive mind of the Crux system. "It has to be possible," Idris insisted.
"Modifications to the eye are still being undertaken. Idris, you can't just leave."
And partway through the sentence, it became Trine talking to him. The new Trine. He opened his mouth, reaching for arguments, for the ability to put into words the madness going on in his head. Then, the madness came to the universe outside, and his explanations were no longer necessary. He felt the breach. They all did, the whole room of INTs, just like back in the war. Andeka and some of the others staggered out of the room, heading for shuttles, suits, and the temporary lines strung between the eye and the host. Other INTs had already made it into the orbiting scales, and he could only hope they were holding it together, awaiting the word to leave. The architects had arrived. He accessed a view from outside, projecting it skewed and distorted across a rippled span of wall. The first architect had come out of unspace at speed. Normally they emerged sedately, as though taking a moment to gather themselves before cruising towards the planet they'd picked as their victim. This one came out hot, fast, spinning, as though forcibly ejected. Its spine-jagged front and curved back chased each other through a dozen revolutions before it stabilized, and Idris could see a maze of cracks where the stress of entry into the real had damaged it. For a moment, he felt an untoward soar of hope. One crippled architect could surely be fielded by the Partheni fleet, or... The second architect breached, under greater control, though still closer to them than their usual custom, and already in swift motion, coming in from another quarter entirely. A third followed, further out, flashing with vaporized particles as a whole glacier-sized sheet of its crystal hide sheared off. They were bearing for the eye, and he could hear them in his head. Screaming voices, distant, raging, in pain. The cracks across their faceted surfaces were the welts of their masters' whips. They were being driven, a stampede that could obliterate a star system. By the time he'd registered this, 2 more had spun out of unspace, further out still, moving more slowly, but accelerating. "We have to leave," he told the assembly, the understatement of the millennium. Somehow, despite the hideous torsion space and unspace were going through, he found his mind absolutely clear. Raging with pain and horror, but he could put it all at arm's length. Perhaps tortured space-time was his natural habitat now, something that life as an INT had adapted him for.
"Modifications are being completed,"
Trine told him in his ear, and then,
"I am trying to get to you, Idris. I am not sure I'll be able to."
"What is the plan, if I could ask?"
Dr. Shinandri's voice broke in.
"We are submerging? We are anchoring? The grand expedition at last?"
"No, just getting out," Idris said. Then Ash was abruptly on the comms call too, overruling him. "We must," said the Harbinger. "This is the end game. They understand what we have here now, that at last it's something which can threaten them and their servants. They will never let us rest, and will hound us anywhere in the universe. We are a beacon to them now, and they will tear stars apart to stamp us out. We dive, we anchor ourselves to the Partheni ship, and then we dive. It is time to end this." Even as Idris heard Ash's words in his head, the alien had an open channel broadcasting across the Crux system on Parthenian colonial frequencies. "Listen to me, defenders of humanity. I am Ash, whom you call the Harbinger. I came to Earth over a century ago and warned you the architects were coming. I tell you now that the day has finally come when we can take the war to them. This threat you see before you is a sign of panic within our enemy. They know we can hurt them at long last. This vessel is being prepared for a strike into unspace against the architects. We can destroy them, wipe them from the universe. But we need time, my friends. We are preparing to liaise with the judicious Valkyrie to begin our assault into unspace, and we need your help. Colonial and Partheni, shoulder to shoulder, one last great battle. As you've defended your worlds and bought time for their evacuations, defend us now. Be our shield, and we will be your sword. We will bring this war to an end once and for all. But if you allow us to fall here, there will be no second chance. You will be under the shadow of the architects forever." In the echo of that, Idris could only think wildly of old stories about foolish mortals challenging the gods and being cast down. He knew the plan, and it felt like hubris, even to him. Then he heard Exemplar Hallow's tight voice on the comms. "I'm back aboard and bringing the Valkyrie to you. Be ready to establish your anchor cable." "We will be ready," Trine's voice, now the assembly at large once again. On another screen, Idris saw the Hiver factory launching an explosion of glittering motes that were individual frames, plus the great blocks of their larger bodies, the miners and haulers. What are the others doing? He pictured ships slipping away, leaving them to their fate. It's surely what I'd do if I had the option. The Partheni fleet was splitting, heading towards the closest two architects. Solace was at his shoulder, liaising with her sisters. Most of the ships out there had an intermediary installed, and they'd be able to deflect or distract the architects as the mass looms and other conventional weaponry battered away. But there were 5 architects inbound now, far more than they could deal with. Even, for that matter, with the colonial help, which appeared to be sticking around. Solace moved perspectives on their projections, showing Ironwriter and Redcap breaking from the others and moving to intercept one of the further architects. They were liaising with their Partheni opposite numbers, he realised. Actually, talking to the lesser enemy, because here was everyone's enemy. He felt a moment of utter frustration. Why does it always take this to make us remember we're kin? 2 other colonial ships stayed back to defend the little diplomatic vessel Broken Key, while the rest got lumberingly underway, splitting up, and trusting the Partheni not to take advantage of their divided forces. Idris suddenly realised that, of all of them, only the Ironwriter and the Broken Key itself carried an int. He could feel the needle point of their minds as they began to reach out towards the oncoming architects. The rest of the Hugh fleet was just going to dash itself against the rocks and hope it made a difference. His own people reported to him then, Ince in position across the host, Ince being plugged in by Shinandri and Jane at the wellhead. A rapid patter of data was coming from the Hiver technicians, closing job after job as they finished adapting the eye for its unprecedented voyage. "Contact," said Solace at his shoulder, almost a whisper. The first architect to have breached was already disintegrating, swiftly enough that Idris wondered if the wounds were self-inflicted, some gargantuan suicide as it bucked under the hands of its masters. The Hivers were bombarding it, super-accelerating their largest frames and powering them directly at every crack and fracture in the entity's hide. He felt each impact resonate inside him as unspace shook and shuddered to it. And he felt the Partheni mass looms clench kilometres of space with incredible graphitic forces. He sang, along with their Ince, nested in their battery of mechanical amplifiers, as they tried to occupy the creature's vast, tormented mind. It was burning. You couldn't burn in space, not like that. But Idris felt it ignite. The architect's mind immolating from within. He gabbled on the comms, trying to get a warning to the ships, unable to form words in any known language. Then, the architect shattered. For a moment, the Crux system had a small extra star. The scything wave of energy and shrapnel turned one of the Partheni vessels into particles and junk, and crippled another. The second architect was already closing in, still spinning after its eruption from unspace, a wild, careering progress. The Partheni loosed on it, and now the Grampus and the Leopard joined them. Int minds scrabbled against it, but the architect was maddened, trapped within its own crystal bulk, off course, even for the eye now, as though the creature had lost all control of its trajectory. It struck the hive. Idris felt it within his brain, saw it on the projected screens, heard the horrified gasp of Solace at his ear. One moon-sized object colliding with another, save that the architect was solid, and the Hiver factory was all honeycombed spaces. He saw the vast metal rhombus of the hive crumple and fold inwards, 1,000 little explosions venting briefly into the vacuum as critical systems were compressed and ruptured. It remained locked to its murderer, impaled on the architect's spines, falling in the only meaningful direction it could, towards the gas giant of Crux right below it, since the impact had knocked the hive and its enemy into the reach of the orb's appalling gravitational drag. Idris watched helplessly as the tangled giants began their inexorable descent into its crushing depths. "Trine?" Solace got out. One name amongst the thousands of instantiated individuals meeting their deaths, even then. "We're in position." The calm, professional voice of Exemplar Hallow came through. "Ready for anchoring. Do whatever you have to do." "No!" Idris clutched at Solace. His mouth was open, but he couldn't get the words out. What was the point of seeing the disaster unfold if he couldn't warn anyone? "No!" he got out, a howl that had Solace jerking away from him in shock. The next architect breached from unspace, right on top of them. Barely 2,000 kilometres away, closer than the old moon had been to lost Earth. For a moment, the eye, the host, the entire assemblage lost its own gravitic integrity, each shard and scale of it drifting out of place, and atmosphere hissing away through every gap. Then they regained control, with every red light and damaged telltale demanding attention. They lazily skewed towards the immense crystal mountain range bearing down on them, and Hallow's judicious Valkyrie was gone. Already gone. Atoms and streamers of metal, a lacework of fine strands across 100 square clicks of space. Hallow, and all her crew along with it. Their anchor, disintegrated. Everyone was on comms, demanding to know what to do. Every int was in Idris's mind, screaming, all waiting for the crushing might of the architect to reshape the eye into filigree and dreams. But it didn't happen. Idris felt his brain jolt back on track, thinking right, remembering the limits of the enemy. They couldn't just crush or reshape the eye. It was originator tech, and the architects never destroyed originator tech. They had avoided it in the old days. More recently, they'd removed it, excavated it, put it out of the way before going about their deadly business. People had thought the originators scared them back in the day, imagining some godlike entities from the dawn of time that even the architects had been terrified of. Standing there, awaiting the enemy's obvious next move, he understood. He'd been close to the centre after all. The eye had given him that marvellous perspective. There, deep towards the heart of unspace, in the very shadow of the presence, he'd looked back towards the glimmering surface, where the unreal met the real. The shallows of unspace, where the throughways were etched like writing on the inside of the universe. The throughways, which were also the work of the originators. There, as the architects systematically destroyed all opposition, he understood. Yes, they were terrified of the originators, and yet they handled their relics with reverence and care. Because the originators were their masters, sitting at the heart of the universe and looking out at their ancient etchings for... Why? Why would have to wait. The eye shuddered around him, not from graphitic torsion, but from physical impact. People? Ollie's voice on comms. Got some news from the dock. Meaning where the vulture god was sitting on the outside of the eye, next to the easiest access to the interior. We've got company! If the architect couldn't destroy the eye, then it seemed it would do the next best thing. Send pieces of itself down to clear out all the inconvenient living things that had colonized its master's great work. Ollie. Well, shit! Ollie's throat was dry, and cussing at the universe didn't seem to be boosting her spirits the way it used to. The architect had hit the landing platform with pinpoint accuracy. 9 crystal spears lancing through the gravitic field the host was putting out, slamming down into the stone of the eye. The closest was about 20 metres from the vulture god. I mean, could have been worse. It had been worse for somebody. One of the scale units of the host, caught in the firing path, had just been atomized, along with whoever'd been inside it. And the wreck she'd left of the Ascaro shuttle now had an extra hole. Not that anybody would be shedding tears about that. So, obviously, she and Kit had retreated back to the vulture god when it all kicked off. The pair of them had no plans to run, if that even looked like an option, given the shit that was going down out there right now. It was the fact that, if things got real bad, then Idris, Chris and Jane would need a way off this rock. Sitting tight on the god was all the agency Ollie and Kit had in this ridiculously out-of-their-league situation, and so they'd been doing just that. Then the war had come to them. She'd seen these things at work on Arc Palator, going for the originator city thing they'd had there, the precursor to the architect trashing the world entire. These crystal boys had turned up and just dug it all out, sending it floating off into space. Architects never harmed originator toys. But the eye was all originator toy, save for the little bits and bobs Ahab and Jane and the Hivers had bolted on. Ollie reckoned that meant these crystal boys would find it easier to just clear out everything that wasn't originator-made, meaning her, Kit, Chris, and all the rest. They were forming now, just as she'd seen them do on Arc Palator, each of them fluidly shifting form while remaining hard and faceted crystal, reshaped into the image of creatures, aliens, things she'd never seen in the flesh, nor would ever want to, if Idris was right about them. He'd said they took on the shape of all the species the architects had made extinct, preserved in this way and no other. The nearest thing lifted itself up on 3 stumpy legs, twin lines of waving tubular arms up its front. The next one along looked like 9 spiders stuck together at uncomfortable angles. Past that was a monster which was 3/4 raptorial beak, with a beard of tentacles, eye stalks or something, and a single mollusk foot. Hard to tell anatomical details when it was all just blank crystal. "Ollie?" Idris on comms.
Yeah, bit of a problem here."
"I'm coming, Ollie."
"Oh, good. Wow, great. Really looking forward to that. You'll be a great help."
Ollie had been using her walking frame aboard the god because it hadn't seemed that punching stuff would be the solution to any of their problems. Now a problem had arrived that would at least let her get within arm's reach, or tentacles' reach anyway. She linked to the mangled scorpion's command board and directed Aklu's legs to lift her into it.
"Terrible idea," Kittering told her. "Please desist."
"I'm going to fuck them over,"
Ollie decided.
"This is very much not how things will fall out,"
Kit said. She checked the god's eyes. The crystal forms were all shaped up now. Some of them were taking tentative steps towards the eye's interior, but the nearest 2 were definitely considering the ship.
"Don't reckon they're going to give us much of a choice, Kit. Turn the lasers on them."
"Nonsense, nonsense,"
Kittering complained. The vulture god's mining lasers, good for carving up asteroids or hull metal, made a beautiful prismatic show when refracted through architect crystal, causing no visible damage whatsoever.
"OK, then,"
Ollie said, and let herself down from the drone bay hatch, emerging into the dubious cover of the docking claws. Aklu's gift moved like greased monkeys around her. Her mind was in it, just like with any remote system, but there was far too much of it to consciously control. Instead, parts of it were constantly turning up at her mind's elbow like enthusiastic dogs, showing her how they'd done exactly what she'd have wanted, if she'd had the time to give explicit instructions. Aklu's gift, Ollie decided, was a good boy, and she spared a moment to bless the memory of Aklu, an incomprehensible alien gangster and murderer who'd liked her a bit for some reason.
"Kit," she said, "get Junior caught up. Have us ready to move."
"Nonsense,"
he said again, but she knew he'd do it.
"Right then,"
she told the nearest crystal thing, and went very cold. It was looking at her. Actually, it wasn't. She didn't even know what bits of the tripod shape were supposed to be sense organs, but she knew 2 absolute truths about these crystal boys. Firstly, they didn't pay any attention to you because you just weren't important enough. Mess with them and they'd cut you up, but otherwise if you stayed out of their way, they'd just get to work and leave you alone. Secondly, you absolutely couldn't do anything to them. They just reformed around any damage and were built in unpunchable. But this one was definitely looking at her. Not at the ship, that big non-originator thing it would have to remove, but right at Olian Timo, drone specialist. She shifted left on her slithering forest of tentacles. It pivoted to follow her. Then they all did. Even the ones headed inside had stopped and come back for her. So the first thing she absolutely knew about these things wasn't true, which made the second thing kind of inconvenient, because every one of the fuckers was now coming right for her. And the scariest thing about that was there wasn't any them. Not really. They were just puppets. What moved them was the architect itself, manipulating them with the same gravitic finesse it would use to reshape planets. So right now, it was the actual goddamn architect, paying a close personal interest in her. "Kit!" The god's lasers spoke again, which at least meant she had a pretty light show to be killed in. Ollie had seen that beam melt warship-grade metal and couldn't conceive what the crystal forms were doing with all that energy. "Kit, I think you better get the god clear. You can come back for me when I'm done here." "Immediately without is an architect," Kittering told her over comms. "Under no circumstances." The tripod thing started stumping towards her with a comical swagger. She wondered what the original species had been like before the architects erased it from the universe. Probably fun guys. She reckoned she could have had a drink and a laugh with them. "Idris," she said. "Coming." He actually sounded out of breath. She imagined him barreling through the corridors of the Eye, a skinny, jug-eared Famey 100 years old, in the body of an unfit 20-something. Natural saviour material, obviously. And maybe he had magic int-woo he could do, but he wasn't going to be here in time, so it didn't matter. She lamped the crystal form with half her tentacles. "Live by the fucking sword." It exploded. Actually shattered into fragments. Some of those fragments tried to come back together, but most of it just went everywhere, spanging off the god's hull and the walls, or just hurtling out into space. Ollie stared. For a moment, the crystal forms were still too, and it was as though she and the architect were sharing one long what-the-fuck moment about what had just happened. She backed off a little, watching them. The remaining 8 crystal forms fanned out and shifted shape, their various limbs lengthening, growing barbs and spines, weaponizing, adding extra reach. One of them then tilted forwards. It was a vaguely centaur form shape with a half-dozen arms, but she only registered this in retrospect, because the top third of it turned into jagged shrapnel and blasted at her like a rock-salt shotgun. She screamed, closing her eyes, throwing up her arms, or the stumps within the scorpion pod and all those weaving tentacles. Instantly, her head became full of damage markers for half a dozen of her artificial limbs. They all came with self-repair estimates, though. All that liquid hegemonic tech sloshing around, regenerating components. And there was more. Half the shards had just bounced away. "I've got gravitic shielding on this thing." But she didn't. Or at least it was denying she did, and why would it lie to her? Instead, the shards had altered their own course to not hit her, not hit the specific parts of her she was presenting. "I'm just going to get stuck in," she told Kit. "I have no idea what's going on, but it's on my side, so I'm going to tear them all a crystal new one." "Hegemonic tech," came Kit over comms, "well known that they can transport active originator regalia." "Well, yeah." Ollie skittered herself towards the nearest crystal forms, weaving aside from the next barrage of shards. She got clipped, but came through mostly intact, and then had the thing in her grasp. It lanced at her with arms grown spindly and sharp, and she dashed it against the rock of the Eye, then threw it at its nearest friend. "I remember. All that shit with the Umaru, where it all started going wrong for us, yeah?" "Aklu's personal legs are currently being worn," Kit went on doggedly. "Aklu permitted to go against the architects in its role as rebel Essiel. Aklu insured its legs." "Kit, you are making no sense." A crystal limb lanced through the bubble of the scorpion's cockpit, shattering its plastic case. A heartbeat later, she'd swatted it away, smashing it into pieces. There was a long scratch down her face, where one sharp-edged fragment had gashed her. "See that scar, lads? Got that from when I was brawling with an architect. Hilarious story. She hoped she'd get a chance to tell it. Anti-architect insurance, Kittering insisted in her ear. Then a crystal form hit her like a truck, bowling her over in a rolling tangle of tentacles, trying to carve its way to her. She got hold of it with most of her arms and prized it off so she could beat it to pieces against the ground. "Kit!" she got out, and then she had the attacker at arm's length, which was a distance she had considerable choice over. Finally, she understood. "Originator regalia! Indubitably! Aklu's magic legs!" She slammed the crystal form, just a tangle of jutting limbs itself now, down against the ground, feeling it crack into lifeless pieces, and not reforming themselves together any more. Just a fortune in dead gems, pieces of architect. What was the market value for that, eh? She'd have to have Kit make some scratch calculations. She rose up on her limb tips, looming over the remaining 5 crystal forms, flexing. She had about 30 limbs still operational. That was a lot of flex. Segmented tentacle limbs filled with hegemonic liquid tech, sure. But with something else, too. Now she knew what to look for, that there even was something to look for. She found it readily enough. Every single tentacle held a piece of originator relic at its tip. No wonder the architect couldn't take its non-existent eyes off her, because everyone knew originator crap warded them off. The architects wouldn't do things to it like they do to everything else in the universe. That didn't make them a weapon, except, apparently, if you started actually lamping bits of architect with those little relics, the architect would give way first, rather than risk damaging any of this sacred stuff. Whatever forbiddance prevented the architects from screwing over all that dusty old tat was apparently that important to them. "I could push off from here and start carving the big fucker up right now," she thought. That probably wasn't true. Even if it wasn't able to reshape her, it could likely just ping her off into space like a flea. But right then, she felt immortal. When Idris actually arrived, utterly out of breath and without a plan, she demolished the rest. Half her limbs were down for self-repair and regeneration, and she'd had to improvise 2 extra straps to keep her in the ravaged control pod. But she had just gone toe-to-toe with an architect and won the round, and was all ready to call it the greatest victory the human race had ever won. Then Idris turned up with a terminal case of the long face, and apparently it wasn't a win after all. "We lost our anchor," he told her, not even really appreciating what she'd just pulled off. "The judicious Valkyrie's gone. And unspace is... There's so much, Ollie. So much mass." Ollie looked up, which meant looking straight into the jagged topography of the architect filling their slice of sky. "Yeah, well," she admitted. So anchoring remains a solution," Kittering informed them over the comms. "Conversations are ongoing with Shenandri and Jane even now. Requirement is solely for a vessel with intermediary-level navigation capability, together with the capability to enter unspace despite current mass interference. Am I correct?" "But we don't have the Valkyrie," Idris insisted. Ollie wasn't even sure he'd heard half of what Kit said. "And the rest of them, they're fighting." "You thinking Junior, Kit?" "Junior is showing great keenness for leaving," Kittering confirmed. "Idris, the god, will be your anchor. It is being linked even now to Shenandri. There is a necessity for clear space to allow the host to dive and create your well. All correct?" Ollie watched the disparate pieces of Idris's face chase each other about as he tried to get his thoughts in order. She had a sudden, unwelcome moment of empathy. Here they were, at the linchpin moment, and he was paralysed. Too much going on in his head. Too many cosmic calculations. He goggled at her and flapped his lips as his mind just stalled. "Right," she said. "Kit, can we get an outside channel? Tell them what we're about? Get us some space? Idris? Idris, listen to me!" She felt like slapping him, but that would probably have relocated his jaw halfway across the dock. "Idris, will you just do your fucking job? You're an int, aren't you? So go bug the architects until they give us breathing space." With that, she was climbing back into the Vulture God's drone bay, hauling herself in a tangle of complete and damaged limbs until the watery globe of Junior's tank hung above her. "You better be good for this," she told it. The Ogdru was circling its little living space in rapid arcs, very obviously desperate to leave. "I've got control," she told Kit, and proceeded to lift the god up out of there, right towards the jagged and bristling face of the architect. "God damn it, Idris, just for once!" She linked to the eyes Jane had installed at the dock, seeing that skinny little figure still standing there, like the world's most inconsequential man. Like a core world caricature of inferior spacer genetics and health. Then she saw him lift his hands towards the architect above, fingers crooked into feeble little claws. It shuddered. Even as the god was lifting off, she saw it jolt, as though that whole crystal sky had flinched. "Architect, meet Idris. Your problem now." "Kit!" But even as she asked, he was broadcasting. "Transmission from the Vulture God. Anchor duties for the Eye have been assumed, and we are offering an open contract to all comers. Give us space to work. Enlisting all willing ships to engage selected architect, currently distracted by our intermediaries. Premium remuneration up to and including salvation of sentient life in the universe. In return, all efforts will be engaged in ridding the universe of the architects. Do we have any takers?" It was probably just as well that Kit's comms weren't picking up Ollie killing herself laughing over in the drone bay. Except it maybe wasn't so funny. Most likely she and Kit had just asked a lot of people to get themselves killed on their account. So not funny at all, in fact. "Doc Shin?" she asked. "Jane, you there?" "Ollie," Jane's welcome voice, and Ollie felt a pang of uncharacteristic sentiment. Someone whose voice she was actually glad to hear. "Ollie, we've established the necessary system links with the god. We need to submerge into unspace. You'll need to give us, 10 clear seconds to establish the parameters of the well. After that, you better get out of there." "Yeah, well, no shit," Ollie said. One of the Partheni ships was coming in, right at the architect, mass looms singing away and weaving cracks and chasms across its surface. "And you can't stay under long, or there's a danger you'll stop anchoring us. Short jumps only. Got that?" "Well, I hope Junior's got that," Ollie said, "'cause it's Junior's show." She checked over the data that Kit had fed the Ogdru. It all looked solid, as best she could tell. "Just stay in the reel as much as you can," Jane told her. "Otherwise we'll be cut off in the deeps. We'll lose each other, and then possibly we'll cease to exist entirely. It's not meant for us to be real in, down there. Hard vacuum is a puppy dog compared to unspace, right?" "Right," Ollie agreed, and then, fuck! Because that was the Partheni gone. The whole warship just stripped nose to tail, into streamers of loose matter. And the Vulture God was next. Maybe Idris was pulling out all the stops, or the other ints on the host were, but for a long, yawning moment, the architect just hung there, like all the sky there was, and it didn't fall on them. They were coursing across the upside-down mountain ranges of its face, closer than any living beings had any right to be, to such an engine of destruction. Yet they lived. They lasted. Ollie held her breath. "Good luck," from Jane. And then the Eye was submerging. She saw the sudden flare of its gravitic field as the host units worked together, taking that segregated piece of the physical universe and plunging it down into unspace, fighting the resistance of physics, the integral separation between the place where things exist and the place where they can't. Her eyes twisted, trying to follow it. Light bled away from the leading edge of the eye, shifting through the spectrum, past red and into shades she shouldn't have been able to see. She had the sense of all space as a tortured membrane, trying to eject the eye right back out again. And then it was gone, with a twisting movement that made her feel sick to her stomach. Something wrong at a fundamental level, a crime committed against universal laws. "Jane? Idris? Talk to me!" A long, fraught moment, and her eyes were drawn to the immensity of the architect. It too was probably wondering what the hell had just happened, but she reckoned it would remember the little vulture god soon enough. "Jane? Ollie?" Not Jane, but Chris. "Ollie, we're off." For a heart-stopping moment, there was nothing but static. Then Chris's voice again. "No, we're back. God, for a moment it was just me here. But we're back. All of us. The bubble's holding. All hands to the pump on the repair side. But we're here. The well up to the reel is intact. We're descending." And distantly behind her, the triumphant bellowing of Ahab sounded. "Ollie, you need to get away, now," Chris said. "Yeah," Ollie whispered, eyes full of that crystal landscape. "Kit, any time now." Above her, Junior's revolutions had become more and more agitated. "Further problems are impeding us." Kit's translated voice was very quiet. Then he was broadcasting again. "Any ships that can assist, this is our last moment of exit. Will any volunteers come forth?" Why hasn't it crushed us? And then Ollie understood why. It's me. It's Aklu's legs. It's the originator relics. But that means... She saw the crystal spines launch, just snapping away from the architect's substrate, and then hanging below it, before being bodily thrown at the god. She was jinking already, making it hard for them, fighting the groping gravitational claws of the entity as it tried to pin them down. One spine clipped their bricator drive, sending them into a spin. Another passed so close to one of the aft cameras that she saw nothing but crystal through it for a fragment of a second, and then the shards were flying wild, because the architect had something to distract it. It was the broken key, the little sliver of a diplomatic barge that Hugh had sent. Of course, it would have an int, a good one. Nothing but the best for the important folks in the expensive clothes. It cut across, between the vulture god and the architect, and doubtless the intermediary on board was doing everything up to and including yelling in the monster's ear to keep it busy. "Never thought I'd be grateful for the goddamn diplomatic service office," Ollie conceded. And then they were getting signals from Junior. A crack, a mouse hole, the barest space the Ogdru could thread the needle through to take them into unspace past all the gravitic interference of the architects. Ogdru were monstrous predators in their home seas, but this specimen knew bigger fish when it met them, and it wanted to get away. "Go," Ollie agreed, and they ducked into unspace. Destination anywhere but here, so long as they were quick enough to preserve the integrity of the well. Part 4. Beyond. Chapter 23. Hevea. "Well," said Hevea, "there goes my ride," watching the host carry the ragged megalith of the Eye off. And here he was, aboard the counter-war vessel DKT-26 Vantas Yards Provisional, currently engaged in christening its shipyard new accelerator batteries against an architect, because he'd done the polite professional thing and accepted an invitation. He had a good seat for the show, at least. The debriefing room where Diljat had set him up had a good suite of screens. They'd be able to watch all the impending doom he could stomach.
"That's the iron writer gone?"
Diljat said flatly. She was sitting across a metal desk from him, proper Mordaunt House style. This was supposed to be Heveia's last dregs of due diligence, giving a proper report to someone still unequivocally in the service. There should have been café at least. He'd been promised café. Sadly, the architects had arrived before it had. Off to the fore of the DKT-26, the vast lunar bulk of an architect revolved ponderously, its forest of crystal spines dawning like a knife-edged Judgment Day morning. Heveia found himself considering numbly that here was a thing which had destroyed planets for its own mad reasons, reworking matter from atoms up, and it had a front and a back. How weirdly trivial of it. He heard the distant choir of the warship's accelerators, their energy singing through the hull with an eerie voice. The impacts of the barrage of super-fast shot were invisible, though. The architect didn't deign to notice them. "Well, this is probably it," he said.
"The Hani was really telling the truth, do you think?"
Diljat asked him.
"Saving the universe?"
He met her gaze, wondering what reassurance she was looking for. "That we, the shadowy agents of misrule, did the right thing at the last." "Yes," he told her, "absolutely." She shrugged.
"Best of luck to them, then."
The architect slipped sideways and was gone. The hull of the DK-226 screamed in protest at so much mass being suddenly removed from local space, and he could see, down on the gas giant, storms blooming like sudden bruises, red and purple walls bursting into angry life in the upper atmosphere. They were gone. All of them suddenly gone. Save for the one that had collided with the Hiver factory and taken the pair of them down into the planet's crushing grip, and the other, already damaged, which the Partheni had managed to finish off. 2 more architects on the tally, and how very meaningless that is. Diljat was speaking sub-voc on private comms, probably to one of the bridge crew. Heveia used the screens to take stock. There were a handful of colonial ships, mostly intact. Likewise a handful of Partheni. In a fight with architects, you were mostly quick, or you were dead. It was sometimes possible to escape merely crippled, but you had to work at it. He watched the cautious motion of the ships left out there. Not regrouping, because that wasn't really how space wars worked. Not much use for rigid formations and marching about on a 3-dimensional battlefield the size of a solar system. There was a distinct sense of drawing lines nonetheless. The Partheni 0-point fighters formed a loose screen, ready to deploy towards the colonials, everyone lazily adjusting their targeting in an "I'm not touching you" sort of way. And it seemed to Heveia then, as he sat and felt about 1,000,000 years old, that they'd been dancing on the edge of this precipice for a long time. At Arc Palator, yes, and over Kriketh's Hell, and in a lower-key way, for a while before that, too. Even, supposedly, before Earth was destroyed. Natural humanity and Doc Parsifal's artificial angels eyeing each other and easing off the safety catch. But there had always been some other threat. The architects mostly, although even the Essiel had sufficed at Palator. The war had never quite got up to speed. Now here they were. "There are," he told Diljat, "a lot of hivers out there." She regarded him without expression. "Loose frames that made it out of the factory before it went down, or were sent out to fight. They've got nowhere to go back to. We should start picking them up. It's our duty in a time of emergency." as opposed to turning our guns on our sometime enemies out there. She nodded, a single bird-like twitch. I'll send ahead. Come with me to the bridge. The captain will want to see you anyway. You can tell him what the hell those clowns were really playing at before they went wherever they went. Exactly what they said they were playing at. Well then, you can tell him that. The bridge of the DKT was incomplete. Half the wall panels were missing, and there was so much dangerous-looking exposed wiring, Hervé almost thought he was back on the Vulture God. The captain turned out to be shorter and younger than Hervé, and very obviously not someone who'd been intended to take the vessel into an actual fight, as opposed to a test run to see if all its bits were working. Apparently the bits had worked out fine, and so had the captain. Soon after that, they began taking on stranded hivers, as Hervé had suggested, sending out the ship's remotes to round up those who lacked power, and chasing after any whose momentum was sending them far off into the void. And once it became clear this was what they were doing, the Partheni cautiously joined in, coordinating without communicating, matching the colonial ships rescue for rescue. Hervé felt Diljat's eyes on him, and told her, "They don't want to fight. They didn't come here for that. This part of the Parthenon basically hung itself on making sure the Eye would get to where it's gone now. So those ships out there are full of women who aren't sure what their next move should be. Likely they'll want to go and find their friends, or the detachments of their fleet. But if we keep pointing guns, that'll give them other ideas. And it'd be a really easy next move, when you're basically a society of soldiers who live all your days on warships. But there's literally no reason it needs to be that way, unless we decide to go poke them with a stick to see what they'll do about it." Diljat stared at him for a long time, and then addressed the captain. "I need a launch. Whatever you've got in the hangars that I can fly single-handed and has a good gravitic drive. I need to get this man to Berlenhof for a proper debrief. In the interim, I'm placing you in command of our surviving ships here. Continue the rescue effort and do not engage the Partheni. Understood?" Hervé hadn't realised Diljat was throwing around that kind of clout. Likely a more experienced captain would have bristled, but the master of the DKT was obviously happy to have someone tell him what to do next. He'd just survived a clash with the architects. That was more command responsibility in his recent past than he'd perhaps looked for in his entire career. "What am I, then?" Hervé asked Diljat, as she hustled him towards the hangars. "Prisoner? They'll paint me as a Partheni turncoat, or call Larry a traitor."
"Nobody knows what the hell you or she are," she told him. "Or rather, yes, all those things, depending on who you ask. And some of the fingers pointing at you over following Larry will be from inside the board, you can be sure. Still plenty of people around who were pushing that ARC business, and they've got their feet under half the important desks back home. At the same time, it's all come out now, and it stinks to high heaven, the way they were going about it. Not exactly popular, the whole leaving almost everyone behind to die thing. Even the Magden voting blocks split over it, and you know how seldom that happens."
"So, where do you stand?" he asked, as they came out to the hangar. He saw the launch being hurriedly prepared for departure. She shrugged.
"That depends on who gets their orders to me first, Agent Mundy. I am just hoping it'll be someone who wants to hear what you've got to say, rather than put your head on a spike."
Idris. He felt the moment when reality wavered, testing the boundaries of all the theories Trine and Shinandri had dreamt up. They'd started without him, even as he rushed back towards the machine room. The other ints were all in place, and he did his best to coordinate them all as he ran, except that kind of leadership had never been Idris's strength. He wasn't inspirational, or someone that anyone sane would want to follow. A stammer and a twitch, and a weight of self-doubt. Thankfully, Andeka was on it, liaising with each of the manned shards, checking integrity. She must have felt it too, that flicker, when the universe tried to disprove their existence. But the maths came out in the end. And then they were there. Impossibly there, save that they just proved it could be done. Very much present, in the real, in unspace. A bubble of the universe thrust into the crushing lightless depths, connected by a fragile corridor, like the single open road out of occupied territory. And at the far end of that, their anchor, in the shape of the battered old vulture god, one fritzing system away from annihilation. He stumbled into the machine room, hearing Chris say, "The well up to the real is intact. We're descending." Of course they weren't descending. That was exactly the wrong way to describe the precise relationship between them and the wider geography of unspace. At the same time, from a human perspective, it was absolutely the correct word. "Ollie," Chris said, "you need to get away now." Their precious anchor was still in the middle of a war zone. Would they even be able to get into unspace before the architects crushed them? Most of the lights were out in the machine room. The couches themselves were dead, but there were half a dozen multi-armed hivers working with Jane and Ahab to restore power. In the staccato flicker of the remaining lamps, an encounter-suited Dr. Shinandri strode towards Idris with his arms wide, trailing hoses.
"A complete, entire, and remarkable success," he crowed, then winked out of existence. They all did. Idris was left alone in the near dark, only the last echoes of the doctor's words for company. Somehow, they'd survived him. His ears, eyes, and all other senses told him he was alone. The orbiting scales of the host were vacant. There was not another soul, not a mind left through all the stone tomb of the eye. And they were falling. His inner ear and the pit of his stomach didn't think so, but his mind knew. When he'd had company, it had been a steady, controlled descent. Now it felt as though they were plummeting, like a sinking vessel vanishing into an oceanic chasm. He imagined the trail of bubbles, the last despairing sign that they had ever been there. And below, the Kraken was waking. Idris found himself smiling. "There you are." The terror of the unreal void, the illusion of the other, which the absence of unspace bred in any thinking mind. So said the psychs over at the liaison board. Perhaps even they knew they were lying, a falsehood more palatable than the truth. It's there. It lives in unspace. It cannot abide sharing its domain. It hunts. Or perhaps it loved company. Perhaps it was just desperate to meet new friends. Such a shame, then, that its mere existence was so searingly intolerable that people murdered themselves and their ships rather than face it. People, humans, Hani, Castigar, Hivers. Sentience, that common brotherhood with such a bizarre and integral relationship to unspace. He felt the first lazy motions of the presence, detecting them. Imagined tentacles, barbels, reaching out and tasting the water. A great round eye, goggling up through the dark expanse towards them. The presence, his old companion, rising slowly from its sunken lair just out from the centre of all things, like the watching many-headed hound of ancient stories that sat before the door to hell. Their guardian, then. He felt it grow interested in them, grow closer, except he didn't think this was right, and examined his intuition as a way of staving off his growing awareness of the presence. Not right as in not a guardian? Or not theirs?
He tried to imagine facing it down, reaching out to it as he had with the architects, his mind meeting that unbearable apposite nature and somehow shaking hands across the divide. No. Even he, the unspace veteran, shrank from that. I couldn't. It was utter negation of thought and being, existential dread given form and purpose. And then Shinandri cannoned into him, having been crossing the intervening space all this time. The hivers were back, Chris was back. The well was there again, extending all the way back to the real. The bubble was intact. He felt the presence recoil from them, but not forget them, or sink back to its lair. They were still an irritant it had to answer, and different. He had the distinct sense of it, as a living thing, flurrying back in confusion. Or else it was a dark tide of oblivion, and the re-establishing of the well had lit a lamp against the blackness. For now. Sound off, Jane called. Everyone confirm they're still with us. And Decker, roll call the ints. The sound of each hiver responding came through. Chris gripped his hand. Solace lurched over to hug him fiercely. That yawning moment of solitude had written new lines on both their faces. We're here, the Partheni kept saying. We made it. We're here. And who knew how many of her sisters had survived back in the real? But she was right. They had made it. Done what nobody had ever achieved before. A group mission into unspace. All of them together. Ollie? Kit? Chris was trying to get their comms up the well. The fact they existed for each other again meant they had not only got the god into unspace, but managed to come out again too. The god was somewhere, just a short hop from Crux, for the ship could only be their anchor when it existed in the real. Whenever it dipped into unspace, everything collapsed. Idris had seen the calculations, though he hadn't understood them fully. Doc Shin had sincerely believed that, on their anchor re-entering the real, the bubble and all the rest of it would re-establish itself. But then Doc Shin seemed able to sincerely believe a lot of things. Idris was just glad he'd apparently been right this time. He felt the presence move, far below them. He didn't know if it had any conscious sense of its own existence, or whether its devouring attraction to thinking travellers was as mindless as a chemical reaction. But, bubble or not, they remained an irritant to it. It was slow, for now, but was rising towards them even as they descended. Re-establishment of contact, Kittering's voice issued from one of the wall speakers. Where we are is described by Mesdames Timo as the arse end of nowhere. Deep void, no star, no system. Vulture god status, more or less intact. Repairs ongoing. Your voice is a pleasant thing to hear, Chris. God, yours too, Chris replied. What are we doing now, exactly? She and Solace were standing almost shoulder to shoulder, Idris noticed, and he understood how very alien all this business must be to them. They weren't even the engineers working on the nuts and bolts of the project, like Jane and the various hivers. Neither of them the high science minds who knew the theories. And they weren't ints, familiars of the unreal abyss. A scintilla lawyer and a Partheni myrmidon down here where the madness lived.
Our intermediaries will require some manner of rota, I think we might call it, Shinandri declared, as their continued intervention and guidance is required to maintain our rather, unnatural state here. Perhaps Mynheer Telemmier—
I'll do it, broke in Andeka's voice, transmitted from whichever scale she was in. Don't worry, Idris. I'll sort it. We'll have my people on the scales. I'll rotate them on and off service. We'll have our Partheni ints on the eye itself, where their mechanical support is. They'll have to pull longer shifts, I think, to keep up,
but we can do it for long enough. We'll be ready. Just point us at the enemy.
The enemy. Idris felt that familiar old weight of depression settle on him again. Oh yes, we're here to do a genocide. Even as he thought it, the various couches of the machine came back online, the hivers skittering back from each in turn. Ahab was tap-tapping up, its great bulk curving and bludgeoning through the chamber to get to them.
We near to hunt, Idris. We bring the burning sword to them,
it trumpeted, and he wondered helplessly what Neramathi concept had just been humanized into that. They didn't look the type to have developed swords along their path from lost planet surface to space. I don't want to. But Shinandri was already bringing his suit up, the one that would keep his body going while he was in the machines for longer than was healthy. The scientist's grin was like a crescent-bladed knife. Idris felt the razor edges of it against his brain. He lacked the strength to fight the man, even to make it difficult to get the suit on him. He couldn't stand before them, after what had happened at Crux, after everything that had happened, from the obliteration of Earth onwards, and say, I don't want to exterminate the architects. Or rather, he'd already said it, mumbled it, muttered it under his breath, whispered it mutinously to himself. Nobody cared. He was just being used in someone else's war, the way it had always been, except this time it was his friends. He had been happier alone with the presence. Even as he thought of this, almost as if it was because he'd thought of it, he felt it move. Whatever distance there had been between it and the eye was suddenly being eaten up, as the presence decided to come and give them a proper look, expose them to its terrible existence, until their minds ablated away before the sheer fact of it. He heard a panicked babble from the Ints over comms, the Partheni pilots in the eye calling out shocked reports. The others, those without the double-edged senses, knew something was wrong, but not what. They'd die blind when the presence found them, but they'd still die. Idris wasn't sure which way was best. He reached for it. It was a terrible mistake, and yet, in that moment of hubris, he understood a great deal. As though the tide of the presence's onrushing filled every channel and cave of his mind. And then it went out again, dragging most of that knowledge with it. But there were pools and puddles left behind. The presence, the inhabitant of unspace, was real, no matter what they said. The intermediary's constant companion as they crossed the solitary spaces between star systems. The monster you'd get if you boiled down the nightmares of every sentient species and gave the resulting protean mass a will and a hunger. Utterly singular, unique and alone in the universe. Evolved or engendered or simply brought into being by the very axioms of unspace. It was singular for exactly the same reason that every journey in unspace, until now, always left each traveller alone. Because that was how unspace worked, and that was the cosmic heresy they were committing now, by coming here in each other's company. It was coming for them, charging headlong, more purposeful than Idris had ever known it. They were still together, but what did that mean for the presence? Idris had a sudden horrifying idea that if the presence entered their bubble of reality, they'd make it real too. Give it a physical form within the eye that would be so terrible to gaze upon, mere flesh couldn't tolerate it. Their bodies would shrink from it so utterly that they'd have to transform into something else entirely, robust enough to endure it. Turn to stone, pillars of salt. That swift, inexorable lunge towards them. Idris held Chris's hand, pulled Solace to him. He could hear someone swearing, others weeping, praying, Ahab roared, little more than static and feedback from its translator. Then, nothing. It had slipped past them. He had a sense of angry bafflement, more human interpretation placed on something that could never truly be penned in by human ideas. But it had found them, been about to make its presence very known, and then it was far off their trail, casting for a scent suddenly gone stale, and "Hurry, please," a voice Idris was frankly growing sick of. Harbinger Ash, standing there as if it had been with them all along, which it most definitely hadn't. "It will return, and most likely won't be evaded so readily. We are something new, and it doesn't know how to locate us within the unreal. But it will learn. First int shift into the machines, and take us to where the architects are." Afterwards, he went to find Ash. At the end of his shift, when they'd disconnected the hoses and confirmed all the observations he'd made before, back when the eye was still planetside, and after they had confirmed where the architects were, that knot of structure in unspace, and begun to move the eye towards it, all those int pilots, working together the way ints never did, feeding their minds into the nothingness of unspace, like fungal mycelia, finding the path between here and there, through a void where neither term had any objective meaning, taking them to their enemy. When the rest of the machine shift had gone to sleep, Idris went to find Ash, determined finally to get some answers. But finding Ash was always a mug's game. It wasn't as though it had a room, a bed, a place. It just turned up when least looked for and told you bad things. That was literally its defining role in human history. So when Idris found it, out where the vulture god had been docked, he could only assume that Ash intended the meeting too. "I want answers," he demanded, hands balled into ineffectual little fists. "Of course you do," Ash agreed, in that smooth, oh-so-human voice it could do. He'd heard it talking to a Hani ambassador once, making fiddling, chittering sounds, and somehow mimicking all the gestures of another physiology through economic motions of its one hand. Ash, the ultimate cosmopolitan. "I mean, you've got us here now," Idris pointed out. He tried to look past the dock, past the scales of the host, at the universe beyond. But he couldn't. It wasn't there. Logically, there must be a great, empty, open gap where he could look unaided into unspace with his fragile human eyes. It was all blind spot, though, out there. His mind refused to resolve any image of it, merely sliding his attention back to Ash. "Your big plan, or this iteration of it. Tell me you've not got this far with other species in the past and failed." Ash cocked its head, the sensory limb it pretended was its head, to one side, and said nothing. "I asked you if you were an originator once, didn't I?" Or he had certainly intended to. His scrambled brain couldn't remember if he had actually uttered the words. "Or maybe you're one of them, the masters. You're going against the rest, conscientious objector to the reworking of inhabited planets. Or are you going to pretend there is no them, no masters, just the architects, so you can dodge the morality of what you're doing?" He didn't think he'd get an answer, but Ash straightened up, losing all semblance of human form, and said, "There is a them. There are masters. Almost nobody works that out. You, and a couple of other intermediary-level species, and us. You? My people were not them. We were never the originators.
Because the originators are them, Idris pressed. I'm right, aren't I? I saw them. They're at the centre of unspace. There is a centre to unspace.
As though Ash wouldn't understand unless he laid it out logically.
The universe is on the outside. Unspace is the heart of it, and at the heart of unspace, them. I saw them, past the edge of the presence, like it's guarding them.
Or they hide, Ash said softly.
Or that, Idris agreed. But from the heart of everything you can see everything. It's like when I was looking into unspace, through the eye. Distance isn't the same as it is in the real. Why would it be? It's huge, but it's small. Smaller than the universe, obviously. It's inside the real. And if it wasn't smaller, then you couldn't travel faster through it. Stands to reason. From the centre, you can see all of it, if your eyes are good enough. You can perceive everything. All the way to the boundary with the real, where the throughways are. Like stitching, pulling the universe into shape. Not even roads to travel on, really. Except when someone puts that line of stitches in, it makes a path to follow. Just incidentally. And we thought they'd been made for us, for people like us, to move from place to place faster. So, why did they make them, Ash?
Ash spread its hand like a shrug. I don't know, Idris.
Seriously?
Some childish part of him had assumed Ash had all the answers.
Then what? Where do you even fit? I thought
that the creature knew it all, but was just being inscrutable, because it seemed in character. Ash didn't join the dots for you. It never had.
We were the greatest of the intermediaries, Ash told him. My people, of whom I am the last. That you know of. The last in the universe. Because I would know. We always knew. We were constantly amongst ourselves. We could speak across the whole of creation, with unspace as our sounding board. And we could travel. Our bodies are our brains, and our brains interact with space and unspace in ways no others ever could. You and St. Xavier, the Ogdru, the Castigar savants, none of you can imagine. We could go anywhere in the universe, just by willing it. So we went inwards, and we found them. And they were already set on their crusade. They had the architects as their tools, and they were watching for any sign of sentience deforming the firmament above them, so they could unleash their pets and obliterate it. But as soon as they became aware of us, we were their utmost priority. Whatever it is that they cannot abide in life and mind, we were the purest example. And whatever ideology or purpose they have, which sentience interferes with, it was most thoroughly aggravated by us. They hunted us down, as they have no species before or since, sending architects against each one of us personally. We were exterminated over the course of 1,000 years, until I could call out into the universe, and not a single voice sang back to me. That is what I am, Idris. Not a master, not an originator, not anything very significant at all. If I have ever pretended to be more, it was only because an air of mystery and power would make others listen to my warnings. I am just a survivor, and one who seeks to prevent the same fate befalling others. And revenge, Idris suggested. Ah, well, Ash said, I feel I am permitted a little revenge, am I not? Then why not attack the masters? Idris asked hoarsely, instead of the architects. Because they have their guardian standing between us and them, and we cannot face it, Ash said simply. Do you think the minds aboard this ship would survive its attentions close up? The architects are there, and even if their masters do find some other tools eventually, in 10,000 years' time, or 10 million, they will still have been hurt, and they will have been shown that they are not all-powerful. We cannot attack them, but we can cut off their hands. It must be enough. It isn't enough, Idris thought, and it is too much. But what did he know? He was only human. Then there was a panicked call over general comms.
Urgent emergency action required,
Kittering's voice, reed-thin and staticky from all the way up the well.
Unspace entry imminent.
No, why? Idris demanded. You need to stay in the reel. That's the point. You're our anchor there.
Architects,
Kittering insisted.
Emergence of architects approaching even now. Ollie is making calculations for unspace entry. Idris, they are after us. They followed us from Crux.
Chapter 24. Ollie. It wasn't as though the god had taken a direct hit over Crux after all, which was just as well, because you didn't tend to walk away from a full-on architecting. But when the monster had breached right up close to the eye, the resulting gravitic turmoil had popped a number of the ship's seams and systems out of joint. Ollie had been in too much of a hurry to get clear after the eye had gone, and had just given Junior its head, letting the Ogdru drag them away. When they'd emerged out of unspace after a fleeting nightmarish journey, the boards had been lit up with more red lights than carnival time in hell. She'd just sat there in the Scorpion's command pod, a cold sweat suddenly all over her, thinking about all the wrecks she'd seen where someone had tried an unspace insertion with a damaged ship. Well, fuck, she said, caught on the twin prongs of relief and horror about the sheer state of things. Where have you taken us, Junior? The Ogdru floated serenely in its tank. She let some food out for it, some of those unpleasant-looking chunks it liked. They were short of that, and she'd need to find somewhere with a kybernet where she could look up what else they could feed it. It wasn't as though they'd be going grocery shopping in the hegemony any time soon. By then, the god's abused navigation board was talking to her, and she answered her own question with, "Our send of nowhere." They were in deep space, not a star for 50 light-years and change. Junior had run for the wilderness, and she couldn't blame it. Kittering was talking down the well. Ollie tapped into comms and heard Chris's voice come to them like the woman's own ghost, distant and echoing, with a lot of creepy-ass distortion. Sounded like a chorus of damned souls complaining in the background every time Chris spoke. Jolly thought. But they were good, at least. Alive and still in existence, and so could get on and do the thing. Ollie let herself relax, just a little. Meanwhile, they had things to get on with too. Space alive, that state of being she was used to. It had been quite enough for her before the architects showed up again, and this crappy little salvager had somehow become the linchpin for saving the universe. Fucking Partheni. They had dicked her over one last time by having the appallingly bad judgment to get themselves atomized by an emerging architect, thereby meaning they couldn't take up the place of honour as anchor for this dumbass expedition. Ollie, on her way to her tool locker, paused for a moment, thinking about the way the judicious Valkyrie had become, loose threads, just spools of wire and lace. Fuck, she tried to say, but even that so familiar word wouldn't come out. She was shivering, she suddenly realised. The tentacles, Aklu's magic legs, twined, and their tips screeched against the drone bay walls like fingernails. Her breathing abruptly became too hard, too fast, and the medical telltales in the scorpion pod started to shout at her, trying to give her a calming shot, except she hadn't kept the drug reservoirs filled since forever. "Oh," she said. The architect tearing into the reel right on top of them, the ship coming apart. Nobody should have to witness something like that. But she was Oliantimo. She wasn't Idris, flying into pieces so fast he should have some sort of warning sticker slapped on his forehead. She'd gone through life without most of the standard complement of limbs, and she'd adjusted, which meant she was a tough son of a bitch and didn't get like this. Her haptics registered a touch on her pod. Just a small one. It was Kit, clinging to the wall to keep out of the restless writhing of her tentacles. He'd tapped her with one extended mouthpart. His shield arms bore screens that had a variety of cheery-looking icons on them, stylized human faces with broad smiles, human hands making what were frankly inappropriate gestures, but which he probably lumped in with encouraging signs. Symbols for various currencies, half a dozen human images signifying good luck, and a couple of utterly strange things that were probably Hanny equivalents. "Things are relatively good, within reason," Kittering suggested. Ollie looked into his crown of eyes, the little fixed orbs that had absolutely nothing of human contact in them, but was still him, her crewmate, her friend. "I wish Rollo was here, and this was his problem, the malingering bastard," she said. "The swish is heartily to be concurred with," Kit agreed. "You going to help me fix things?" "Likewise that." "Right then," said Ollie, feeling the shaking subside, the horror of it sink back down, just like that bastard feeling you got in Unspace. Not gone, but not too close for now. She ran up a triage list with the ease of long practice, knowing her ship and what parts of it would patiently wait for her, and which were the demanding bastards who would get shouty and possibly explosive if they weren't sorted out sharpish. Then she and Kit picked out all the serious toys from the tool locker and set to work, mending where they could mend, making do where they couldn't, rerouting around systems that would require actual miracles to resurrect, shrinking the ship's world, doubling up, straining the bits that were still labouring on because of all the bits that weren't. "This ship," she said to Kit when they took a break to chow down on their diminishing stores, "is not a two-hander. Not even with goddamn technical geniuses like you and me." Kittering had his own lists of what they needed. Supplies and parts for the ship, fuel for the reaction drives, some particularly fiddly and expensive components that the gravitic drive was going to need sooner rather than later, bulk material for the printers, organic and otherwise. Ogdru kibble. "We need to get somewhere civilized," Ollie said. "Somewhere we can barter." Kit made a mournful sound with his mouthparts. "A lack of satisfaction with vessel finances. We are not being paid." That might have sounded mercenary, or could just have been taken as typically Hanny, given that honest commercial transactions were what their culture really valued. But it was also true. Nobody had offered them a remunerative contract to save the universe, and nobody had magically stopped a leaky old ship from costing way too much. "Junior, we're going to need to jump sometime soon," Ollie said. Of course the Ogdru couldn't hear her, but she was simultaneously working with the cobbled-together interface that linked her to the tank. And Junior was raring to go, apparently. It was corkscrewing and diving within the sphere of water, increasingly agitated. Just like before, when... She felt the lurch. She was no int, and would never have those brain-gouging senses Idris had been saddled with. Something in her clenched, though, when the architect breached. It wasn't even close to them. When she dropped her focal point into the vulture god's sensor suite, she saw it way out, only its mass shadow betraying it was out here, where there wasn't even a star to reflect off its crystal hide. And just sitting there. Maybe architects did this all the time. Came out to where nobody ever was, just to get some peace and quiet. Except there was a lot of empty universe, and here it was, within 1,000 million clicks of the vulture god. It was here, for them. And now the god's tentative sensor probes were even picking up scarring and damage on the thing, the vast stress fractures left over from Partheni mass looms. It had come from Crux. They know! She felt her heart jump to double time, and all the shakes queuing up to take her in their teeth. But she didn't have time for that. Not now. Because it was out there, and it was moving. Just lazily for now. Not even straight towards them. But casting about for a scent. Kit! Yes, yes! He had already skittered himself off to the command pod. She saw the god's key systems flare into life, one after another, a bare minimum of safety checks before each. He was talking down the well again, warning them. Ollie was already negotiating with Junior, but right now the Ogdru was absolutely on message, very keen to get the hell away. And then they were into unspace. And Kit was gone, and Junior was gone. Just the great vacant water sphere of its tank hanging above her. Ollie held on, mentally, and via Aklu's magic legs, physically. She waited, feeling the aloneness creeping in on her, and beyond it, the infinitely worse not aloneness. Even though she'd done this before, when there wasn't time to get snug into suspension, it never got easier. Her breathing started to become more and more rapid, and claustrophobia clutched at her. For someone living in the close confines of the Scorpion pod, that was really going to be a problem. The universe was crunching in on her. She was the centre of its attention, cupped within its fist, and its fingers were closing, and they were out. Just a short hop. She was embarrassed to find herself crying, actually sobbing on open comms. What Kit made of that, she had no idea. But she got herself in hand. She was Olian Timo. She didn't have emotional vulnerabilities like regular people. She was the tough one. Fuck! Kit? Where's here? New Kismayo is what the local Kybernet is telling us. Ollie screwed up her face for a moment. Mining dive. Another resource system picked up by the same cartography jaunt that had discovered Crux. Another brief jump, and she'd told Junior they needed civilization. New Kismayo would have to stand in for that right now. And what about... A yawning moment of dread. Waiting. No indication of unspace disturbance. The Ogdru's behaviour? Junior? She glanced up. The creature was circling placidly enough, rippling up to the tank's liquid edge to goggle at her. Quiet. Likelihood of pursuit? I have no goddamn idea, Kit. Get onto the locals and see what they can give us. I'll keep fixing. And she did, keeping idle track of Kit as he sent his requisition lists into the company store on New Kismayo. Some of it they had right away, others they could possibly buy from other locals and sell on to the god. It wasn't cheap, because the miners were spacers, just like Ollie and Kit, and it wasn't as though they were sitting on great stocks of spare spaceship parts, or even a big old vat of raw printer stodge. They were hostages to the unreliable supply ships from other worlds, and further worlds still, the whole tenuous network of transit and transport that the architects were carving their way through. Ollie had to remind herself forcibly that when Earth fell, humanity had survived worse. If they could make it through the polyaspera, they could survive this. And if Idris and the rest do their job, maybe it won't be for much longer. She listened to Kittering pulling out every stop, jollying them along, playing We're All Spaces Here, locating a local Hanny minister, and making some sort of pledge she didn't quite understand, in return for that worthy's influence. They'd already started loading a shuttle down on the mining colony's single planet-side dock.
I will personally find some rich Hugh bastard and shake them until money falls out when this is done, Ollie promised him. We will not do all this for free. I'll force them to make a golden statue of us, and we can melt it down and live off the proceeds, see right?
Right, Kit agreed vehemently. The Hanny sincerely believed in altruism, and they equally sincerely believed altruism should be rewarded. Amazing how often the high and mighty of Ollie's own species got forgetful when that second point turned up on the agenda. One of the many things the miners on New Kismayo didn't have was ready-packaged Ogdru food, and another was any information at all on Ogdru. Hardly surprising, given Ollie had barely heard of the things before one of them had hunted the god all over the galaxy that one time, and now she'd inherited one, which was something of a responsibility. She took samples of the tank water thoughtfully and analysed the trace proteins, trying to build up a picture of Junior's biology from first principles. At first, she thought that intrusion was what had got the Ogdru riled up. A second later, her heart clenched, and she told Kit, "We need to get out. Takeoff of the shuttle is just being accomplished." "No, Kit, out now! It's still coming for us!" A fraught silence. She thought of New Kismayo, its miners and traders, and everyone living down there. Did we just murder the planet by being here? Junior was desperate to go, and Ollie heard Kittering babbling quick apologies both to the planet-side authorities and down the well to the Eye. Then the architect rolled out of unspace. Not even the same one, she saw, without the same scars and damage. They were clearly hunting the vulture god as a pack, a whole net of them closing in on her. They fell into unspace again, despair closing over Ollie, like the sea. Havea. He still wasn't quite sure where he stood, in terms of ideology, status, and employment anyway. Where he stood physically was in an office within the Intervention Board orbital over Berlenhof, one of the offices for peripatetic staff, a central workspace hub with compact little living cubbies radiating off it. 3 other Mordant House staff were there at the moment, sitting with slates held close, doing non-secure admin and filing, but still not trusting to use projected displays that someone might eyeball too closely. Habits of the trade. They didn't stare at Havea like he'd grown extra heads. He wasn't infamous throughout the service as the man who... Who what? Betrayed Earth? Apparently not. He still had no hard answer to the question of just how Larry and her final jaunt was regarded right now, and how the Ark Builders were viewed in service, or in the upper echelons of Hugh. He was beginning to suspect that was because there just weren't answers yet. Everyone was trying to work out which the right side of history was, so they could pretend to have been on it all along. Which meant that he, Agent Havea Mundi, might yet turn out to have been the bad guy, and to retrospectively have been the man who... But right now, he was just drifting along, a piece of the machine nobody was going to trust too much weight to, but simultaneously, nobody was going to replace just yet either. He'd been debriefed. The same tentative Goldilocks approach of not too hot and not too cold. Diljat had overseen it. She'd been cordial enough. He'd told the truth as he understood it. He hadn't kept anyone's secrets. They knew everything that Havea had known about the cartel, the Eye, the Partheni, the Ascaros. Not knowing what preconceptions and prejudices he was supposed to play to had been weirdly liberating. And then they'd decanted him here. He wasn't permitted to travel to the remarkably similar cramped space he called home, or to go down planetside to the sights of Berlenhof, although he found an almost crippling desire within himself to do so. There were a lot of planets out there that weren't habitable, or even planet-shaped anymore, and he wanted to see Berlenhof again in case he didn't get another chance. He was filing reports. That was what one did when one came back to Mordaunt House. He'd been away longer than usual, and gone further off the beaten path than most, but that just meant the paperwork was more onerous. Some things never changed. He was even getting a handful of consultation prompts from across the agency, the more in-tune operatives tapping him for his take on recent events. Apparently, some people thought he was an expert on the hegemony now, just because he'd been on Arc Palator and worked with the late and unlamented Aklu the Unspeakable, whose fit of pique at being dethroned had just about atomized everything at Estoc, shipyards, Arc Fleet, all of it. Someone had just pinged Havea a query, asking if Hugh shouldn't be filing a formal complaint with the hegemony about it, and Havea sat there, dictating a remarkably calm response, explaining why that would be unlikely to help. Then the top priority requisition came in from Diljat, and he left the workspace, walking a short distance through 2 security checks to the inner offices, as though he wasn't under suspicion of anything at all. "We've got a situation." Diljat's own office workspace was heavily ornamented. He hadn't seen it before, and was surprised. He'd taken her for one of the clear-desk, tidy-mind school of agent, but there were projected patterns and holographic objects everywhere. Nothing physical, which she'd have to shove in a box if there was a departmental reorganization, but a lot of colour and design, following a distinct Baroque aesthetic. "What's up?" She was sitting on a cushion with a low table in front of her, already displaying the standard stylized throughway projection everyone used. He took a seat opposite her, at her invitation. "Characterize your relations with the crew of the salvage ship—" "Vulture God," he finished for her. "Seems like all anyone wants from me is my friends these days." "You'd say friends, then?" "Actually, no, not really. They probably don't think of me as an enemy. Anymore," he considered. "All right, Ollie Antimo probably still does. I got on all right with Almier, the lawyer. What have they done now?" "Report from New Kismayo, hot off the packet ship." She opened it up on his side of the little table, and he ran through it with professional efficiency. "And this one," she added, even as he did so, "from Koschai Orbital over Grand Imperial Litskva." The first was a mining colony. The second was an exceptionally fancy name attached to a small science station and a community of hermits. Could you have a community of hermits? According to the brief, you could. They both told similar, eye-opening stories. The Vulture God had turned up in system, started a hurried attempt to trade for fuel and supplies, and, in the Koschai station case, some weird-as-hell protein chains. Then the architect had turned up out-system, and lazily starting to move in. Cue the usual panic, and everyone running for the docks. The miners and the scientists would probably have been able to make it off entire, given both systems' low population, though Havea guessed the hermits would have been fucked unless they'd all got together for the annual Hermit Spaceport tour or something. Except, after the god fell off into unspace, like any sensible ship would do, the architect hung about just for a short while, as though considering its life choices, and then did likewise. Neither planet was reworked. It was as though the world-wrecking monsters suddenly had higher priorities. Havea was mathematician enough to put 2 and 2 together, given that much help with the figures. "We've sent a cartography corps vessel with a very good int, Demi-Ulo, in fact, one of the last of the old guard, outranging. Ulo reported just an hour ago as we speak now. Claims architects have been here and here and here." Locations were picked out on the throughway map, but off the throughways, so not actually that helpful in terms of the physical universe, save that Diljat was trying to indicate locations proximate to New Kismayo and Litskva. Says she can feel the echo of them, or some damn thing, and who am I to say she's wrong? Diljat shrugged. So. She shifted the view, magnifying and restyling one part of the map. Crux here. Kismayo, Litskva, Ulo's other data points. And we've had our best data analysts, as well as a handful of contracted Hiva number jugglers, making predictions that basically give us a limited set of points. A predictable course, you think? I wouldn't have thought there was enough information. Diljat laughed bleakly. If it was just the vulture god, no. But it's not. Here's the rest of the puzzle. A scatter of additional points, time-stamped. A progression. A steadily closing horizon moving towards possible destinations. Architect sightings in populated systems, coming out of unspace, panic, screaming. You know how it is? Then just gone. While we prefer that to the whole planet destruction, it's got everyone spooked. But now we know. They're closing a net, Agent Mundy. That one ship has got them chasing all over for it. It's Typhoid Mary, is what it is. A plague ship. And they're obviously desperate to dock somewhere and resupply. But we can't have them anywhere near us, not with the baggage they're bringing. Who knows when one of those architects will decide it can spare the time for a little redecoration, Maybe the only reason they haven't yet is because the ships only turned up at peasant small places. A selection of highlighted throughway junctions. Here are the major population centres within a short unspaced jaunt of where they're gadding about. And they're not even working via the throughways. They've got that int pilot of theirs. Or the hegemonic critter, Havea agreed. At her look, he said, Telemmier was on the eye. He'll be doing the other thing. She shrugged. Our unspace maths boys and the liaison board people don't think there is another thing. They believe this neuromathy and the whole idea is just so much poppy dust. Something must have shown on his face, because she managed a sympathetic smile. I know it's what your chief died for. I also know that we piss about through unspace all the time, have done for over a century, and our theoretical understanding of it isn't anywhere near complete. You can bet they're all going over everything this Shenandri character ever had published back when he was a respectable academic, and I reckon he's gone a way further since he went rogue, after partnering up with the Neuromath at the originator base. So who knows? I'm just saying that our brain boys don't believe it. I believe it, Havea said firmly, to his own surprise. He wasn't sure if it was loyalty to Larry or to the others, the God Crew, Kulvari, and all the Hivers, and everyone else who'd suffered to make the dream into a reality. Diljat nodded, regarding him steadily. The department has need of you, Agent Mundy. You're being recalled to active service because of your unique perspective on the events and the people who are currently the biggest pain in Hugh's collective ass. It was, Havea considered, a title that Ollie Timo would have been proud of. Ollie. The time before, there had been an architect already waiting for them. Ollie had been preparing herself to tackle the most urgent items on the fix-it list and to get the working parts of the solar array spread out to recharge the god's tanks, and there the monster had been. Just patiently there, as though it had made an appointment and was too polite to point out that the god was running late. She'd wanted to scream at it, but it wouldn't have helped. Right then, it wouldn't even have helped her. Instead, she was immediately plotting a new course, even though that had become more and more of an academic pursuit, since Junior had ideas of its own about where was best to go. And now, they were out in the real again, with no architect. Or no architect yet. Kit? She could speak to Kit again, now he actually existed for her, rather than it just being her rattling about in the tin can, listening for the stealthy footfall of the thing that wasn't there. She'd been in and out of unspace too much recently, unprotected by suspension, and when she felt that presence, it wasn't as though it reset every time they returned to the real. Sometimes it picked up right where it had left off the moment they ducked back under. Ince, she knew, had a superhuman ability to brush that shit off, but she'd never been intended for this kind of jockeying around. Next trade request is formulated, Kittering confirmed. He'd been working on a kind of super-condensed trade offer that was also kind of a warning, and possibly even an extortionist's threat. Lovely colony you've got here. Shame if an architect happened to it. Get us the stuff on our list, because you really don't want us sticking around. Not exactly their proudest moment, but it was that or end up stuck somewhere when they didn't have even the modest amount of power required to drop into unspace. Once they couldn't keep running, and the architects caught them, that would be the end of anchor, wellhead, eye, host, and all those other dumbass words everyone was throwing around as if they meant anything. Junior wanted to pop them out into the deep void again, and from a point of view of not recklessly endangering other people, that would have made perfect sense. From the perspective of being convenient for the growing list of things Ollie couldn't fix or fabricate aboard ship, however, the utter middle-of-space nowhere was a problem. Except both times they'd tried actually to trade with someone, that someone had been bureaucratic and resistant to being hurried. Enough that the architects had turned up to ruin the deal before it could be finalised, which left them, as far as she could see, with only one way to get what they needed: cut through the red tape. So this time, at her insistence, they'd come out somewhere populated. It wasn't actually where she'd wanted Junior to take them, which was an industrial facility with a large hiver presence, where she reckoned they might get a decent reception. Junior had grasped the idea about going where the people were, though, and taken them to Oskit Niarikan, Kittering told her, as she fought over the pronunciation. Local Kybernet said there were well over 7 million souls down there, which meant a fairly sparsely populated world, but that was still a big number to go down in history as having been murdered by an architect unleashed on them by the crew of the Vulture God. They were mostly Hanny, too, despite being within colonial space. Ollie had a brief moment of hoping that would help because, hey, Kit was a Hanny too, except she was a human, and it hadn't helped them hurry things along with the humans of New Kismayo, or that other place with the stupidly long name. Send them the thing, she told Kit. No time to fuck around. Send it to them, and then just keep telling them how everything's going to crap unless we get what we want. If it helps to make us the bad guys, make us the bad guys. We are absolutely intergalactic terrorists holding them to ransom. Just tell them to be quick. He wasn't happy about it. She wasn't happy about it. Oskit Niarikan was green and blue, with nice tufty clouds. There were enormous aquaculture farms down there, the Kybernet told her happily, locations of extraordinary natural beauty, which probably meant something different to Hanny. There was also some sort of live entertainment enterprise, renowned across Hanalambra culture, although she didn't quite get what it was or how it worked. It looked like competitive melodrama from the brief media type that turned up. As Kittering continued haranguing the Kybernet, she tried the well. Don't know how long we'll be here, she told whoever might be listening. Not long, I'm sorry. The fuckers are after us. I have to keep running. Ollie! The distant, distorted voice belonged to Chris. We're here. Yeah, I hear you. You're there. No! For a moment Chris was gone, and Ollie braced for a sudden and unwelcome guest in system, but there was no architect, and Chris came back. "No, we're here, if here is even the word. We're in the same frame of reference as the architect nursery." Ollie choked. "That mean we're done? Blow the joint and we all go home?" "Ahab and Ash are working with the Ints to do whatever they're doing. Don't understand it myself. It's like higher maths crossed with planetary bombardment over here. But they're working on it, whenever you're in the real and they can actually talk to each other." "And Idris?" A sigh so achingly familiar that Ollie felt it like physical pain. "Oh, you know Idris. Could use him up here if you don't need him. Sick of me and Junior having to do his job between us." "Oh, we need him, but he—" A shrug Ollie couldn't see but definitely imagined. "Not happy." "Miserable fucker never is. OK, you sit tight and do your very hard sums. We'll give you all the time we can. Kit?" she prompted, keeping a wary eye on Junior. The Ogdru was sulking at the moment, rolling around in the upper reaches of its tank. "Planetside and orbital authorities are not being cooperative," Kittering lamented. "Tell them! They are told!" he snapped at her, his translator sounding genuinely human comprehensible angry. "In all possible ways, a telling of them has been accomplished. They are raising numerous trees of branching objections questioning our veracity." Junior twitched. Ollie gritted her teeth, the roil of tentacles below her beginning to coil and twist in sympathy. "Tell them to have it ready to send up, because company's coming." Then a message turned up, out of the blue. Not from the world or its orbitals, not on the standard Hanny domestic channels. A recorded message, using Hugh government protocols. A familiar name. "This is Agent Havea Mundi of the Intervention Board. This message is intended for the crew of the Vulture God, wherever you should turn up. I understand you are in need of resupply. I am sending you coordinates." And old-fashioned galactic references. No mere chain of throughways to get there. "Meet me there," ran Mundy's message. "We'll have at least some of what you need, in exchange for answers." Chapter 25. Idris. 2 of the Ints had died getting here. Both of them were colonial. The new class rushed out by the liaison board after it was clear their regular stock in trade were ineffective in finding common ground with architects. One of their on-duty pilots had suffered a colossal brain embolism, and the other's autonomic systems had just stopped doing all the many things a human metabolism needed them to do. In both cases, the consequences had been sudden and severe enough that the substantial medical technology on hand was left flat-footed and useless. Plenty of others had suffered serious biofeedback that they had survived. What had been a well-planned rota to give every Int a chance to rest, except Idris, who couldn't, had collapsed into slinging out each healthy Int the moment they were ready, because there were so many recuperating at any one time. All in all, the fact they'd lost only 2 to comprehensible medical emergencies was probably a victory over the forces of death and entropy. And it wasn't the most disturbing part. That would be the 3 Ints who had simply not come back when everything else had, as the Vulture God had re-entered the real after one of its scurrying evasions back up on the surface. They had been plugged in and navigating unspace. 2 of them from the scales of the host, the other in the Eye's big machines. And it had happened during the god's first unplanned evasion, after the architect had followed it from Crux. They had been within unspace, protected by the wellhead bubble, and projecting themselves beyond it to grope their way towards the architect nursery. But then the god had dropped into unspace itself, collapsing the bubble, and they had found themselves in unspace while projecting themselves further into it too, suddenly completely exposed. And they hadn't come back from it, as though the iterated layers of unreality had been piled too high, toppling over and crushing them. The really problematic thing, Idris considered, was that they hadn't been the only ones actively navigating when the god had dived, and everyone had ended up alone in the vacant spaces. It wasn't as though those nested layers of unreality automatically led to extinction. Others had come through fine, which meant that those who had vanished had been taken, not just fallen out of the universe. Their exposure had opened them up to the thing that was outside, and it had come for them. So they now made sure to terminate all INT operations the moment Kit or Ollie sent down word they were on the move. Nobody wanted to join the list of the disappeared. It had been hard, too, navigating in fits and starts, trying to pick up where they'd left off against the incomprehensible non-structure of unspace, trying to calculate their passage across the curvature of unreality. Idris had attempted so many metaphors as he fought to explain to Chris and Solace what they were doing. It was easier just to imagine it as travelling, as though there was an actual place they were trying to reach, and the INTs were just drawing maps and consulting compasses. In which case, they'd arrived. He'd made sure he was in the machine to get the best view. Even just with his bare brain, he could feel it out there, a sensation like the pull of stitched wounds or burn-tautened skin inside his mind. Distantly, he could hear the voices of the others, Chris and Solace asking what was out there, trying to get the eyes-cobbled-together systems to model it in a way they could understand. Shinandri reading off gibberish data in his quick, uneven voice. More closely, a handful of the other INTs were making observations, trying to understand what was snarling unspace in front of them. Hesitant, broken sentences strung together by a cartilage of ellipses and question marks. And Ahab, in its own machine. Ahab, who wasn't an INT, but had a dozen conduits feeding its implants with data, probing the twisted fabric of unspace like a blind man, a vengeful blind man who finally feels the throat of his enemy beneath his fingers. Idris opened himself to the outside and understood. A moment of utter clarity, seeing how it all fitted together and functioned, recognizing the differences between this and the throughways, those other structured parts of unspace. There was plenty of complexity up at the very surface of the unreal, adjacent to regular space. Mass shadows and the weird distorting stipple of all the thinking minds in the universe, and the connective tissue tying it all together like a mad theorist's string. The throughways that the originators had built, that tugged the universe into or out of shape. Artificial. The work of a thinking mind, even if the scale was beyond anything humans or Hanny or even the hegemony could conceive of. A piece of civic engineering the size of the universe, and for purposes utterly unknown. The architect nursery wasn't like this. He understood that now too. He had wondered if the architects were the hivers of unspace, slaves by creation rather than subjugation, not that there was much moral distance between the two. After all, he was damn sure that the originators, the throughway builders, and the masters of the architects were all one and the same, crouching there at the centre of unspace and doing whatever the hell they did. Now he saw it close up, or at least the eye's focus had been brought entirely to bear on it, he decided this was something natural. A persistent complexity within unspace's structure, like the red-eye storm persisting amidst a gas giant's turbulence. They'd observed plenty of walls, currents, and momentary landmarks already. Unspace threw up patterns, but it usually took them down just as quickly, the spawn and prey of chaos mathematics. Except, he thought, sometimes, vanishingly rare, a pattern of energy information and force arose that by its very nature perpetuated itself, perhaps for a minute, perhaps for a decade, perhaps forever. It was a twist in the underlying structure of unspace, a distorted point that had copied itself until there was a whole close-knit constellation of aberrant, unreal landscape generated there, and the complex topography of that landscape interacted with unspace in a way that produced life, minds, whatever an architect was. The vast crystal monoliths of the real were just thought and complex distortion here, because that was all anything was in unspace. Step off a throughway, and you needed a mind just to keep yourself this side of not existing at all. And mind had arisen in the depths of unspace. Then, because mind was also the tool you needed to start manipulating unspace, that arisen mind had begun working on its native environment, building, spreading more of itself. Possibly the nexus that had generated the first architect would have snapped back into the background nothingness long ago, had the architects themselves not worked to perpetuate and expand it. He could not imagine what it was like. It wasn't as though baby architects were born, little formless knots of intent, and then slowly grew into their colossal, murderous adult selves. He could see the process in real time, the convolutions of unspace, and he understood that they were architects in negative. Then, over time, the architects themselves would accrete within them, building up complexity and structure until a threshold was crossed, and a full architect would come into being, where a moment before there had just been dust and the distortion of unreal space. Like a spider's web in reverse, pulled tight purely by the competing demands of its own structure, strung with cocoons, but instead of dead prey, these would each unravel, so that the insect could push its way out. They pulled everyone out of the machines then. Ollie and Kit were giving them a decent span of time right now, and Shinandri, Ahab and Ash had all their data. About half their ints also needed medical treatment, for old traumas or new. Idris stared at his arm, the one he was missing, remembering it being there in unspace, and not immediately recalling why it was absent now. He sat at the back. All the medically fit ints were either physically there in the machine room of the eye, or listening in from the scales. And Idris Telemmier was taking the lead, as she often did now, and she'd defer to Idris if he opened his mouth. He knew that. She looked over at him for his nod or frown, but he gave her nothing. He couldn't make himself actively consent to what they were doing, and at the same time, he couldn't fault the logic. Who was he to stand before Ash or Ahab and tell them they had no right? He watched Andeka and 3 other selected ints get into the machines under Dr. Shinandri's direction. A hand came down on his shoulder. He looked back and saw Solace, flinched, expecting her to ask why it wasn't him, why he wasn't doing his duty like a good soldier. But she said nothing, just kept her hand on the thin fabric of his tunic, until a little comfort began to leach in with the warmth. "I'm sorry," she said. "Not enough to do anything." "We do terrible things," Solace told him. "That's what people do to survive. It's like during the war, people having to work out how best to evacuate a world, having to decide who's allowed to go and who stays to die. Human history in space is a series of terrible moments." "That logic," he said, "leads to the Ascaro Ark Fleet. It leads to your exemplar Mercy and her coup. Because once you start doing terrible things because you had no choice, then next time round you do terrible things because you want to. And the precedent is set. This is a terrible thing we are doing through choice." "Whole worlds, Idris. Inhabited worlds, every time. Even now there could be a planet being reshaped. You know this."
"I know,"
hissing through his teeth, fighting hard to stop himself shouting it at all of them. They hadn't been there, none of them. When he'd met the architects, mind to mind, over Far Lux, over Berlenhof, as alien an intellect as there ever was, and yet he'd found common ground with it. At his plea, it had bucked under the hand of its masters. In the situation of Far Lux, he'd made them realise the cost of what they were doing, and the architects had valued those infinitesimal grains of mind and life enough that they'd gone away for half a century, until the whip hand had found them again and driven them back to their bloody work. At Berlenhof he'd begged, and the planet's executioner had refused to do its duty. They were not wicked. They were not cruel. They were victims, the victims of the originators. And now ours. He owed it to them to at least stand up and shout out his disagreement. But everyone had heard it all before. And what would it achieve? So he sat at the back and watched it all happen, knowing it made him an accomplice. Sat and hoped for the voice of Kit to come down the well and tell them the god needed to get out of town again, so they'd have to call the whole experiment off. It didn't happen, though, and he felt the grotesque wrongness as Andeka and the others plucked at the fabric of unspace. He felt them take Shinandri and Ahab's equations, which they'd been adjusting and reworking furiously since the eye came down the well, and apply them, like knives, to the taut strings of the architect colony. And if this maths gets out, it will be used elsewhere. He could see exactly how one could dismantle a throughway in the same way. We could sever the universe from itself, exile a system so that only Ints could find it. Closing his eyes, he noticed Solace's hand clench on his shoulder. He understood that, just as the architects didn't explode planets, or hurl them into stars, or tear them bodily apart, this wasn't violence either. The architects painstakingly remodeled planets into precise configurations. It was almost the opposite of violence, so gentle, so careful. If 5 billion people died, well, it was the price of art, wasn't it? And here, what they'd planned out, the maths, the careful application of thought like scalpel blades, making use of the fundamental desire of unspace just to snap back to its baseline level of entropy. Any kind of structure was unnatural to it. Snarls and vortices arose all the time, but dissipated just as rapidly. Except, as thought was the common currency of unspace, these storms generated life, sentience, sapience. Perhaps there were thinking beings here who howled into existence for mere fractions of a second before being scattered to the winds. But in this place, thinking life had taken root, grown itself a colony, nurtured more of itself. All those scattered points pulling at one another, the whole held under tension, held in shape. The shape itself was the thing that generated architects. A cry of triumph came from Shinandri. Idris felt the first thread part. The nearest cluster of points, the dense convolution of information, like a protein's folded structure, sprang apart. No, sprang out of existence, cut away from the rest, releasing its energy in a shock wave that had half the Ints clutching at their heads. Idris just clenched his jaw against it, seeing the damage they'd done, a little fraction of the architect colony that now wasn't there anymore. They'd struck their blow. The first of many. Shinandri was then talking excitedly about where to cut next, the surgery that would carve this cancer out of the universe. Each cut required the most meticulous planning, or else the blade would find no purchase. The next shift of ints were proposed to carry that killing maths to the enemy. Idris walked over to one of the machines, even as Jane helped Andeka out of it. He heard Solace call after him, but he just lay down in it and let its hungry interface clutch his mind, wanting to see with the augmented sight the eye could give him, to witness what they'd done. It wasn't sight, and he didn't use his eyes, but his brain made images to account for the probability gradients and the dynamic forces and the sheer unreality of it. He envisaged the architect nursery like a web hanging over him, and tried to make it as unpleasant as possible. A great dusty expanse of spiderweb against the dark cellar ceiling of some abandoned house. He attempted to make it a bad thing, so that it was a good thing they were destroying it. A web which they'd lifted a tiny knife to, very precisely, and severed a strand or two. And a small section was just loose and trailing ends now. It was the tension, the interaction of forces that made the web. Without that, it was just bad string. Revealed by that springing apart, where they'd cut, he saw the other damage. If they had applied the knife, this was as though someone had reached out with a match. A part of the nursery not just snapped back into non-existence, but burned like a brand. A scar on the colony's structure, barren, and forever impossible to forget or ignore. Even as he saw it, they were hauling him out of the machine. Ollie had called down the well after all, at just the wrong time. Too late to stop Shinandri's experiment, too soon for Idris's own investigation. He'd discovered something new, except now everyone was too busy to talk about it, and soon they'd just be gone. Unspace the old-fashioned way, where everyone went alone. Unspace without the eye's protections to stand between him and the presence that still prowled out there. Solace saw it in his face. She started moving, heading for him, hand reaching out. He met her eyes. Her mouth was open, her hand inches from his, as though it would accomplish anything. Then she was gone. They all were. Ollie and Kit had taken the god back into unspace to dodge the architects, and under no circumstances should any int just hop into one of the machines and go spelunking. But Idris returned to the coffin seat of the machine, and connected to it again, feeling the blissful quiet of solitude, and beyond it, the first slow uncoiling of the other. He fell beyond the stone sanctum of the eye, and beyond the gravitic bubble generated by the scales of the distributed alien vessel. Out beyond. At the same time, he was still present, locked away in the prison of his physical body, that increasingly unreliable and piecemeal shell. Visualizing himself descending, like a diver with a weighted belt, into the crepuscular depths of unspace, as if the heart of everything, all the way down there, was shrouded in night and cold and crushing pressure. But that was where he had to go. It was where they dwelt, the ones he needed to find and confront, make them acknowledge his species and the destruction they were doing, make them understand so they'd not do it anymore, no matter what Ash said. End the war. And a more final end than simply robbing them of their weapons. A kinder end than murdering their slaves. The presence heaved down there, amorphous, reaching. Their guardian, the many-headed dog at the gates of the abyss. A terror. The concept of it made flesh. Because thought was strength here in unspace. So why shouldn't abstract concepts be given form and mass and reaching tentacles? Up it rose, the kraken woken, baleful in its fury. Ollie and Kit would know it too, if they'd had no chance to get to the suspension couches. As the pair of them trusted to their Ogdru navigator to hustle them through the surface waters of unspace, each of them alone, and each of them hunted. But they all of them had so much more clear water between them and the presence than Idris did. Idris, in the machines, and active in unspace, while the bubble was gone. He swam in the thing's very shadow, and it knew him. It felt him more acutely than all the other myriad intrusions, than it felt every individual vessel across the universe that dared break the surface tension and dart into its domain. It reached for all of them simultaneously. A singular beast, with an attention that could divide and subdivide, Hydra heads multiplying, and yet all leading back to the same monster. All these things were just convenient masks the human imagination fabricated because the presence was the unthinkable, the thing nobody could face and remain sane and whole. Of all the many things in the universe it hated Idris most of all. He felt the icy chill of it reach for his heart. He was sinking into its very grasp, down in the depths. At the same time, within the arc, he felt it oil its sinuous way past the scales, finding entry, lurching and shambling through the halls of the eye. He heard the flapping, slapping echo of its half-formed footsteps come to him from far away, but getting closer. In his mind, it took shape. Something humanoid, something dead but animate. Something with the faces of everyone he'd failed, left behind and disappointed. The faces of everyone who'd tried to use him or hurt him, and from whom he'd never had closure. All the jagged, broken edges of his long life, grinding together like teeth, come to chew him up and spit him out. He heard it call his name. Of course, he didn't really hear it call his name. No long drawn-out Idris, echoing through the empty spaces of the eye, all in his head. And yet, if there was any human being at all that the presence might know, it was him. He'd been its prey so long. There had been times before when he dreamt it was talking to him. When he was desperate, when he was hurt, talking in the voices of the dead and the living. Idris, from just a room away. The knowledge of its closeness was absolutely intolerable, and yet somehow he clung on, tolerating it, feeling with preternatural acuteness all the commands he could give to the machine he was set in, that would have it misfire, starve his brain, or poison his blood. Jane's rough and ready engineering wasn't big on safety protocols. She hadn't really safeguarded against someone using her work to commit suicide, and he could see 7 different ways of doing it. And one room away, the presence took another step closer, with a sucking, decaying sound. He flinched from it. Then, outside, he fell, and it was all around him in the darkness, a forest of weaving arms like the tendrils of jellyfish, soft, hideously soft, waiting to be touched and triggered, waiting to drag him down to where it waited. A death that would be agony and forever. Better to end it. Better to sever his lifeline now, tear off all the tissue-thin flummery that was protecting him from the pressure and the freezing water. Do it, Idris. It's better that way. He wasn't a brave man. He'd lived his life scared. Scared because, when he was a child, his species was being hunted to extinction by the architects, always on the run, ship to shore, to ship again. Scared because he was small and weak. Then scared later on because they'd made him into something ghastly and only semi-functional, throwing him into unspace over and over, because there was a war on, and he was a weapon. Show him a Voyeni with a fist pulled back. Show him a gun, a battle, some ravenous alien animal or plant, he'd cower or flee. The coward Idris Telemmier, a man of no appreciable backbone. You couldn't rely on him, everyone knew. A wretched little weasel of a man. But this... Everyone was scared of unspace. Everyone who sensed the presence knew it as terror incarnate. Unreality was the great leveller. But all the terrible things they'd done to him during the war had served to make him as adapted as a human could possibly be to this grotesquely inhospitable place. The presence groped blindly for him in the dark. Its malformed bulk loomed in the doorway of the machine room, unseen but impossible to ignore. Idris let the water carry him aside, and the force of his mind drag him down past those arms. Let the fact of that unwelcome company slide off the surface of his mind. Idris, it said, and he knew his own name. It was his, one of the last remaining parts of the person he'd once been, before all the surgery and the drugs. It grew nearer, lurching across the machine room, moaning his name, appalling, closer and closer, turning the screw of his revulsion and horror until literally anything would be preferable to having it there. Until death, any death, even the most painful and drawn out, would be better. But he took the unreal geometry and pushed all the sliders to maximum, making its progress towards him a Zeno's paradox, where it covered half the distance and then half the distance, closer and closer, but not quite reaching him every time. He fell past it, picturing the scarred flank of some beast so vast that, if he'd had a light and been so foolish as to turn it on, he'd only have seen an unrelieved plane of flesh, like a cliff face. Falling past, even as it twisted and tried to find him, even as he hid from the monster in its own shadow. He screwed his eyes shut, his real eyes. He closed his mind to it, and instead made himself exist only out there, in the shadow of its groping immensity. And beyond it, there was only room for a single point. The presence was everywhere around the centre of all things, but it was not at the centre. There was a cyst there, a bubble, a frozen moment. The thing he'd glimpsed, the thing that stared back at him and knew him. Chapter 26. Havea. This, said Havea. I never knew this even existed. Diljat nodded. Old cases, Agent Mundy, real old. Wartime. That meant a fairly narrow window for someone in threat analysis to conceive of this exigency and put it into motion, sometime between the first ints coming out of the intermediary program and the war's end. This was where they'd sent for the vulture god to steer to. The orbital claimed the world was known as Harbourage. It was a lie. The world wasn't known at all. It wasn't on anyone's charts. If you didn't know it was there, you'd never have found it. There were no throughways joining it to the universe. Early Void Explorer ran across it before they were even the cartography corps, Diljat explained. The orbital they were aboard was tiny, mostly just a crosspiece of 4 docks and 8 modest compartments inside. The real work, what there was of it, was on the planet below. Happens more than you'd think, I'm told. The ints sense the mess and come out to find just this. A star, some planets. They note it down, but if there aren't any throughways, it's not much use to anyone. Except here, Havea noted, and she nodded. The world below was Earth-size, which was probably what had caught someone's attention back on Berlenhof or wherever. There was a microbial ecosystem that fell into that narrow band where the chemistry wasn't inimical enough to kill you or Earth-like enough to infect you. Something somebody had been able to work with. And right now, Over half a century on, there was an automated base down there cracking rocks and generating an oxygenated atmosphere, as well as a science station where they'd been working on adapting the local life for human use. Havea couldn't imagine how you found qualified bioscientists who'd be willing to take the job. There had been 3 of them, and they must have been equal parts rugged and antisocial. It was only past tense because they'd been evacuated for the duration of this little stunt of Mordaunt House. "Home away from home," he said, pausing at a panel and idly calling up planetary data. He gave a wry smile at the wartime tech and interfaces that had never been updated or replaced, because this had been someone's desperation move back before the war turned. They had reckoned that maybe architects only hit worlds on the throughways. On what basis, Havea couldn't guess, given that data on worlds off the network was essentially non-existent. Someone, therefore, had decided to turn Harbourage into humanity's last, worst homeworld. It hadn't been needed, and the war had ended, but Mordaunt House had chosen to keep the project live, keep up the old-fashioned terraforming like nobody really did anymore, just in case. Now they'd found another use for the place, the most clandestine of meeting points, where they could make the exchange without putting anyone else in danger. "Agent Diljat," came the voice of their pilot, because of course they'd needed their own int to even get out here. No other way to reach Harbourage. "They're here!" "Back to the ship," Diljat said. They ran, even though it wasn't far. It couldn't have been, given the cramped confines of the Harbourage orbital. They ran because they didn't know how long they'd have before the Vulture God brought friends to the party. "You understand your brief?" Diljat quizzed him as they hit the airlock to their ship. "I'm not a rookie," Havea complained. "I've been in the service longer than you have by at least 5 years. She made a thoughtful sound, and he didn't like the way she was eyeing him, not sure if he was still in the trade after all. The ground beneath his feet was unsteady in a way that owed nothing to orbital mechanics. He was halfway between a serving agent of Mordaunt House and an unreliable asset who needed a handler. "I'm sound," he told her, and didn't know whether to trust her nod. Then they were inside the Gadfly, the swift little runabout the service had made available to them. It was a cockpit, a dozen sleep pods, and a big old gravitic drive with very little else. Their pilot, a grey-seamed leash contractee named Archer, had already exchanged recognition signals with the god and was holding a channel open for them. He'd been with the service for 2 decades now without going off his head, and his pedigree meant he wasn't any good for warding off architects. One of the rare liaison board ints who had room in their head for something other than the actual business of being an intermediary. Havea dropped into his seat, knees up against the back of Archer's own. He opened his mouth, then looked to Diljat, hating himself, but knowing he needed her nod to start the operation. Asset, agent, asset. Which am I? Receiving permission, he began his spiel. "Vulture God, this is Agent Havea Mundi of the Intervention Board." "You are being received," came the clipped tones of Kittering's translator. "Docking clearance also." "We have at least some of what you've been trying to get hold of. It's at the dock specified ready for loading," Havea informed them. "I'm going to want to chat about just what the hell's been going on since we all got out of Crux, though. You can imagine, we've had some alarmed reports coming in." "Were there survivors?" Kittering asked. For a moment, Havea just exchanged blank looks with Diljat, neither of them quite clicking. It was Archer who murmured, "New Kismeo, the architect. They won't have heard." Havea blinked. He hadn't looked at it that way. The god likely hadn't caught up much on the news media types, and New Kismeo was so small that its obliteration might not even have featured against the background chaos of the colonial sphere right now. "When you fell back into unspace," he told the god,
The architects followed suit. A little gravitational damage to objects in orbit and the like, but I'm not aware of any casualties. He watched the god coast in towards Harbourage Orbital.
A cause for considerable relief. You are to be informed at the wish of Mesdames Timo that should troops be awaiting us, then the regrets on all sides will be uncountable, the Hanny broadcast, somewhat snippily. But Hervea reckoned he was probably diplomacy personified compared to how Ollie Timo had actually phrased it. No troops, I promise, he confirmed, then eyed Diljat, muting his transmission briefly. There aren't, right? She rolled her eyes. Agent Mundy, no. What are you even thinking? I'm thinking you wouldn't tell me if there were. But he just mustered an apologetic smile from somewhere. Sure, of course. On with the script, she prompted. He let the god complete its docking first. They'd set out a dozen small crates of parts, supplies, and one fantastically expensive mother-of-pearl container that was apparently the hegemonic proteins they'd been after. He saw the god's umbilical connect, the ship's mess of docking claws latching onto the side of the orbital so that the station's own drives had to compensate for the shifted centre of gravity. Then, the eyes within the dock showed the hatch open, and Olian Timo came out. That's messed up, Diljat opined. Hervea nodded, watching the nest of tentacles carry her about like quicksilver. She didn't even seem to be concentrating much to direct them. She does have her talents. Mesdames Timo, he called over the dock speakers, and as a request to her personal comms, giving her the option. No need to shout, she sent back. What do you want, you mordant bastard? Just as well it's not a little gratitude. He could see Diljat mugging at him to get on with it, but he reckoned he knew Ollie. You had to crack her shell first. That it is, she agreed gruffly. You've got Almier in there, maybe? He tried, mostly because he knew it would needle her. You're fuck out of luck on that one. She's down the well, same as all of them, save me and Kit. What do you want, Monday? Well, Hugh wants its ship back, meaning the host. Hugh can whistle, Ollie told him, and then, seriously though, not going to happen. They're busy, or they damn well better be, because this is all the time I can give 'em. Hervea exchanged looks with Diljat. He hadn't exactly expected her just to tender up the host and the eye and all, but there was a heavyweight delegation within Hugh who'd insisted they at least ask. So, give us the lowdown, he invited, while you're loading. As those tentacles effortlessly hoisted and dragged around the cargo crates, he listened to Timo begin the story, even as Kittering sent over meticulous accounts that wrote off the value of everything they'd received against the notional benefit of saving the universe. Ollie. Well, this is all too good to be true and no mistake, Ollie decided, hauling the next crate down the umbilical into the drone bay. She'd started with the weird hegemonic pod, and right now Kit was puzzling over it, trying to work out how to combine the neatly packed sachets of organic material with the Vulture God's printer. Most unsatisfactory transaction, Kittering agreed. Contact has been received from Solace.
That right? She tried to manufacture a bit of the old grudge, because it made her feel better, but Ollie had to admit she wasn't really left with much of a grievance against that one Partheni at least. How's it going down there?
We're enduring.
Solace sounded ragged as fuck, even through all the distortion and crackle. Patching Idris up right now. Chris is with him. That's why you've got me. Sounding apologetic. Ollie grinned to herself. Bitch knows me. You'll do fine. Doc Shin and the others better be using this time, though. Not sure how long you've got. She could feel each second tick, like they were rattling off the lid of the Scorpion's old pod.
They're attacking the architect thing, the nursery, whatever, picking it apart, bit by bit. There's a lot of it. Architect's got something to say about that, I bet, Ollie told her, dumping her crate and coiling her way back down the umbilical. No, Solace said flatly. Not at all. It's like, here in unspace, they're harmless. They're there. The ints can feel them moving about, and they're not happy, obviously, but they don't seem to have any teeth, this side of the reel. Lucky fucking you. They're all over me this end, Ollie grumbled. And not only them. I just had to give Hugh the lowdown on what's going on so I could get some goods and gear off them. Not sure how long that détente's going to last, believe me. Listen, can you put Jane on? Not that it ain't a pleasure, you know, but... Of course, Jane would be neck-deep in all the fix-it work that needed doing down there, just as Ollie was up here. And she was, as it turned out, but Solace patched her through anyway. You wouldn't believe all the crap going wrong down here, came Jane's distant, attenuated voice. Every host scale's red across the board. Triage like you wouldn't believe. How's it hanging, Ollie? Ollie grinned, latching on to the last of the crates out on the dock. Like looking in a mirror. Ahab giving you shit. Ahab's in clover, Jane told her. Bastard finally got what it wants. Forgotten its old pals. Always the way, Ollie agreed. Good, they don't need you. Mechanic position's been open here since Barney got his full ass shot up. You can come and do an honest day's work for a change. Jane laughed, and that was good. Yeah, sure. Let's just save the universe first, shall we? Which right now is not being helped by your friend the Int going off and being crazy on his own time. Yeah, he's a liability, Ollie agreed. Then she had the last of the crates in, and Kit had finally got the printer talking to the hegemonic container, because apparently even their cargo crates had their own distinct operating systems. Next, Agent Mundy was on the comms again, wanting to speak with her. Don't take any shit from anyone, she told Jane. Her general motto in life, to be honest. Back at you, Jane agreed. And then Ollie was demanding, What do you want now? A flight plan, ideally, Mundy told her.
Disengaging,
Kittering sent simultaneously, and she gave him the all-clear. There was no way of knowing how long they'd have just sitting around. Better not to be locked to an orbital when guests came calling. Yeah? Why's that? Because you'll have another shopping list sooner rather than later, and it would be useful to know where you're going to be. Hugh's got generous all of a sudden, she noted. Where was all this when we were trying to make ends meet on the salvage circuit? If Hugh can keep you resupplied at places like this, it means you're not dragging an architect into the skyline of a populated world, he pointed out. Even the Budgetary Oversight Commission can't argue with that kind of logic. Yeah, well, she said. Kittering was calling up a local map, pinpointing possible liaison points that would be minimum exposure for everyone else. Not that she could guarantee hitting any of them, what with Junior at the helm, but she could do her best. We turn up somewhere and there's a colonial warship waiting, you can bet we'll just take straight off again. But there'll be someone else along a moment later that your military boys won't want to meet, see right? Understood. You've a very suspicious mind, Timo. You work for very suspicious people, Mundy. Fair. She wanted to speak to Jane again then, or maybe Chris. Someone else down there. Not that she was worried for them, obviously, or needed the contact. Kittering had been talking down the well just a moment before, even as she sparred with Mordaunt House, but now he was signalling her urgently.
There is an agitation from the Ogdru, he warned her. Course?
Ah, balls. She'd hoped they would have maybe an hour or two to sit in Harbourage orbit, when the well crew could have really got down to business, and she could even have closed her eyes a little, or given Kit the chance to curl up and sleep. But it wasn't to be. She sent a string of destinations to Mundy, optimism springing eternal, and pitched the first of them to Junior, in the hope the creature would take the hint. Company was on its way. Havea, choked Archer, and stared down at the spray of ruby droplets he'd just spat across his board. Got to. Coming. Disengage, Havea told him. Out of here, now. Countermand, hold, Diljat snapped. What? Hold just a minute, she insisted. Archer? The Int wiped blood from his lips. Confirmed, he said thickly around his bitten tongue. He was jittering about in his seat, hands clenching and unclenching, as though he was having a seizure, but his face was steady. Diljat, what? Havea tried, but she cut him off with a look. Instead, he watched the vulture god out past the station's orbit, saw the vessel pivot and claw away from Harborage's gravity well, then put itself in a position where it could duck into unspace. And still there was nothing. The gadfly's instruments were silent. Not a single tremor or suggestion that a world-twisting terror was about to descend on them. Just Archer and his rapid breathing, his shudder, his eyes as wide and rolling as a panicked horse's. The hatch opened. Havea jerked in his seat, against the restraints. They were being boarded. He reached for a gun he didn't have. Half a dozen soldiers pushed in, cramming the interior of the gadfly to bursting, with no chance for anyone to get to the suspension couches now. Armoured colonial troops with accelerators jostled awkwardly at all angles to fit in. Past the shoulder guard of one, Havea met Diljat's gaze. Just us, huh? There was no embarrassment whatsoever in her face. The board wanted us to be ready for all eventualities. As it was, with that hegemonic frame she was sitting in, I didn't fancy our chances. And you didn't think to tell me that was the plan? I was concerned you might not be convincing if you had to lie, she told him. All in. Archer, let's go. The architect breached into the reel, even as they cut ties to the orbital. It came out close, too. Not the distant, dignified approach they usually adopted when they had a planet on the menu. This one lurched into existence almost hurriedly, entering the reel with a spin. Even as it did, the vulture god was dropping away, taking all of its invisible baggage with it, presumably heading along the chain of stopovers that they'd sent to Havea. Archer hauled the gadfly away from the planet, pushing the ship's oversized brocata drives to their limits to win as much distance as possible. And obviously the architect was just going to dive back under. It wasn't a problem. It wasn't their problem. He was watching when the unseen hands of the monster reached out and turned Harborage Orbital into confetti. Not even a sculpture. Just shredding the whole structure into a cloud of rapidly disassociating flakes of matter, as though some vast rage was being funneled into the act through the lens of the crystal monstrosity sitting out there. We're next, Havea decided, and braced himself for the worst. But then Archer finally had them far enough away and rammed them brutally out of reality. They were saved. Havea was left alone, in the suddenly vacant space within the gadfly, alone to consider where he stood in relation to the rest of the universe, and especially to his employer, who didn't even trust him to lie for them anymore. When he felt the thing that lived in unspace move far below, and start to wind the crank of his dread with its slow approach, he expected that if he saw it now, it would be wearing a Mordant House uniform. Chapter 27. Idris. They did not like being seen, not even glimpsed from the corner of his eye. Even as the presence loomed at his bedside, even as its vast benthic bulk impinged on his field of view like a mountain, Idris focused in, tunneling down with his mind's eye until he met that countergaze, that outraged stare. He had the sense of something on another scale entirely, simultaneously infinitesimal, the single point at the heart of all things, and huge beyond the universe, because it was the centre of it all, and basic spatial relationships broke down there. You could have as many angels as you liked, dancing on the head of that pin. He saw them, all the malefic angels, and they saw him. It wasn't as though they hadn't known he was there, in the abstract. Idris, a part of the assemblage of inconvenience that was currently attacking their architect breeding grounds, nibbling away at the tool they used to re-edify the universe. They were hounding Kit and Ollie from star to star out there in the real, after all. They knew, but this was different. Ancient. How could they be other than ancient? Idris had thought he'd understood the concept, and now he realised he'd been sadly misinformed. But he could re-educate himself. If he was able to get far enough down there, the crushing pressure of the depths would crunch the whole truth of the universe small enough that he could fit all of it into his head. He was ready to receive it. As though in carving up his brain to turn him into the intermediary he was, those colonial butcher scientists had been unwittingly fashioning a key. All the long decades of his unspace experience had then honed him perfectly so that, when presented with this universal singularity, he'd fit. He clicked into place, sharpened by privation and experience into the platonic ideal of an unspace navigator, as if reaching this still centre and comprehending it was the evolutionary niche he had been adapted to exploit. Humanity had travelled between stars for perhaps 2 centuries. That was recent. Written human history was maybe 6,000 years old, and that was just yesterday. The earliest things that might be considered human had lived out their brief lives a few million Earth Standard years ago, and that was a past so close to Idris, he could glance over his shoulder and look those apes in the eye. Complex life on Earth, 500 million years, a fleeting moment. Earth being formed, 4.5 billion years, nothing. The first galaxies, 10 billion years before that, an eye blink. Because this was the centre, the heart, and so time didn't mean the same thing. All the moments of the universe's history were just crammed together like the pages of a book, to be idly riffled through in an instant. All that time they had been waiting. No, not waiting, not idle, working. All this he understood by the very virtue of reaching the place and standing at their threshold, which was simultaneously a pinpoint singularity and a grand looming portal to the place where regular rules didn't apply. The pearl at the heart of the universe's oyster, or else the cyst embedded deep within its flesh. And they loathed him. They would surely obliterate him if he let himself descend a fraction further. He was at the very edge of their all-consuming wrath. They were coldly furious at the temerity of Ahab, Ash, and the others too. He sensed their distant, clinical bitterness about all the bustling life walking around up there in its insect way on the surface of the real, and he almost understood why. He felt he now had all the clues and means to know what it was they couldn't abide about life, and sentience in particular. But all that dispassionate loathing was as nothing compared to what they thought of him. Idris Telemmier, intermediary, first class, who had dared to come darken their door. Up where his actual body was, the presence leant over him, cold hands reaching, and he felt its touch, freezing like the depths of the void, like the abyss of the sea. felt his heart stop, despite all that Trine's borrowed units could do. And down here, the presence was filling the icy water at his back, a solid mass of coiling filaments, shearing teeth, and great glassy eyes. He braced himself to take that extra, annihilating step, because he had to know. The god must have hit the reel around then, and moments later everyone in the machine room would have heard the alarms telling them that Idris was dying again. Up to his old tricks, the mischievous scamp. Damn fool Idris was trying for suicide by universe one more time. They must have pulled all the plugs and hauled him from the machine. Solace, Chris, Jane, and Andeka, as well as the handful of hivers still with them. They'd have put him through the ringer to get his essential organs working again, which had just packed it in and handed in their notice, effective immediately. Re-inflating his lungs, manually working the musculature of his heart, and the brain. All they could do was wait, really. Wait over that vacant lump of greasy grey, until suddenly all his electrical activity came back. Because that was how it sometimes went with ints. The complex patterns of information in flux that were the moment-to-moment existence of the human mind just got copied out elsewhere and then came back. Went to take tea with an architect, or, in this case, deep diving in the imaginary sea trenches of unspace. It must have all happened that way, but Idris, functionally dead for the duration, didn't remember any of it. He only knew when he snapped back into his body, that lump of meat with one arm too few and 1,000 aches too many. Opening crusted eyes against the harsh light, he realised he'd been on the very brink. He also knew, even as he tried to rant weakly at them, and gave up because it hurt his throat, that the brink he'd been on had been oblivion. If they hadn't acted so promptly, he wouldn't have had anything to come back to. The electrical pattern of his mind would have dissipated like a shorting circuit, or otherwise. Were there ghosts in unspace? Was that where the ints went, when they never came back? Nobody was terribly impressed with him. Normally, in that non-unfamiliar circumstance, he didn't blame people. He had never found himself overly impressive either. Right now, though, he was a Cassandran prophet who would put even Ash in the shade, and the fact that nobody wanted to listen to him was profoundly galling. "I need to tell you all something," he shouted. Or rather, he croaked, with a dry, scratchy sound of dead leaves being blown across an abandoned planet-side dock. But everyone else was busy trying to cut the next few threads of the architects' lives away, and that was the job. He was just in the way. He'd gone for a frolic of his own and nearly got himself killed. And damn it, Idris, yes, you're a talented int, but will you just not? Get with the programme for once and stop messing around with all this nonsense. And Trine was gone. Trine had been gone before anyway, he knew that. But the units Trine had donated to Idris, back when he'd killed himself the first time, were burned out. Killed in their valiant fight to keep his heart going, saving his life one last time and holding the fort until the emergency services arrived. He'd used up this gift, the last legacy of his old friend. When they took him, feebly protesting, away from the machines and into a grim stone morgue where they wanted him to convalesce, he'd been laid out on a walking frame which Jane had lashed together. He'd been ducted to machines that were doing the inconvenient chores of breathing and circulating blood for him, because apparently he couldn't be relied upon to do it himself. He was an invalid, a liability. Nobody out and out said it, but he read it in their faces. And nobody was about to listen to a liability who wanted to upset all their plans and do everything differently. Later, tooth-grindingly later, Chris and Solace at least found the time to come see him. After the god had taken another dive, and Idris had only been able to lie there with the mindless machines, and listened to the presence laughing at him, and after they were all back to work on the genocide again. By then, he was going absolutely spare inside his uncooperative and tremblingly weak body, and they were his only hope. And they listened. Solace. The almost unbearable thing was that he should have looked old. He was old after all. Yes, Solace was old too, but she'd been on ice for a lot of that, stored up with the other surplus soldiers until the Parthenon needed her again. She wondered how many of those surplus soldiers had been woken for the current civil crisis, a gun thrust into their hands and a doctored ideology into their heads. She hoped tact sacrifice had now killed off the division amongst her sisters, because otherwise she couldn't bring herself to consider the outcome. The sororicide, the self-murder of her people and way of life. Being down the well was easier. Here the threats were existential, over her pay grade. The problems were past her ability to think about. Up in the real, the situation was just unthinkable. And here was Idris, her old friend, the only man she'd ever slept with, back after the war when everything had seemed possible. And again more recently, once or twice, for old time's sake, as it were. There was a gap in Idris's life where human contact should be, and a gap in hers where all those frozen decades had passed, so they fitted together well enough sometimes. He'd never looked strong, but he appeared particularly weak now. Faded, as though he might just vanish, the way those other ints had done, doing exactly what he'd decided to go do. She wanted to shout at him, "You might have been killed!" But what would that have added? She'd come to remonstrate with him, her and Chris. Dr. Shenandri had asked them to do it, because they still wanted Idris on the team, wielding the scalpel against the architects. Doc Shin wanted him talked round, brought back into line. No more extracurricular jaunts into the unreal. Be a team player, just this once. Solace could have told the good doctor exactly how useless that line of reasoning would be with Idris. He wasn't a team player. She'd learned that herself when trying to recruit him for the Parthenon. When he had finally come over, it had been in his own time and for his own reasons. He might look weak, but when you pushed Idris, something in him pushed back. Something which she almost felt was entirely divorced from the actual man. The int in him resisted you, and it was the int in him that people actually wanted. The Idris of him was generally considered inconvenient baggage that had to come along. She liked the Idris of him, more than the int, to be honest. She'd happily have cut the int away and let it go do int things for all the people who needed it. Except it was like a parasite that had grown within him, until it was more than half the man. Idris without the int would have been like a cast snakeskin. "You have to stop doing things like this," Chris was saying. Solace knew the tone. The lawyer Kerestina Almier reciting legal precedent to a client who wasn't going to take her advice, because at least then she'd have done her professional duty. Solace expected Idris just to shrug and mutter, letting the advice and warnings slough off his sloped shoulders. Something came on, though, in his eyes. A light, a fire. She and Chris both flinched back, identically. For a moment she had the dreadful thought that he might have brought something back from the depths of unspace. "No," Idris said. "I have to do it again." Taking time over the words, making sure his mouth shaped them properly, fighting his own fatigue. "Idris, you were basically dead," Chris said, more heatedly. She'd been palling around with the man for a few years solid now, not just ghosting back into his life after decades. She'd had to live with him being difficult, even the little difficulties thrown up by a life on the Vulture God. shielding him from the sharp edges of the universe, and vice versa. And Solace saw the affection nakedly on display there, how much Chris loved her friend Idris, and how it all came out as frustration because Idris seemed to have absolutely no care for himself or anyone else. Solace waited for the tantrum, the rant, Idris's own exasperation at how little traction he could get on the universe to make it do the things he wanted. That wasn't the Idris they got, though. This was a laser-focused Idris, the man who'd flown the Dark Joan against the Broken Harvest to recapture the Vulture God, or gone out to face the Architect over Berlenhof. "I need your help," he told them. "This has gone on too long." Solace exchanged what felt like a familiar look with Chris. "Killing the Architects," she filled in, and at his nod said, "Idris, I don't think you'll find any takers. We've all heard what you've got to say." His mechanical arm slammed down on the walking frame, the only part of him he could get a good slam from. "Listen," he insisted, losing breath halfway through the word, using his frailty as a bludgeon to make them cede him the floor. "Fine. Nobody cares about the Architects. I get that. They haven't endeared themselves to us. Nobody cares they don't have a choice," trying to grind his teeth as he wheezed through the words, except he couldn't even do that properly. "But listen, let me bring it to your worlds. Chris, you remember that shipyard baron on Upsandi? Tried to claim ownership of the god. Got us impounded and all that. You beat her in court 2, 3 times. And that worked, did it? That got her off our backs?" Solace had no idea what he was talking about, but Chris nodded, then shook her head. "No. Rollo had to cash in all those favours with the racketeer to go put the frighteners on her, I remember. Because it wasn't about the legalities. That was just the weapon she was using. Each time we won, she just came back another way. And Solace, you've got an enemy. You're going to find some patronising soldier metaphor, right?" she asked dryly. "How if I take someone's gun away but don't deal with them, they'll just go and get another gun? Except it still helps to take the gun away, or to shoot the soldiers they send after you, if you can't get to the leader." "That's what tact did, is it?" he asked, and she went cold. He did not have the right to throw that at her. He saw he'd hurt her, and for a moment was about to back down, as Idris always did when it came to the clutch, apologise, and not resolve anything ever. But this time, even though he didn't actually have any strength left in him, he still pushed on. "We will never be safe," he said. "Destroy the Architects and they'll find another way. I felt it. Their purpose. They hate us so much because we're in the way of something they're trying to do. Something huge. Except when you're where they are, nothing's huge. The whole universe is in sight, all at once, in arm's reach almost. We drive the Architects to extinction. It won't help. If you need a better reason than avoiding genocide, try that. It won't actually buy us anything more than time. So help me. Go to the others and advocate for me." "They sent us to you to advocate for them," Chris pointed out. Idris looked from her to Solace and back. "Well then, you have to decide who you're with, don't you?" Chapter 28. Havea. "It's just a select committee," Diljat told him. "It looks," Havea said with feeling, "like it's going to be a court-martial." There were 4 armed and armoured soldiers in the little antechamber with them, and this was a part of the Intervention Board's orbital offices he didn't normally have to visit, on account of him being a field agent, and this being where high-profile problems ended up. I could also say Inquisition, possibly witch hunt.
You're being overdramatic,
said Diljat, but she was fidgeting, shifting from foot to foot. She hadn't been briefed about this. She'd been expecting to turn up as a witness, as a prosecuting counsel, perhaps. Entirely possibly, she'd been expecting to hang Havea out to dry and take the expected pat on the head for her good work. Now she was in here with him, denied any line of communication. She'd gone with him to meet the vulture god and come back to find herself part of the problem. They'd been marched into isolated quarters the moment they'd docked, and then they'd sat and been denied any answers, after which they'd ended up here.
A debriefing, that's all, Diljat insisted, at the highest level. Just shows how top priority it all is.
Then one of the guards obviously received word, because they were marched into the adjoining chamber, which was big and mostly full. Havea wasn't sure what selection process had been used, if this was just a select committee, but it hadn't been as exclusive as he'd have expected because basically everyone was here. It's Hugh, he thought. It's actually the entirety of Hugh. Obviously that was both not true and patently impossible, but he could see a number of recording drones, doubtless broadcasting to those who hadn't travelled to the orbital, or possibly just hadn't fitted into the chamber. There were screens showing the faces of grave-looking men and women in a variety of uniforms, and there were the people actually physically present, looking like the proud display cabinet of someone collecting all the major branches of Hugh. He saw 19 different flavours of administration: liaison board, diplomatic service office, cartography, threat analysis, high sciences requisition authority, navy, and a balding, rotund man in the overstuffed tunic of Berlenhof Planetary Defence. There were representatives of the Hugh Council from several of the big players, Magda, Tulmak, Berlenhof itself. There were also several civilians whom he knew represented big private concerns because he recognised their faces from the media types and their fingerprints from being all over the Ark Builder conspiracy. There was a moderately celebrated drama-type actress Havea's mother had always been fond of, and he vaguely recalled she'd gone on to be something big in advanced unspace maths. God, Diljat said, awed. It was entirely possible that God was standing somewhere at the back too, and Havea just couldn't see him through the crowd. There were Partheni as well, a very small knot of them standing shoulder to shoulder, no armoured myrmidons but just grey-uniformed women pressed in against each other to keep clear of the swarming baseline humans thronging all around them. He looked at them and could only think, how the mighty have fallen. They'd always muscled into this sort of arena with the knowledge that out in space they had the big heavy boots, should anything devolve into ass-kicking. Right now, with their internal differences, those boots were definitely on the back foot. They had just enough clout to get a seat at the table. That was all. And all this for us. Except what it was for was the poor old vulture god, currently leaving a trail of architects across the colonial sphere. Agent Diljat. Agent Havea Mundi. The speaker was the person Havea had actually expected to be up in front of, back from the days when select committee meant half a dozen people at most, and all of them very much from within the service. He didn't know this impassive woman, stern-faced, and looking a couple of years his junior. She wasn't one of Larry's people, which was no surprise. She wasn't anyone who'd moved in after Larry cleared her desk either, so therefore had probably not been part of the Ark Builders Club, which was a relief at least. Mordaunt House's new chief was also a new broom, for good or ill. He straightened his back, and his internal dispenser shot him a stiff dose of meds, because his heart was all over the place. Everyone there had read his report, and Diljats, and probably Archers as well. Not that the poor liaison board schmuck got to show up in person, leashed as he was. And everyone had questions. So for the next 2 solid hours, the pair of them fielded every query under the sun, from broad to misinformed to hair-splittingly specific to profoundly self-interested. The Ark-building faction wanted to know why, despite there being literally no means for Havea to have forced the issue, they couldn't have their precious ship back. Science types asked him why he hadn't made inquiries on issues he hadn't been briefed for in the first place, or taken readings with equipment nobody had provided him with. A liaison board doctor wanted his utterly uninformed opinion of the capabilities of the god's unspace navigator. The Navy wanted to know the defensive capabilities of the vulture god, as though its shabby salvager exterior hid some kind of hegemonic superweapon. I mean, maybe it does. Would I even know? Wait, he said, speaking out of turn, and earning enough officious glares that if retrospective demotion was a thing, he'd have been mopping floors since he first signed up. Back up, finding that Navy man in the ranks of faces. Defensive capabilities. Is that what this is about now? A big, awkward quiet. Sidelong looks, amongst people who obviously didn't know what this was about. And people, the more important, those closer to the cogs which drove Hugh policy, who did. Tell me you're not going to attack the vulture god, Havea begged. If it had been just him, then he'd have been put in his place sharply enough, but at least half the room hadn't been let in on the plan, and he suddenly had 50 allies also demanding clarification on exactly the same issue. The Parthenon does not condone any such action, a Partheni was saying, and wouldn't that grind Timo's gears, Havea thought. Right on her heels, a Magdan spokesman, some Oscaro scion, was saying that they also didn't agree, because of course they wanted the host back, and if the god went, then so would all of that unspace baggage it was towing. There they were, the Parthenon and the faction who'd kicked off the war against them, side by side, and arguing for the same thing. But outvoted, Havea could see. There was a solid core of Hugh who were in on the scheme, and he could see most of the big agencies there, including his own. There had been special committees, he would bet. There had been a whole string of emergency meetings and classified briefings. Decisions with a capital D had been made. Right now, the vessel known as the... Absolute distaste in the Mordaunt House chief's mouth, as she had to say the words, vulture god, represents the greatest single danger to the stability of the colonies. It's an architect magnet. They are hunting it. Everywhere it goes, it puts us in danger. And it is in the hands, according to Agents Mundy and Diljat, of a misanthropic renegade and a Hanalambra. We have no control over what they might do, where they might go. They are dragging in their wake the greatest destructive force the universe has ever seen. It's only a matter of time before they start, say, holding planets to ransom with it, or extorting goods and largesse on a grand scale. Havea had heard the twist she put on Hanalambra, and thought, oh, sure, let's add a little xenophobia into the mix, why not? Simply stated, Agents Mundy and Diljat have put us into a position where we can bait the ship somewhere under our control. A sufficiently powerful first strike after they exit unspace is the only way to secure ourselves against this threat, the Mordaunt House woman explained. This is insane. Hearing his name used to conjure it up was even worse. It was as though he'd written all those reports and given all this evidence, and somewhere in between him and these auditors, all the words had changed to madness. He tried to tell them that in appropriately diplomatic language, but he'd been taken off channel. He'd played his part and been relegated to the scenery. "I need to speak," he told Diljat, and she regarded him with a little amusement. "Agent Mundy's going to put his career on the line for 2 salvages and their tin can." "And the universe, just conceivably," he pointed out, "plus all of them down there in unspace. It wasn't as if I was doing my career any favours anyway. End-of-year review is going to be a bitch, frankly." "Mundy, you're back in. You've got a desk and a job and a rung on the ladder again," she pointed out. "Listen to yourself," he said. Diljat blinked, scowled, looked bitter, then went through about a dozen expressions in the space of a second or so, all of which Havea had seen in the mirror. Then she was speaking low into her comms. On the forum floor, someone from the diplomatic service was agonising over how this might look to the Hani, suggesting they didn't know just how loose the Hanalambra cut their roving citizens. In the middle of it, he saw his boss, the Mordant House chief, twitch slightly, lips moving, the slightest shake of the head in negation. And that's that. But Diljat wasn't done. She kept sub-vocalising, and he realised she must be tapping person after person in that room, hunting out anyone she had influence with, leverage over. He had no idea what arguments she'd be making, favours she called in, or old escapades she recounted, but help abruptly came from an entirely unexpected direction. An old woman, wearing the Hugh Council clothing with all the flapping sleeves and excess cloth, on top of which rows of medals and badges overlapped like dragon scales, and there was most definitely something of the dragon to her as she took the floor.
"Chief Emerson,"
she pronounced, her Magdan accent heavy. It was the first time Havea had heard the name of his new boss.
"My family has suffered considerably in the build-up to this matter. My own son died at Estok when the hegemonics did what they did."
Havea realised she must be the elder Oscaro, Ravin's mother, a woman who'd led the clan through the war half a century ago and was still stomping on through life, with all the genetic surgery and artificial implants wealth could procure.
"I feel, therefore, I have some standing in this matter. The miscreants aboard this revolting vessel have committed a variety of offences against us, and were doubtless a key part of the final tragedy that we have endured."
Emerson was nodding, letting her speak because she thought she'd found an ally. And then the elder Oscaro pivoted, a conversational gambit as adroit as a ballet dancer, to say,
"And I would like to hear now from Agent Mundy, who has been personally present for so much of what happened. I believe he has something to say."
Havea saw Emerson's face turn to stone and thought, well, that was the shortest new career anyone's ever had in the history of the colonies. But whatever strings Diljat had pulled, she'd got him his moment in the spotlight. Now it was up to him. "I'm going to give you something that wasn't in my report," he told them, steadfastly ignoring the look Emerson was giving him. "You know, the Vulture God was drawn into this after they found that wreck. The one which turned out not to have been architected after all. The one that had the regalia on it. You've all read back that far." Probably half the room hadn't actually delved into the why of how this pack of itinerant spacers had ended up so deep in the shit, but that was their problem, not his.
That was how I got involved in all this too. I went after them. I even had them at one point, interrogated them all. And yes, I let them go after we had a visit from the unspeakable Aklu, but they came to Berlenhof anyway, as I'd asked them to do. They brought the regalia, and they brought Telemmier, and he turned away the architect that came here. You all remember how that turned out. And I want you to think about that. A pack of mercenary tinkers making ends meet, just like spacers always do. Tugging on the heartstrings for all those wealthy core world types who could romanticize the roving spacer life because they didn't have to suffer its privations. Who had been released by me, and you can bet I got chewed up over that judgment call, yet they came here anyway, because they knew what they had was big, and in our hour of need, they did the decent thing, didn't keep it or sell it to the highest bidder, but turned up and handed it over. He was damn sure what had really been going on with the Vulture God crew at the time hadn't been anywhere near this altruistic, but it was all about narrative. And that landed them into trouble, which they never got out of. Telemmier made the choices he did for the reasons he did. A look to the Partheni, to whom the Int had basically defected, and his crew was dragged along with him. Then my former chief and her allies did what they did, and still there was the Vulture God, rattling along like a can on the end of a string. They were never the ones making the decisions, or profiting from them. I was at crux, Diljat and I both were, when it all went down. I saw the ship get shredded, which was supposed to be the real space anchor for this unspace diving trip. It was intense. You've all read that report too. But the God stepped up, because someone had a plan to go punch the architects in the eye, down where they live, and there was nobody else who could do it, so they did. You know how we can tell now that it was the right thing to do? Because the architects are hunting the God across the reel, even as we speak. They can't ever stop long enough to catch their breath. If whatever Telemmier and the others were doing down there wasn't hurting the enemy, why would that enemy be throwing itself at the God this way? Sure, they are a galactic-sized loose cannon right now. They could turn up here, or Magda, or any damn place, and be the terror of the universe. This is a stick-up. Give us your money or the planet gets it, right? Because they're dirty spacers who'll do anything for a fistful of largesse. That's where we were going with that line of argument. Ollie and Timo and Kittering the Hanny are notorious planet-scale bandits, so you have to decoy them into an ambush and destroy the God once and for all, because you can't take the risk they won't do it. But listen to me, just for a moment. Emerson didn't want to listen to him, but he had enough of the room that she was momentarily outvoted. What if we just didn't? What if we instead look at how these exact people have acted under the hammer before? Which way they've jumped? They're not saints. I don't believe anyone is. Not me, not anyone in this hearing, and damn me, most certainly not Timo and Kittering, pair of mercenary bastards that they are. But when it's last call, and all the money's down on the table, they do the right thing. So what if, stay with me, we did the right thing too? Rather than shooting them up, just because it's always about controlling and preventing with us, and that's the way Hugh prefers to treat anyone out on the fringes these days. What if, instead, we actually gave them the supplies they needed? Set them on a route where there'd always be parts and fuel and whatever. Maybe some luxuries as a bit of a thank you, because believe me, they are having a shit time of it right now. The most destructive force in the universe is gunning for them personally. Think about that. Then think about what that force might do if we just snuff out the lantern they're chasing around. I've checked the news types,
And there hasn't been an architect attack anywhere since this circus started. But destroy the god, and they'll be right back at it. And by cutting off that mission into unspace they're supporting, we might end up destroying our one hope of ever defeating the architects. So what if we just help them run, like they've always run? They're good at that. Take it from someone whose job it is to chase people. He stopped then. There were no more words except for, what if we just did the right thing? Just this once. And he couldn't exactly say that quiet thing out loud. Emerson cleared her throat, and he could just about plot the next events on a graph. She'd take control of the meeting, dismantle all his rhetoric, and not give everyone the chance to discuss amongst themselves. I tried. But that was a lousy epitaph for the tombstone of his career. A bitter revelation, too, that sometimes the only way to be a good cop was not to be a cop at all. All the alarms went off. There were suddenly security people bustling in, grabbing delegates. For a mad moment, Havea thought he was witnessing a full-scale coup, and all these grandees were being arrested. But these were the delegates' own staff, and they were getting their wards out because something was kicking off. Architects. He couldn't imagine anything else. Fuck, did Tamo and Kit actually just turn up? That would make him look the biggest fool in the universe, albeit probably only briefly. It wasn't an architect, though, or their unwilling herald, the vulture god. But he didn't understand what it was until later. Right then, it was just him being hustled out of the room by his own guards. The whole meeting unceremoniously adjourned. Diljat had been trying to work out what was going on for several hours, but they were mostly incommunicado, and nobody was talking. The best she could glean, from a couple of unguarded sensor nets, was that something had just turned up in system and everything was now on a war footing. The reunified Partheni fleet with INT navigators, Havea considered. It was just about the only thing he could think of that would cause this level of panic. And yet the station remained undestroyed. Nobody appeared to be actually fighting, and 3 hours later the guards were back, and Emerson too. That was some stunt you pulled back there, she told Havea sourly, but Havea could tell her heart wasn't in it. She'd plainly loved to kick him down a few flights of stairs right then, but matters had escalated. Your expertise is required, however. It is the god, Havea blurted out. They came? They did not. Or not yet, Emerson told him. However, someone else just turned up on our doorstep, and they want to tell us what's what, apparently. Somewhere in all that what, they're talking about the goddamn vulture god. Apparently, one pisspot little salvager has got everyone's backs up right now, even goddamn clams that don't have backs. Oh, Havea understood, with a lurching feeling in his gut. The Essiel. They'd just dropped straight out of unspace over Berlenhof, an Essiel vessel that looked like a geometrical lotus flower, twice the size of Mordant House's orbital headquarters, plus an encircling ring of smaller ships. Possibly it was a war fleet. Hard to tell when hegemonic tech was so infinitely reconfigurable. Except, apparently, this was Emerson hurriedly briefing him on the shuttle out to the big diplomatic service office station, a quarter of the way around the planet. It was a diplomatic junket. But the Essiel didn't do this. It wasn't their style, according to all the well-paid theorists whose job it was to scrut the inscrutable. You went to the Essiel. They didn't come to you. Except now, apparently, they had. An actual Essiel, one of the god clams themselves, and its retinue of a dozen different species, a couple of whom had previously been completely unknown to Hugh xenoanthropologists, and some humans, and one human in particular, of unfond previous acquaintance. His wisdom, the bearer Sathiel, had always looked like everyone's favourite grandfather, with a big white beard and twinkling eyes. He wore the hegemonic cult outfit well. The purple, red and gold robes, the overarching collar, and all those mystic-looking sigils and symbols. He was also a villain, Havea knew damn well. Oh, he'd claim he was acting for the best of all humanity, because in his book, becoming obedient subjects of the mighty Essiel was for the best of all humanity. He hadn't scrupled to murder a ship's crew and fake an architect attack, and if a real architect attack hadn't followed right on the heels of that, he'd probably have been a lot more notorious than he was. The scum always floated to the top of the barrel, and here was Sathiel, human mouthpiece for something calling itself the resplendent Utir, the prophet and the judge. Or rather, that was what Sathiel called it. What it called itself was basically a lot of arm-waving and basso profundo blarting noises, which were then picked up by something like a cuttlefish made of warty leather. This communicated entirely in mime to a cluster of little armoured weasel timery, which in turn buzzed and chittered to a sad feathery sack of a creature wearing a smock of interleaved metal chains, which then carefully spoke to Sathiel in a language of short fluting syllables with a lot of hand-wavy qualifiers from its four arms. And then Sathiel faced the assembled dignitaries of the colonies, plus the same knot of Partheni, and a Castigar ambassador who'd apparently got caught up in the excitement, and did his best, was the only way Havea could characterise it. His only experience with the Essiel had been with Aklu, who'd been a bit more direct. There had been that gold hiver it had spoken through, but he'd at least got the sense that he was receiving 2/3 of what the unspeakable had intended. This was full-on Essiel diplomacy, meaning it was anybody's guess whether what Sathiel was coming out with bore any relation to what the Essiel had said. The cultists would tell you to your face that the Essiel, being ineffable and the closest to divinity that any living thing could be, would always communicate what needed to be said perfectly. Watching Sathiel now, Havea knew the man had never actually had that level of faith, and was groping in the dark every time he opened his mouth.
The prophet and the judge has come to bring dire warnings and chastise those who, through action and inaction, have encroached upon the sacred dominion of the divine Essiel, Sathiel interpreted. Havea saw the man swallow, eyes swivelling to his alien master up the chain of translation. A ripple went through his listeners. Havea saw people bending to hear their aides and advisers, or half close their eyes as they concentrated on comms feeds. Every hegemony expert on Berlenhof was probably earning their keep right now. "This is because of Ark Palator, right?" he suggested to Diljat. "About what kicked off over there." He'd been present for it, on the ship that had got away, rather than the science vessel Beagle, which the hegemonics had smote? Was that the word? Trashed pretty damn thoroughly, certainly. All because people had tried to evacuate some of the human cultists before the architects mangled the planet, and the Essiel gave zero allowance when it came to what was theirs. That had been the first actual armed conflict between official representatives of the colonies and the Essiel hegemony, and it had seemed to be war. Except then, nothing had happened. The Essiel had not declared the matter closed, and had in fact made it clear they remained mortally offended via their cult mouthpieces. But there'd been no attack, no seizing of ships, not even demands for reparation. Until this. "Let it be known," Sathiel broke out, after listening intently to the feathery sack thing, "that your transgressions have not gone unnoticed. The mighty have seen you,
and those who fall within their gaze are burned even to dust, and that dust shall be harried to oblivion, for those who call down the notice of the lords of Uncreation shall know neither mercy nor respite.
Threats, then, Diljat decided, speaking over comms direct in Havea's ear, because right then there was too much murmur and buzz all around them. Only Sathiel's amplified voice cut through it. "Let's hope there's an unless, so we can do something to get them off our backs," Havea said, "or else we're screwed. The architect's the god and all, and now the goddamn hegemony decided it's the perfect time to kick off hostilities. It's not as though we'd have been able to fight them under ideal conditions," she told him. "Have a little optimism. Spirit of human ingenuity, right? I did a stint on long-range forecasting, based on everything we'd seen they could do. We could certainly take down a few of them if we threw the whole navy at them, but it's not just that we're outmatched in tech. The hegemony is big. They've got at least a dozen subject species whose own holdings match ours. And it all works. It's not clunky and slow. What would do for us in the end isn't so much their science as the fact they're genius administrators. Done to death by superior clam bureaucracy. Great. Yeah, you go with the slurs," Diljat suggested. "I'm sure none of those delegates of unknown species out there had super hearing or anything." "The prophet comes," Sathiel was now saying, "to foretell the doom of Berlenhof. The multitudinous strands of causality have passed through its arms and been—" There was an awkward moment as he burbled a brief exchange with his interlocutor. "Sifted and read. The judge comes to pronounce how that future shall be enacted. The irrevocable will of the hegemony. We have sent out the clarion call to summon things that must not be spoken of. A dire accounting shall they make who have offended our propriety. All things—" Sathiel was sweating, fumbling the words, extemporizing a telephone game translation of what might just be the death sentence for the colonial capital world. "All things shall be made to serve the will of the Esiel." "Are they annexing us?" Diljat asked. "Is that what the old clown just said? This is their formal declaration of conquest, or something?" "Sounds their kind of thing," Havea agreed. But something nagged at the back of his mind. Things that must not be spoken of. Sounds familiar. He'd thought there was going to be more. Sathiel had obviously thought there was going to be more. But then the Esiel just sat there, its arms mostly retracted, its eye stalks surveying with an imperious mien everyone it possibly now considered to be its new subjects. "So we break out the red robes now, or what?" Havea wondered. The old man mopped at his forehead with an ornate sleeve and looked about him. "Any questions?" he asked weakly. There were a lot of questions. Havea watched the back and forth for a while, everyone demanding their own different flavour of clarification. He saw that Sathiel wasn't going up the chain much, and the more the man was pressed, the more he fell back on his office and dignity and fancy robes, telling everyone that the Esiel were offended and that the colonies would be wise basically to grovel and seek abject forgiveness. He's making it up, Havea decided. It seemed obvious that, however accurate his earlier spiel had been, the cult hierograve was just playing the shyster now, fobbing everyone off with whatever flummery came to mind. It was also just as obvious that at least half the room hadn't noticed he was in pure improvisation mode, and was still taking every word from those avuncular lips as the dictates of the all-powerful God-clam. "I don't get it," he said. "Chief, you said they mentioned the God. That's why I'm here, right?" Emerson, at his shoulder, nodded. "In the initial communication they sent that got this circus up and running." She consulted a little palm-sized slate briefly. "They specifically said, 'The transgressions of the carrion lord and what it carries in its claws.' Or that's the word we got from the cult, anyway. And we assumed that must mean the vulture god, most likely because this came right on the heels of—" "I think you're right," Havea said, "and I think this might not be what everyone's taking it to be." Emerson and Diljat regarded him narrowly. It was depressing to see Diljat very obviously taking a stand on the far side of that dividing line, but he couldn't blame her for wanting to cut ties with the sinking ship that was Havea Mundi. "When this nonsense is done, there are going to be a lot of people wanting private chats with his wisdom there," Emerson said, staring hard at Havea. "I can get you maybe 2 minutes with him, before the diplomats start offering him planets." It wasn't the sort of 2 minutes Havea would have preferred, where he could have hoisted his wisdom the bearer by his collar and shaken him until the truth fell out. There were hegemonic attendants of various sizes and shapes, and the little armoured Timery most definitely had weapons built into their suits. They were never still, trotting around the room on their 6 legs, and occasionally investigating Havea's sandals like possibly incontinent dogs. Sathiel looked exhausted, actually, doing his best to hide it, but the signs were all there. He hadn't been briefed before the conference, Havea would bet, just hauled up and expected to translate extempore. It wasn't as if the resplendent Utir had ever stopped to repeat itself more slowly. Everything an Essiel said was infallible divine pronouncement, spoken once and for the ages.
"I remember you, Mynheer Mundi." Sathiel didn't sound enthusiastic. "Over Hwe Kavor. You were a news typist."
"Good memory you have, Hargreave." Havea was there alone, though everything was being transmitted back to Emerson, of course. He was just himself, lean, angular, wearing dark Berlenhof office casual that never quite fitted right. "I remember how you faked the wreck of the Umaru that time, so we'd all run panicky into the arms of your divine masters. This is phase 2, is it?" Sathiel gave him a sour look.
"Hue reaps what it sows, Mynheer."
"Where does the god fit in, Hargrave?" Havea would have loved to sweat the man more, break him down, but there was an orderly queue of diplomats forming, and he didn't have the time. "You left that out of your speechifying. Carrion lords and what they're carrying, right?" Sathiel licked his lips.
"An oblique reference. It didn't seem consistent with the message."
Havea blinked. "You edited it out when you were translating."
"It is an art form, not a science, to bring the words of the divine to the masses," the old man told him, drawing his dignity about him. "It's not for you to—"
"The vulture god, Hargrave." Havea took a step towards him, and the Timery rattled their armour angrily. "What do they say about it?"
"An accounting," Sathiel said. "The prophet and the judge foresees a grand accounting for all those who have transgressed against the mighty."
He gave a shrug, for a moment playing just the man and not the office.
"If it is Arch Palator that has prompted the Essiel to hand down judgment against humanity, well, the god was there too. They took away a couple of shuttles, if I recall. Perhaps the resplendent Utir merely wants all the defendants present before the trial begins."
Then it was time for the diplomatic dog and pony show, and Hevea backed away, presenting himself before his chief just as if he still had a job. Which, apparently, he did.
"You're a liability," Emerson told him sourly. "Under any other circumstances, you'd be under house arrest at the very least, while we worked out what to do with you. However, right now you're also our link to that piss-pot salvage ship that everyone's so damn interested in."
She looked as though she'd been through a few trying meetings with Hugh Grandees, while Hevea quizzed the Hierograve. "They've come to a decision, then?" She gave him a look that said plainly she wanted to murder him.
"You'll doubtless be delighted to hear that when you shot your career in the foot, my preferred option for dealing with the vulture god was collateral damage. A supply chain has been organized. When the god hits the next rendezvous point, it won't meet our navy. Instead, it'll meet you. You're now special envoy to Timo and Kittering for your sins, Agent Mundy. Keep them moving. Keep them away from everyone. And I do now mean everyone, because if we can't have them, then we sure as hell don't want the hegemonics getting hold of them either."
Chapter 29. Chris. They weren't going to just drop everything for her. It wasn't as though the complement of the eye was quite that wedded to due legal process. However, by dint of extreme arm-twisting and her most winning smiles, she was able to get the crew rota arranged so that, while some of the ints kept on chewing away at the strands of the architect nursery, all the movers and shakers gathered together to hear her speak. Idris sat at the back, in the medical frame that Jane had cobbled together, the six-legged walking bed festooned with monitors and drug printers. He still looked weirdly young, consumptive, almost translucent. He was watching her intently, and he had a comms line direct to her ear if he needed to steer her. She had digested her brief, though, and prepared her materials. Not exactly the usual forum for her to exercise her skills in, but she was a spacer now. You took whatever jobs you could get. "I could start with a big old, 'as you know,'" she told her impatient audience, "but Ollie might drop back into unspace any time, so I'll assume you read what I've submitted, and you know what Idris wants." The first, they almost certainly hadn't, but the second they definitely did, because before his lone dive, Idris hadn't shut up about it, and their expressions weren't encouraging. Doc Shin and Jane were at least neutral, but Andeka and the handful of other ints were obviously just keen to either rest up or get back to the mine. Of the rest of them, they didn't even have faces, but Chris knew they were already wishing this whole circus over with, including the handful of hivers that weren't on fix-it duty and which hadn't shut themselves down to dodge the deleterious effects of the well popping in and out of the reel all the time. Harbinger Ash, Ahab most of all, huge, filling the room not just with its ravaged body, but with its grim purpose. Ahab, who wanted to destroy the architects, for the very reasonable reason they'd murdered its entire culture and turned the Neramathi into the locusts everyone now thought of them as. "As you know." She'd filed what was basically a statement Idris had dictated to her, or rather what was left of it, when she'd taken out all the digressions and the repetition. A pristine little piece of exposition, as neat a deposition as she'd ever produced. Not that any of the bastards had likely even skimmed it beforehand. Most of them were probably trying to crib their way through it right now, even as she spoke. "All right, fine," feeling vaguely defeated, chucking out her masterful legal introductions, which were really to quell her own nerves, as always. "I'm not going to try and argue this from the genocide bad angle, because apparently that's not enough these days. So you know what what Idris has to say about that. It's not going to sway you. You want to neutralize the architects because it's genocide to prevent genocide. Okay then. No, back off, Idris. Over her channel, though loud enough that the sharper-eared would hear her. I know what I'm doing. All right, so Idris has found the things that give the architects their marching orders.
He says he has,
Shinandri interrupted doubtfully. And that was another thing. In a properly run court, there wouldn't be that kind of heckling. She pressed on, though. Who here can say he hasn't? She demanded. Who's better placed to know what's what down here? I mean, there's basically only one of you, and you're being very quiet. Looking at Ash, the alien thing that had warned Earth of the architects over a century ago. Idris says you know he's right. Are you going to confirm that? No judge to stop me harassing the witness either. All eyes turned on Ash, and the alien was unreadable for a moment. All its human act dropped. Then it sighed, a thing it absolutely had no biological need to do. I concur with Idris Telemmier's findings, it stated. I do not concur that we should devote resources to strike at them. We have seen what Idris says. They exist at the heart of the universe. We can assault the architects. We have proved that. How can we even think of challenging the entities who command them? Let us take our victories where we can. That seemed to carry a lot of support, from the way those with heads were nodding them. But it was also where she'd guessed the argument would go. People would have said exactly that about going after the architects. How can you even think of it? And here we are. But fine. We're here because a lot of people laid a lot of careful plans and did a ton of research and experimentation. I won't pretend this venture is just someone's maverick leap of faith. Idris is asking you to take a leap of faith. I know that. But think about what you just said. The entities that command the architects, at the heart of the universe. Idris says they made the throughways. They made this actual place we're standing in, and all the other originator places that are just ruins now. At a time before any species we know had records, they were doing something to the universe, stitching it together, so that it developed a certain way, some damn thing. She couldn't really understand what Idris was talking about here, and it probably wasn't important for her purposes. They have a plan, and it's incredibly important to them. But we screw it up, by living on these worlds and thinking. That's what Idris says. Thought impacts on unspace. It has to, or else ints couldn't do what they do. And even the regular thoughts of us non-int people out there deform things enough that it throws the calculations of these architect masters out of alignment. They need everything to be as precise as that. And us humans, Hani, Neramathi, and all the rest, just lying about in the real, using our minds, is something they can't abide. So they've been exterminating thinking life, one species at a time. They did it to your people, Ash. They did it to the Neramathi. They've done it to countless species we've never met and never will. We only know about them because the architects remember them somehow and steal their shapes for their puppets when they need a hands-on solution to something. All the more reason to kill the architects, you say. Well, listen. You've seen the lengths these masters have gone to wipe us out. And it's not as though the architects are running around like some SEL cult, desperate to do their will. They describe themselves as slaves. That's what Idris brought back from Berlenhof. And you've all seen there are parts of the nursery already destroyed, in a way we can't even replicate. Just cauterized, is how Idris describes it. He thinks that's where the masters punish their slaves for not doing what they want. There's probably some charred part of the nest out there that's a result of the one which refused to destroy Berlinhof? Or from Far Lux, the first time Idris and the other Ints made contact, when the architects faced up to the massacres they were sent out to commit and what? Rebelled? Maybe that was why we didn't see them for so long. They were bucking against the hands of their masters, having whole sections of their nursery destroyed, rather than be the monsters we see them as. Or maybe they were off cheerfully murdering some other species that didn't have Ints to prick their conscience, but no sense doing the other side's work for them. So, she told them, fine. We can take the master's toys away from them. But it's not about that for them. It's about us. We're the problem. Whatever they actually want from the universe, we're the grit in their gears. How about that? Idris has seen through to the center of the universe, and it turns out we do actually matter. Not individually, not any one of us, maybe not any one sapient species, but us, all together. Thinking life. We matter because we are in their way. Burn out the architects, and it doesn't change that. It just means they have to go about it by some other means, to find some method of rebalancing the universe and putting us in our place, and maybe in a way that's more costly to them or needs more cleaning up afterwards. It's like ants, right? Lots of worlds have problems with ants. The Earth colony insect. She suddenly became aware the hivers might find the comparison offensive, but she was committed now. Eventually, if the ants are all over your orbital or your ship or whatever, you have to take some pretty drastic measures that you'd rather not. It's better just to get some biological control in, which is less efficient, but doesn't force you to evacuate the entire ship for 10 days while it's fumigated. But if the ants won't be controlled, if they kill off your fungus or your wasps or whatever, then that's what you have to do. And these masters, you're betting a whole hell of a lot on the architects being the only tool in their belt, right? Looking at them, she could see where she'd hit and where she still had work to do. Most of all with Ash and Ahab, the big dogs in this pack, whom she couldn't read at all. And it's more than that, right? She went on, down to the last tool on her particular belt. I think some of you aren't after justice, or even saving lives. I think revenge is a big motivator. Staring straight ahead at Ahab, knowing she could never truly get inside the creature's head, but could overlay human motives and hope she was close enough. Revenge against whom? The architects? It's like wanting revenge against the bullet or the gun. But Idris wants to go confront the bastards who keep pulling the trigger on us. He doesn't know what we can possibly do against them, sure, just like Ash said. But he wants to try, to see if there's a crack he can get his int mind into, even if it kills him. Putting that right out there, and making sure Idris heard it as well. Whatever he says, we've got his medical readouts right there. This isn't some frolic of his own. He's putting himself on the line for what he thinks is right. And if he does find a way, then there's your revenge. Give him one of the machines for this. Give him the opportunity. Because if there's any chance at all he can kneecap these masters, slow them down, warn them off, or hurt them any damn way, then that's so much more of a win and revenge than exterminating the architects. So, how about it? Listening to the quiet, ringing out after her words, she was vaguely amazed she'd got through it all without Ollie and Kit suddenly dropping into unspace and leaving her blathering before an empty room. She was still fully expecting them to be yanked away before anybody could give an opinion. Watching Ahab, specifically. Ahab, whose relentless will had turned the eye upon the architects in the first place and made all this happen. The Neramathi lurched forwards on its mechanical legs, scarred prosthesis of a head swinging close to her, past her, ponderous as a piece of construction machinery. She had absolutely no idea what it was thinking. But then, "Yes," from its translator. Not the usual exuberant shout, either. A considered, thoughtful syllable, for the first time, as though the real Ahab, the genius adventurer who'd found the eye and seen its potential, could momentarily be glimpsed within it. And although Ash had huddled in on itself, unconvinced, she knew she'd carried the room. Idris. There had been discussions afterwards. Far too many discussions that he was mostly locked out of. He'd had to have faith in Chris as his official representative. They wanted to talk about him behind his back, and he wasn't strong enough to object. But in the end, Chris had at least half a smile on when she returned to his bedside. "We're good to go," she told him, "with conditions." "Of course, conditions," Idris said. "Nobody trusts me." "Don't start getting either paranoid or whiny," Chris said brightly. "What nobody trusts is your constitution. Even linked up to all this junk. Back when they'd basically kidnapped you to that horrible planet where the eye was, you were going on dives with a rider, right?" "What? No!" "You went gazing into unspace, but Doc Shin was kind of with you, even though he's not an int. Or is that not true?" "Oh, right," Idris nodded tiredly. "Sure, I guess." "So that's what they want. Someone who can go with you. And Jane's going to sync you. Heart to heart, lungs to lungs. Basically, your autonomic systems are going to default to someone else's, so that when yours inevitably fall over, you'll just keep going. This doesn't actually need them mentally accompanying you down there, but I think it would be better if you weren't alone." "I work better alone." Idris tried to ball up his fists, but only really got a decent clench from the artificial one. "No, you don't," Chris told him. "I mean, I was just your mouthpiece for a couple of hours, but aside from that, I know you, Idris. You need people, who you can be alone with, even. You want to do things like this alone because you're scared of anyone seeing you screw up or lose it, of them thinking they can't rely on you. Tell me I'm wrong." "You're wrong." "Fine. Now tell me I'm wrong without actually lying to me." Idris stared at her, mutinously. He heard her voice crack. She stopped and bit her lip, and just looked at him until he put a hand on her arm. The metal hand still, because the flesh one wouldn't do what he wanted properly. "I don't want you to be down there alone," she said. "I don't think I could take Doc Shin's giggling for that long, honestly." "That's why it's going to be Solace." He read there, too, that she had wanted to put herself forward for it as his business partner, his friend, but she hadn't quite mustered the courage. The abyss, the very thought of it, had defeated her. But, as his representative, she'd done her duty. She'd got someone who she knew cared just as much about him, was strong, and would dare anything. "Fine." He made it sound as grudging as he possibly could, and was secretly, wretchedly grateful that here, at the end of all things, he had people like this, who had his back. "Myrmidon Executor Solace, Heaven's Sword Sorority, Basilisk Division," she said, when his bed skittered him into the machine room. "Reporting for duty." She wasn't, as he'd half expected, in full Partheni armour, Mr. Punch cradled in her arms. Instead, it was her under-armour body sleeve, with a colonial shipwear tunic over it, and both cuffs peeled back to the upper arm, ready for all the medical telltales to be slapped on. Dr. Shinandri was bustling over, and he and Jane transferred Idris to his designated machine with a minimum of fuss. There were 2 other ints already under and attacking the nursery, because he and Chris hadn't got anybody actually to stop, just to give him these resources to give it a shot. Time was of the essence.
I know you mean... I mean, thank you for...
They kept pulling him around to get everything properly fitted. It gave him an excuse not to finish sentences.
I don't know how this will go.
Solace was lying there, quite calmly, beside him. But you've done this before, right?
What? No.
Doc Shin said he flew with you. With a sinking feeling, he realised her calm was actually faith in him, and that was terrible.
No, that was when the eye was still in the reel, when we were just looking into the water, not deeply in. I don't even know if this will work, and I really don't know what'll happen when the god drops again. We probably won't re-link. But thank you anyway. It's a nice thought.
I won't let go of you.
It doesn't work like that. It's supra-universal physics. I don't think sheer human bloody-mindedness will make much of a dent in it.
Well, about that. Solace was staring stoically up at the slanted black stone of the ceiling. These architect lords, right?
Uh-huh.
Who you're going to poke in the eye?
Yep.
You don't think that's also just sheer human bloody-mindedness against the universe? Solace pressed, voice still admirably steady. I mean, they made the throughways and the architects and the thing, the presence. That makes them kind of gods, doesn't it? Idris closed his eyes, feeling a medley of ducts and needles go in, to replace the purely medical ones they'd just taken out.
I don't know what they did, he said. And then, actually, I don't think they did. Not make them. I think unspace has an ecology. It's like an open sea.
I grew up on a spaceship. Assume I don't even know what that is.
Well, I mostly grew up on spaceships too. But we had some aquaculture people, all about ocean worlds and living on boats. When I grew up, I was going to be a fisherman on some colony ocean somewhere, you know? Oceans are deserts. There's life, but it's far and thinly spread. Architects are unspace life, with their own little coral reef. Maybe there are even other architect sites, though I only ever found the one when I was using the eye back then. And I do think there's other life here too. Little life, thinly spread, that doesn't interact with us at all, and so we haven't even registered it. Unspace is alive.
A cheering thought. She was being sarcastic, but he wasn't when he continued.
It is. Life. Precious life. And I don't think they made it. I don't think they made the presence either. They just used what they found. They turned the architects into their hands in the wider universe, in the real. The presence their guard dog, and set up their little house in its shadow. And I'll bet they didn't get their hands dirty with the throughways or the originator sites in the real. The architects built them, or some other slaves we've never even met, that perhaps don't exist anymore. So maybe they are strong enough to burn out our minds, or swat us like insects. But it doesn't have to be that way. Which means I do have to try. Go shout at them. Go reason with them. Do something.
Except Chris's whole point is that they really, really hate what we're doing to the place and need us to stop thinking, she observed. Doesn't suggest that shouting and reasoning will get you anywhere.
It's not a good plan. It's just the only one I have.
she reached out for him, past the lip of her machine bed, reaching for the metal hand given how they were set side by side. But they dropped out of the bubble and fully into unspace before she could connect. For a moment, it hadn't worked, and he wondered why they'd ever thought it would. No Solace, just Idris, falling into that familiar abyss. And although nothing was real out here, he didn't even have the illusion of another body beside him. Jane was in his ear, his real ear back on the eye, and he heard himself calmly reporting that he'd lost Solace, and they should bring her back. It had been a nice thought, but he'd go on alone. Then he felt the clasp of her hand. It was in the hand he didn't actually have anymore, the one that had been burned away over Kriketh's hell. One solid squeeze. "I'm here." "Contact," he reported, even as he fell, accelerating into the depths below. "Can you give me direct comms to her?" There was still no sense of another person with him, save for that phantom touch. Then Solace's voice came in his ear, faint and static scratchy, as though she was half a solar system away from him, signal fritzed by solar radiation and poorly maintained equipment. "Idris, how are you?" But that wasn't the question he needed to ask her. "What is it like? What do you see?" "Void, like space, but no stars. Light, but no stars. I can feel your hand. I won't let go." He'd been about to say the same, but he reckoned her grip was always going to be stronger than his. If he concentrated, he could still sense the ghosts of Jane and the others up there in the eye, too. He could even faintly glimpse the shadows of the other Ints as they went about their brutal task. But this was different. This was a whole other level of not being alone. And then the presence was coming. It was outraged and wanted its prey alone. It liked them solitary and fearful. This buddy system diving was not permitted. They had its absolute attention, so much so that every other unspace navigator in the universe right now perhaps felt a momentary release of that omnipresent dread. "Oh," he heard Solace say, and knew she was feeling it too. The Leviathan rising from the depths, the Kraken waking, as though the dark below was suddenly a thing, not an absence, a presence. His mind helpfully decked it with tentacles and teeth. "Idris?" Solace's voice, compressed to a squeak. The soldier confronted with an enemy too vast for any war to break. "Idris, it's... He focused himself into that handclasp, that tenuous human contact. "Solace, I'm here." Just ragged breathing from her. Her lungs, her heart, that was supposed to be his backup, racing towards overload and shutdown. Too much. The terror of it. "Solace, stay with me." Faster and faster, her panic infecting him, until he snapped out, "Myrmidon Executor Solace, pray a combatra." Getting the stress and pronunciation utterly wrong, but somehow imbuing the words with all that solid, burly purpose the Parthenon could always muster. A pause, and then, Mother." There was a tightening of her phantom grip, or that could have been only in his head, except that only in his head meant different things down here. He moved them on. He was no great cruising bruiser of the deeps, Idris. Not a crab with an armoured shell, nor some vast squid shape, casting the ocean in his shadow. Always a little man, with his inwardly hunched shoulders, so that other people's demands would slant off them and fall away. If he was anything in this benthic arena, he was an eel. Slippery, flexible. As the presence came for him, faster than he'd ever known, he squirmed aside. "No, not me. I'm just Idris. Can't be important."
Just go on your way.
Feeling a displacement of space around him that was entirely imaginary. It filled the water with its reaching, trying to find and extinguish him, increasingly outraged at this doubled intrusion. But he was never quite where it looked. The eel that he'd become found hole after hole in the net of its search and squirmed through, and so long as he wriggled free, Solace was clear too, joined to him through their clasp, just one more loop of the eel as it writhed out of the trap again. Then the god fell into unspace once more, and he was absolutely alone. For a moment it threw him, the loss of that anchoring grasp, and the presence almost had him. He tumbled, clipped, out of control. Panicked, but then his whole life had been a kind of panic. From his childhood on ship after ship, fleeing the architects, learning about planet-side lives such as being a fisherman, which had seemed less realistic than dragons and wizards. Panicking every moment of the intermediary program at what they were doing to him, what he'd become, seeing all the others who weren't making it through the procedures. Panic during the war, because what was war other than the whole human sphere panicking, faced with an enemy which couldn't be fought? And afterwards, none of it went away. A life in the shadow of what he'd become, running away from all the people who wanted him to become something even worse. To be their slave, to be their collaborator in making more wretched victims. So his panic now was just baseline Idris, and he lived through it, running interference around the perimeter of the presence, feeling its rage and fury, feeling the brute basal mind that existed within it. It was part of the ecosystem, he kept telling himself, unspace's top predator. Bad dog, no biscuit. Falling past its undulating flank, he approached the singular point, and still it fought to snare him, to bring the appalling realization of its nature to his mind, so that he'd rather just fugue into a catatonic state than face it. But he was good at not facing things. He'd been doing it his whole life. He lost track of time. It was a long way to the heart of all things. At some point, he felt the god resurface, who knew where, and to his infinite relief, Solace's hand was back in his, clenched tight. To his infinite relief, he was there for her to grasp, and not just an absence, like the ints they'd already lost. They were both there, still together. No words, just that human contact, the thing he'd spent most of his life avoiding. But it had always been different with Solace. Solace, Chris, a tiny handful of people who kept him tied to human experience, without whom, I'd have just fucked off into the void forever, for sure. Idris? Her voice was even fainter, further away, but her grip still held. He couldn't imagine what she was seeing and sensing, what her brain conjured up to make sense of the non-space all around, and the horror that was within it.
It's going to get worse, he warned her. Nice to be able to say, before it gets better, but that would have been false advertising. They were accelerating. He concluded there was no option but to do so. It was inbuilt into the fact that he was approaching the very centre. A moment's wonder. Huge abyss, yes, but compared to the physical universe, how small unspace was. Plenty big enough to get lost in, and for the monster that was his whole world view right now. He looked up at it, as it lashed about furiously, trying to find him. Falling away from it. Directions didn't really have their usual meanings, but Idris looked down. Brace, he told Solace. Impact in.
Her grip tightened again. If he'd had a hand there for real, it would have been bone-grinding agony. There were some fringe benefits to being an amputee. They broke through. What was there was nothing that the human brain could make sense of. There were no dimensions. It was a single point that he could yet inhabit, or indeed share, because they were already present, the lords of the heart of the universe. And so his brain constructed a world there, just so he'd have a place to meet them in. A little world, claustrophobic and tight. He'd lived most of his life on ships as small as the Vulture God, so this was no great privation. A terrible world, antithetical to human life, but then he'd also been on Krikyath's Hell and Ark Palator. The universe was full of places people shouldn't go, but went anyway. A world that was caught exactly halfway between eternal stasis and infinite entropy. But then he wasn't aging, and he couldn't sleep, so frankly that just felt like his life. He saw it as a ruin, something of the originator to it, because he'd been living amongst their leavings for a while, but more like ancient human architecture. Tumbled lichen-encrusted stones, fallen monoliths, the ragged curtains of half-collapsed walls. A dead place, still inhabited. And, if he looked up, his breath caught. Not that he had lungs here to breathe, and not that his actual lungs, back up wherever the hell they were actually breathing, just slavishly following Solace's body's lead. Still, in his head, his breath caught. He saw the universe, all of it, up above, like the night sky. A constellation of ridiculous complexity, and yet, wherever he looked, he could see right up to the granular detail of all the tiny pieces it was made up of. Stars, planets, people, atoms, as though an infinitely powerful and biddable magnifying lens hung between him and the totality of all things. Looking down into unspace through the eye was absolutely nothing compared to this telescope pointed the opposite way. It made him feel, for a moment, like a god. Not omnipotent. He was Idris Telemmier, barely potent most of the time, let alone the omni business. Omniscient, though, looking up at the universe from the wrong side. And he had a sense of time passing up there, as fast or as slow as he wanted it to. He could let the clock run 1,000,000 years, or slow it, so that the motion of the hands crawled down to stillness. And it wasn't as if he had become a Superman. It was only because he was standing here, at the heart of all things. At last, he thought he understood how it all worked. Idris! The faintest whisper of a voice, and her hand was almost gone from his. He fumbled for it, reaching with that unreal limb he had, that wasn't the prosthesis, or the arm he'd lost, or the arm he felt he had now, but something else entirely. He reached, clawing out into the void, touched, fingertip to fingertip, lunged, and then had her. Idris, I can't see, I can't feel, just you and nothing. That's because there is nothing, he said quietly, because to be loud here felt like sacrilege, as though his raised voice would echo across that universe splayed out above him and shake planets from their orbits. Your mind can make something for you, though. You just have to let it do its thing. I don't know how to do that. Solace's voice, tightly controlled. Just keep hold. I'm trying to reach you. I'm trying to come to you. I'm here, he promised. But right now, she wasn't here. He was alone. Or just as in unspace, not completely alone. He turned and saw them. He'd expected skeletons, to be honest. Animate dead things in the human mould, to go with this dead human place. Perhaps there was some ancient selfhood to them, though, that they were imposing on him. They wished to be seen a certain way, and his mind pulled in other directions, with the end result becoming some melange of both. They were hunched on the stones and monuments he'd cluttered the place with, roosting like birds. He saw them in ragged dark robes, trailing away into streamers of night. The glimmer of crowns bedecked their heads with spikes, as they informed him that they were lords here, kings and rulers of a vast empire that encompassed everything there ever was. He had the sense of heads like bird skulls beneath these crowns, vast empty sockets, raptorial beaks, images of imperial power brought to ruin by time, yet still holding fast to their domain and their privilege. They'd made themselves bigger than he was, looming over him, spreading cloaks that were wings, that were great swatches of annihilating night, and that were his imagination. He shrugged. He'd always been a little man, and was used to being loomed over. He clutched at Solace's hand again. She was still in the void, still reaching for any visualization of this place that she could conjure. All he had of her was her voice, her touch. It was enough. "I'm here to plead for us," he told those beaks, those vacant stares. They shifted, and he saw talons carve moss from the stone, brittle ribs appearing ghostly within the dark of them. "You're killing us," he said, "and so we're fighting back. We're murdering the creatures you use to murder us. It's stupid. What do you even want? There's got to be some other way than this. Please." His words raised no echo, falling into the dead air and vanishing away, except he knew they were being heard, and even understood. Because if some unimaginable alien from the furthest reaches of the universe had appeared in this place before him and had spoken in its utterly inimical way, he'd have understood. He and an Essiel could have debated philosophy with common understanding here. There was only room for one truth at the heart of all things. It was the ultimate diplomatic forum, where everyone understood each other and nobody could lie. So he could feel them understand him, as well as a growing response, something kindling within all those dead breasts. Sympathy, was it? Empathy? An understanding of the cost of whatever it was they were trying to achieve. "Just tell us what you're trying to do. There's a way that doesn't involve killing us, surely. We're here. We're alive, all of us. Human, Hanny, Essiel, everyone. You don't have to do this." One of them keened, or his ears turned what it did into a sound. Skull-raking, hideous. They all took it up. A ghastly chorus that went on and became their unified response to him. That thing he'd sensed, rising in them, broke to the surface. He heard stones shifting and falling with the very force of it. Hate, loathing, utter negation of everything he was, an unwillingness to countenance sharing the universe with him, and outrage, because he'd forced them to share this place with him too, their sanctum, their castle at the heart of everything. He felt their disgust and their fury, and then he felt them act. Chapter 30. Havea. The vulture god made the rendezvous practically on time, which Havea reckoned was a first. Limping out of unspace, already tumbling before one or other of its crew spotted him and started to make adjustments to match their ship's angle and motion. It was just Archer, Havea, and Diljat out here, plus a barren little world that somehow managed to put together half Earth's gravity and 3 times its atmospheric pressure, along with a cocktail of acidic chemicals that were simultaneously dangerous and common enough to be worthless. They'd called the planet Sherm's World, and as far as Havea was concerned, Sherm could keep it. If it became collateral damage in the god's careering progress through space, then no great loss.
"We wish to know if it is the Spook Monday present,"
came Kittering's translator. "It's Agent Monday, to be sure," Havea said tiredly. Diljat was smirking. "You ready for docking? Got your snackies and things here?"
"Prepare for grabbage,"
Kit told him. Havea spent precisely 3.5 seconds puzzling over the word before the god changed orientation and began to approach them with its docking claw open, latching onto the launch that he and Diljat were in. It wasn't a pretty or reassuring sight. By name and nature, the vulture god was supposed to come to rest only on things that were already dead. He could tell the exact moment when Ollie took over. Kittering was a lot of things, but a skilled pilot wasn't one of them. The ship's uncomfortably fast approach became merely a hasty one, and the arms of the docking claw flexed, as though the woman actually inhabited them. Her mind making them her body of convenience for that moment, so they folded around the launch like a lover, barely scratching the paintwork. He noticed she'd also done it in such a way that the choice of when to disengage would be entirely down to the god. But then the god was a salvage and retrieval ship, so this was its default mode. Doubtless nothing to worry about. "I'll help them load up," he said. Diljat's gaze was level and untrusting. "They won't do anything to me," he told her. "Is that what I'm worrying about? I won't do anything to them either, if you're thinking I'm some maverick badass." "I wonder if you're considering taking up your old place on their crew, now you're in the shit with the agency, is what I'm thinking, Agent Monday." Havea snorted. "I was never on the crew. They didn't accept me and I was under duress. Honestly, my loyalties stayed exactly in the same place. Not my fault Hugh broke into bits and flew away in all directions." He was waiting at the hatch when it opened up, a brief concertinaed loop of the god's umbilical leading out into the familiar space of its drone bay. He linked the first crate to the synced gravitic systems and guided it through, letting it coast over the uneven wrinkles of the connection. Olian Timo was waiting for him, obviously not about to lift a tentacle to help, far less put herself inside his ship and within the notional power of Mordaunt House. She looked grey, unwell, still in that battered control pod plugged into the Essiel prosthetic, Aklu's nasty toy. There were stimulants in the supply package, part of what she'd requested. He wondered when she'd last slept. Kittering came scuttling in then, taking the crate off him while Ollie watched balefully. "How are you keeping?" Havea asked them. Quietly, genuinely, with none of the forced bonhomie he had expected to come from his mouth. They weren't his friends, these two, but they had somehow gone through a lot on the same side. "Fucking rough," Ollie told him. "This saving the universe business. Could do without it. Kit wants to bill you for it." "Me personally?" Havea asked wryly. "Considerable difficulties are encountered in calculating appropriate quid pro quo for a universe. We must give consideration to inventing a new currency," Kittering stated. Havea didn't know if he was joking or not. "Sell your story after," he suggested. "Every media typist in the galaxy will want it. Hold out for the highest bidder. Get your favourite digital composite to play you." He had been joking, but the pair of them were staring at him weirdly. "That," Ollie said, "is a fuck of a good idea." "Seriously? Man, you know only about 1/10 of the shit we've been through, and even that is madder than any damn crazy business they're making in the colonial sphere. Or, Kit, there's a whole Hanny media drama circuit, right? The quality of which is demonstrably superior," Kittering agreed snootily. Ignore him. He wanted the latest season of Boy Aaron and Brothers on the supply list.
A subplot involving an inheritance dispute has cultural resonance, Kittering protested. Also, what is occurring to Junior?
Already?
Ollie tilted back violently to look at the Ogdru, hanging in its big water bubble top centre of the drone bay. Havea had already bolted back through the hatch. For a moment, he had decided just to stay on the launch and screw the resupply, but then duty jabbed at him again, and he quickly hustled the next 2 crates through, battering them against the umbilical's walls in his hurry.
How long have we got?
He demanded, but Ollie was still, staring up at the creature.
I have no idea what the damn thing is about, she admitted. It has this kind of panic attack when the architects are closing in. Regular as clockwork every time. It's been our early warning system, absolute lifesaver.
Not this, though. This is new.
It's hungry?
Sick? Havea asked. If the Ogdru upped and died on them, that was a problem, pinning the god in space, where the architects could track it down. Havea wasn't sure what his duty would be in that case, and he didn't fancy trying to order Archer to swap onto the other ship, which functionally would mean both him and Diljat joining the crew too, or being abandoned over Sherm's world. Junior the Ogdru was definitely doing a thing. Hanging in the centre of its spherical tank, revolving slowly, its body undulating in measured, irregular pulses. Its rubbery skin rippled, and it threw its various tendrils and fins out in staccato flails that seemed deliberate, but had no pattern to them.
Does it talk to you? He asked.
Knowledge held by us concerning Ogdru feral atavism navigator. True intellect is lacking. 0 communication at a sapient level, Kittering explained. The ability possessed by them to chart unspace is instinctive, unable to be performed by regular Ogdru. No talking, no. The creature's movements were weirdly hypnotic, familiar. He'd seen just this sort of thing recently. What was it?
Oh,
he managed. They were both staring at him. What? Ollie demanded.
Only it looks like... You know when an Essiel talks? All that arm waving? I've just recently been watching way too many alien species trying to pass that down the chain. Looks like it's mimicking an Essiel.
Why would it want to... You think someone taught it some Essiel phrases? Junior wants a cracker, that sort of thing, Ollie asked, wide-eyed.
Or, Havea swallowed, it's receiving a message and broadcasting it.
Like what? From where? How would that even work?
If a thing is sensitive to unspace, so much that it can detect an architect coming in, then who says you can't use it as a receiver? If you could transmit through unspace.
You can't transmit through unspace.
We can't. The Essiel can do all kinds of shit we don't know about, Havea said with feeling.
The docking claw disengaged. In fact, it practically flung the launch away from the god, sending it tumbling towards Sherm's world before its own drives could correct its course. Inside the god, the air shook from the lost chunk of atmosphere before its gravitic envelope corrected. Havea's ears rang, and his vision blurred.
It's activating the drives, Ollie shouted. It's dropping us into unspace, the bastard! No, Junior! Junior, will you just...
And then no more words, as she dropped into the system to fight the creature.
No, thank you, no.
Kittering pelted off towards the command pod, leaving Havea staring up at the calmly gesticulating Ogdru.
What?
Unspace claimed them. An entry rough as a forced landing, the cavernous void below dragging them down.
Chris.
It's normal,
Dr. Shinandri insisted.
His eyes were very wide, and his smile even wider, as though there were hooks at the corners of his mouth. Under no circumstances reassuring. "There's no brain activity," Chris stated, not for the first time, and she wasn't sure how that and normal lived in the same orbit. Her sense of normality was scrambled anyway, after Ollie had shunted them through a longer jaunt in unspace than usual, which had left them all reeling, and was now not answering anybody's calls. In this teetering state, Chris had then gone to check on Idris, and found his brainwaves conspicuous by their absence.
"Precisely! Normal!"
Another inch on Shinandri's smile, until it was painful to look at.
"It's known. Not normal then, but expected. If not expected, then known. Or there is precedent. When intermediaries act in space and unspace, we see moments when their thoughts fly out of their head. You see?"
A little fluttering gesture of his long-fingered hands.
"This absence of cerebral function is a very specific absence, like a particular kind of silence one might listen to that tells one the owner is away from their quarters. Oh my, yes, or if they are simply in the lavatory."
"What sort of messed up analogy is that?" Chris demanded. "Idris, Solace, can you hear me at all?" There was nothing but a distant howling sound on his channel, like wind scouring far canyons on a dead world. Right then, everyone went quiet, listening in case the faintest distress call might ghost in on those winds. Shinandri and Jane, Ahab and Ash, and Telemmier, and a handful of off-duty ints, as well as a couple of the hivers, still diligently maintaining the equilibrium between function and entropy.
"You are heard."
Not Idris, not over the channel at all. A voice was speaking from all around them, every wall a sounding board. She felt the buzz of it through her sandals. Ash made a sound. She'd only ever heard it speak as a human might, that urbane voice that issued from its torso. Now it squealed, like faulty audio, high, sharp, and painful. It momentarily lost all pretense at humanity, becoming squatter, wider, splaying its limbs. Spines unsheathed themselves across its body, ripping up its robe. Chris guessed no human had ever realized the alien even had them. Something was coming to them, or was manifesting there, in the center of the machine room. Logically, it had to be the latter, that it was coalescing out of thin air, however impossible. To Chris's eyes, though, it seemed to travel to them, extremely fast and from extremely far away, distances the chamber didn't even possess. It was... She let out a whimper. It was two bad memories, merged seamlessly and made animate, a physical thing before her. It was an old-style mining automat, from her early years spent out on the Harmaster Belt, where some of the ancient machines were still used. Being old, they malfunctioned, and 7-year-old Chris had been told of an incident when one had got its coordinates wrong and torn up a habitat. She hadn't been a witness to it, and maybe it hadn't even happened, but the thought of it had given her nightmares for a week. It was that. But it was also the thing on the crest over the student's door to the probate halls on Scintilla, which had always creeped her out. A bird's skull and human bones arranged into an intricate wheel, skeletal hands clutching knives, because you couldn't serve a writ on Scintilla without hitting at least one artistic depiction of an edged weapon. So the thing hanging in the air before her had both the knives and the gleaming diamond drills, the glassy lenses and dark sockets, with no join to say where one phantasmagoria ended and another took up. It was so absurdly personal that she could be dispassionately sure that everyone else was seeing something different and similarly tailored to their terrors. This realization gave her a tenuous control. Want to frighten me, do you? I've won cases in front of scarier arbiters than you. She glanced around. Doc Shin was probably facing the embodiment of an ethics board, if she had any handle on his past. Jane had gone completely ashen, blood on her lips where she'd bitten herself. The woman was basically missing a torso, so small wonder there was enough trauma in her past for the thing to dip into. Andeka had just folded, and half the ints couldn't even look at the thing. The couple of Partheni were doing their best, but then Idris's whole goal with them had been to get them into unspace without the bloody baggage of the liaison board. Ahab she couldn't guess at, but Ash still had its spikes out. She had a worrying idea that maybe, of all of them, Ash was seeing what was actually there.
You are heard and judged and found wanting, it pronounced. You have trespassed in our domain and assailed our servants. You have allowed yourself to be led by the false prophet. You have committed every sacrilege.
Chris looked around, expecting Ahab to step up to the plate on this one. The Neramathi had its head low, though, and rippling twitches chased each other across its hide. She suddenly found she was surprisingly angry. The familiar anger a good lawyer always fought down, because losing your cool and losing your case were frequently close cousins. It was the fury at an opposing advocate for not playing fair, or a biased judge, or a witness you knew was lying. And so, when she spoke to the thing, it was with the most immaculate politeness possible. And who might we be addressing? The thing was already focused on her, but then she guessed everyone felt themselves the sole target of its ire.
We are the lords of all creation, it announced. When this universe coalesced, we were present to witness its birth. We have governed and shaped it over all of its existence. We built these halls that you infest and have purloined for your own use. We bound the stars together, and you use our architecture as your roads. We are the masters of all things, and you have finally drawn our notice sufficient to offend us.
You're the masters of the architects, she clarified. You're what Idris said was down there.
Those who dared creep to our very door are gone, it informed her gravely. Such blasphemy cannot be borne. They are dust, and in this way we shall serve all who have the temerity to approach us.
Chris felt a stab of grief for Idris and Solace, but she pushed it down. Later for that. She'd learned how to live like a spacer, and that meant a time and a place for mourning, because there was always a crisis to deal with first. If you're the all-powerful lords of everything, then you know you're killing us, right? You send your monsters to rework our planets and we die. And so we fight back. We might just be insects, but we fight back. I guess we don't really care whether you approve of that or not.
Our vision encompasses the perfection of the universe, a greater good, a wider goal, beyond your imaginings.
If it's a universe that doesn't have us in it, then we're not exactly persuaded, Chris said, and she felt a flicker, a jag of discontinuity in all that awe and terrible majesty act it was putting out. Frustration that she wouldn't just knuckle under and know her place, as though it was some supercharged boyarin or provincial magistrate, someone who'd always been king of their own castle, until one day they looked out and there were torches, pitchforks, and some really revolting peasants coming for them. Ash, help me out here,
It is exactly as you say, Ash informed her quietly. They are the voices behind the architects, the dwellers at the heart of unspace, as Idris surmised. But we could never reach them, my people. We died, and died. They hunted us, and here they are. It sounded terrified. The feeling didn't quite come out as a natural human would have expressed it, but a century amongst her species had given Ash's voice a lot of recognizable character. "What does it want?" Jane got out. She'd recovered a little of her colour, perhaps from seeing Chris standing up to the thing. "Tell it we're killing its architects," said one of the Partheni Ints in a heavy Parsef accent, ramrod straight, and staring at the thing that probably looked like her worst-ever drill sergeant. "Murder each bastard one," Ahab growled, a sound that seemed to rumble all the way down its long body.
"Know this," spoke the apparition. "You have inconvenienced us. In some small way you have set back our plans, perhaps a lifetime as you measure it, for we who have endured the full duration of your universe. And yet, in coming here and damaging our estates, you have drawn our notice. It is easier for us to have you go away than draw forth more of our reserves to obliterate you. We can make you dust, but we begrudge you even that much time and effort." Despite the overwhelming preeminence that the manifestation was projecting, Chris felt a racing in her chest. The slow sense of a case on the turn, the witness cracked, the evidence like a blade cutting the stitches that held the opposition's narrative together. "We tell you to go. Return to your worlds, your minute span of space that is all the universe you know. Go, and we shall not follow. What is it to us if your one human species lives out its span and vanishes from creation? We shall devote ourselves to other places. We shall tend to your worlds when you are gone. We have all the time, and none of your breeds lasts long. Go now, and weave this into a grand victory for your kind, if you will. Know only that we are occupied with greater pursuits than you can know, and you are not worth the effort to extinguish." Chris started grinning, because you knew it was the last act of any dispute when people started offering to settle. She looked at the others. She felt the dire need to go talk privately with her clients, but right now this probably wasn't an option. "I mean,"
Dr. Shenandri advanced, with just the merest spectre of his grin,
"there are worse options."
His eyes flicked left and right.
"We have come very far to preserve all of humanity, if just for a while, to reach a détente with God."
"If we were able to talk to Hugh," Andeka said. She was staring down, still unable to look at whatever personal phantom hung before her. "They'd say yes," Chris agreed. "Like a shot. Probably Partheni High Command, too. They'd also say the Neramathi are already ruined, but maybe ask us to make a counter-offer to include our trading partners, Hani, Castigar. We could use it as leverage over the Essiel hegemony even. Get them to open up to us, or we'd cut them out of the final treaty. Because that's what this is, isn't it? A treaty. Only it's just us here, negotiating it. So I can basically just shove my own demands in. Maybe they stay clear of 100,000 light-years from where Earth is, or 100 throughway points out. That makes more sense. Room to expand. Except we'd always know they were out there." She'd thought there would be more outrage, but Jane's face, the doctor's, most of the ints too, they were thinking it through. They were on the brink, looking into the abyss that, a moment before, they'd been ready to cast themselves into. Except now this thing was giving them an alternative. Ash was shrunken in on itself, quiet and cowed in the face of the force that had murdered its entire species. And Ahab? Ahab stepped forwards, metal legs tapping absurdly lightly on the stone.
"You remade my worlds,"
the Neramathi said. Not the expected mad bellow. A sharp, hard utterance, its translator in a new mode.
"You killed my people. We will never be what we were because of you."
Chris felt the gap between the creature and everyone else widen, species interest prizing them apart. The offer on the table wasn't for Ahab. Ahab was just detritus left over from the previous phase of the works. Irrelevant.
"We have the power to do far worse," said the apparition implacably, "and to far more. Your decision, please."
Chris said, "Do you, though?" A frozen moment, when all eyes were on her. "I mean," putting it together carefully, feeling Ahab's focus most of all, "you've not been the model of restraint thus far. Your slaves here go into the real and reshape planets. For some grand purpose we're all too small to appreciate, because we're just insects in your shadow, sure, we get that. But it doesn't feel like you've been holding back. And if I'm wrong..." She actually tried to jump on the next words before they came out, but she ended up saying them anyway. "I don't believe you. If you could have done worse, you would have."
"Yes!"
Ahab roared, and abruptly, the Neramathi was right by her, looming over her, its head actually clipping through the phantom monster.
"You seek to put us off because you fear us,"
it shouted into and through the manifestation's face.
"We have you. We have you."
There was a sudden flight of hope in Chris, because it wasn't when they'd started picking at the architects that this deal had hit the table. It was after Idris and Solace had gone down to the centre, which meant, maybe, they weren't just dust on the wind after all. Maybe they were down there, making a nuisance of themselves.
"I warn you,"
the apparition began, and Jane shouted, "Keep your warnings!" And it was as simple as that. No takers, no counter-offers. Chris saw Ash unfold, then resume something approximating a human bearing. She wondered if it had actually been here before, facing this thing directly with some other species, and how that had gone.
"We are coming for you,"
Ahab practically howled.
"Idris was right. Why strike at the slaves when there are the masters? We will come to your home and do what you did to my people. We will do worse."
In the echo of that, the thing was suddenly gone, an unfelt pressure abruptly released.
"We may just have done a very unwise thing,"
Dr. Shinandri murmured. "Everything's moving," Andeka stated. Her eyes were wide, staring into a gulf Chris couldn't see. "God protect us! Everything!" Then she was gone. Everyone was gone, and Chris was blind to whatever she was seeing, alone once more, because the vulture god had chosen this moment of all times to dive back into unspace. Chris was left only with the sense of an impending doom, so generic as to be useless. A vast, encroaching badness that she was utterly unequipped to comprehend or analyse, yet so insistent that even the stalking sense of the presence was no more than a background irritant against it, and then back, staggering. "What's going on?" she demanded. There were cries of alarm from all those with working instrumentation, and all of the ints. Those who'd been under, attacking the nursery, were sitting up suddenly, dragging at their connections, gabbling warnings. Chris and Jane ended up elbow to elbow at a screen, looking out at a representation of the nursery as Ahab and Idris had mapped it out. A geometric tangle of interconnections, like a mad spider's weaving, with nodes between where, Idris thought, new architects formed. And stars. Rising stars. She didn't know what she was looking at. 100 little knots of data and information were rising dreamily up from the complex architecture of the nursery, ascending towards the real. "What am I seeing?" she asked. "The architects," said Jane. "All the architects that were present down here. They're all going up, converging on a single point in the real." It looked so peaceful, beautiful even, like plant seeds born on the wind, like fireflies. But each one of them was a planet-reshaping monster driven by the will of a mad god.
"I think they're about to make a point."
Shinandri's panicky titter cut the air like glass.
"About worse things. I think we have made a very unwise decision indeed. Oh dear me, yes."
Humanity just went to the top of the priority queue, Chris decided, and then jabbed a finger at the display. "Wait, what about that one?" Jane frowned. There was one moving point, detaching from the nursery array, that wasn't headed upwards. "It's a lame architect, maybe?" But it was moving, and Chris now understood that they really had done something unwise. Judgment had just been made resoundingly against her client, against humanity, and everyone currently on the eye. That final architect spark wasn't headed for the real. It was heading for them. Chapter 31. Idris. He saw them reach out towards the eye, which was simultaneously a moat against the immensity of the universe, and something he could focus on and expand, until he could count every atom of it. He saw the entirety of the architect's nursery that the eye was burrowing into like a tick. Its elegant complexity, those interconnections that formed life out of the unstuff of unspace by the simple application of natural laws that would have driven Newton into shrieking madness. And the damage the eye had done to it. The minute nibble of the ints aboard as they steadily ate into its fractal complexity. The vast dead reaches where the lords of unspace had imposed their will, wielded the whip, driven in the brand. He could even see how they'd done it. Squint, and you could look through time. Each effect could be unravelled back to its cause, or run forwards to see its eventual end result. Idris felt his mind begin to come apart. Nothing new there, then. But next, he watched them implant themselves within the eye and address the crew there, trying to make their deal with the august disdain of offended emperors. "Why?" he demanded of them, down here in the pit where they dwelt. "Why do you hate us so much? Just talk to me. I know you can. I know I'll understand. The words, at least. Tell me why you want to destroy us." He looked past the eye, up to the real, that celestial planetarium sky spread out over him, which was everything there was. He found Earth, Old Earth, where it had all begun for humanity, and where it had ended for the majority of the species. The architected wreck of the homeworld, dead now. Or at least the token presence Hugh maintained there in a life support habitat was so minuscule that it didn't really impact on the unspace boundary at all. Berlenhof, then. He found the system, the world, effortlessly, because that was how it worked. The view from the single point centre of all things, the place of infinite truth and knowledge and understanding. And if you'd asked young Idris about what such a place might be like, he'd have told you it would be heaven, surely, where nobody could be evil or bad. How wrong young Idris would have been. He found Berlenhof, the population of which was only a fraction of old Earth's in its heyday. It was like a many-fingered hand pressing in on the boundary between unspace and the real. As he'd seen before, not the regular and predictable gravity shadow of the planet, but the pressure of all those minds. He changed his focus and looked at all of the universe at once, because you could, if you were standing where he was standing. He would have been able to provide a lot of glib answers to infuriate all the astronomers who'd spent their professional lives debating the questions of where it all began, because he could now see its shape, and that it had been architected. It was the only obvious conclusion, really, to what he'd already worked out. The throughways were scaffolding. If this also meant humans could use these pipes to scurry quickly from one point to another, it was irrelevant to their original purpose. The originator sites, now almost all reduced to faintly resonant rubble, had been construction points where some unimaginable servant of these cold lords had made the necessary modifications to the real. The universe was undergoing a surgical process that had been underway for billions of years, a very careful tugging, pulling and adjusting of its innate structure and organisation based on the distribution of mass and the way it bent space and time around it. The Lords had taken the universe's base state and tinkered, stitched and scarred and... Why? He demanded, because if this was just art, then it was art beyond his imaginings. And he didn't think it was. He had a sense of practical purpose, of each decision being made from careful calculation and not aesthetics. They had a plan for the universe, but he couldn't quite understand what it was yet. He could see what was going wrong with it, though. The pressure of thought, the way all that complex uncertainty interacted with the boundary of unspace, the spikes of intermediaries, or their pan-specific equivalents, the simple mass pressure of complex neural architecture, making decisions, having feelings, and just thinking. It threw everything off. It fouled the calculations. Standing here, with this divine perspective on creation, he could almost sympathise with the creatures around him, that such messy interference was spoiling their grand project. Could almost forgive them for setting out to exterminate thinking life wherever it arose in numbers sufficient to threaten their dream. Then he looked to where the eye hung, like a child's model, suspended with string. He heard the offer the Lords made, and he heard the answer that Chris and Ahab gave them. He felt their utter rage at insects which wouldn't be shooed away. All around him they rattled and rustled and hissed, the most ancient of ancients, confronted by the most upstart of upstarts. Humanity had always imagined itself the centre of the universe. Not all sentient species did, but it had been a human trait since they'd been half-ape, inventing all-powerful gods, just so they could believe the universe cared about them. Right now, the universe did care about them. Humanity was suddenly the absolute focus of the universe, and the universe really, really hated it. He heard the Lords. Perhaps he was actually hearing their thoughts, with nothing hidden from him here at the heart of all things. They were going to send a message to this most troubling of species. They could see immediately where the centre of the human dream was, because the network of human motion and interaction was instantly comprehensible from this vantage point. They were directing all the architects there to wreak havoc, and they would rely on that brutal act to break the human spirit finally, to beat people down until they'd go quietly into extinction one world at a time, because that was better than provoking the wrath of the architect's masters. And so, in the end, they would bring about... He ran the tape forwards, following the chain of cause and effect from this point to the eventual end. And he learned why, at last. Not that it mattered by then. He had other priorities, and the knowledge just lodged in him like one more sharp piece of shrapnel. "Solace," Idris called out. "Solace, I need you." Feeling her invisible hand squeeze his. "I still can't get to you." "I need to leave here," he told her. "But I also need to still be here. I haven't finished. I need to be in 2 places at once." Her despairing cry. "Idris, you're not making sense." "You should be used to that. I am going to bring you to me, and then I am going to swap with you. You'll be here, keeping the door open, holding the breach. I'll be free to move, but you have to hold the fort here. Understand? We have a foothold in their home, and if we lose it, we may lose any chance to do anything. They're on to us now, and I don't know if we'll ever get back in, if we quit this place." Even now, he could feel the force of their loathing, trying to push him out. He'd never have the strength to claw his way back into the heart of things. "I need to do something else, very urgently, so you have to hold here." "I'm not one of you, Idris," Solace got out. "I'm not an int. I can't—" "It's thought," he told her. "It took an int to break in here, to navigate to here, but right now, it's thought that twists the universe. Thought that makes space for us, you and me. Us, here at the heart of things. I need you to hold the line, Solace, until I get back." "Idris," she said, "get me there, and I can do that." He grasped her hand, finding in his head all the proper maths, the precise angle, the equations for how this point related to unspace, and then the wider universe of the real. Just what force his mind would need to exert to pull off this fresh piece of sacrilege. And, because they were where they were, the Lords saw what he was doing, and they gathered all around him, screeching, flaring half-seen wings. "How dare you! How dare!" He pulled with his mind on the connections between them, and Solace was abruptly accelerating towards him, and he, because poor Newton got a look in at this point, was moving reciprocally towards her. He was aware that, somewhere far beyond, the Eye and the Vulture God were both playing hide-and-seek with reality, existing, not existing. But he clenched hard on Solace's hand and insisted on her being, on her fellowship, the intermediary twisting the shape of the universe one more time to make it do what he wanted. They crossed, passed through each other, in a moment of contact. Solace's voice. "Idris!" He could only pray she'd last down there with the enraged Lords. She wasn't an int, after all. But she was a soldier, a fighter. He had to rely on that part of her, because his ability to help her directly was gone. He was hurtling outwards, battering against the underside of the presence that was harmless and inert from this side, then flinging himself up past it, evading its startled reach for him, crying out to them all. Not to his companions on the eye. He saw they were under threat, the architect moving towards them, and he felt the knife go in, knowing that if he focused himself there, maybe he could save them. He had always been about the bigger picture, though. He set his mind on that vast constellation of architects rising up towards the real. "Resist," he told them. "I know you're slaves. I know you fought your masters before, and they punished you. They tortured you, I'm sure. But resist now, because I can save you. I can save all of us from them. I can free you forever." He was making these mad promises with absolutely no idea how he might fulfill them, save that if Solace held out at the heart of all things, then just possibly he might be able to do something. Because it was all leverage. Archimedes now, not Newton. "Give me a lever and a place to stand, and I can move the world." The place to stand was right where Idris had just been, and from there, with that infinite perspective, he might just be able to save the whole universe. He had perceived what they were about, the Lords. He had seen all the way to their first action in the universe, then followed the ripples to their ultimate origin. He had then seen to the very projected end of it, when all their work would finally reach its goal. He hadn't uncovered the Lord's own origins, though. They predated all things. They had come into the universe from whatever had been before, encysting themselves at the heart of the new creation like a parasite. Refugees from the final extinguishing of some past universe where things had been different. The still point, at the centre of unspace, was the only moment and locus that they could inhabit, because all things could exist there. The wider universe's basic axioms would unmake them, but not forever. His mind was full of their machinations, the sheer scale of their plan. They had tailored and tugged at the universe for billions of years, one careful adjustment after another, working towards a tipping point where the fundamental rules and constants of matter and energy would shift, and they'd be able to recreate what they had lost. And perhaps they had done it before. Perhaps they had outlived countless universes, each one carved, cut, and mutilated until it was a clone of the one that had birthed them, just as Idris had been cut to make him what he was. Not an exact analogy, but it gave him a little bit of extra fire as he cried out to the architects. "Resist!" he exhorted them. From his position of newfound knowledge, it was easy to reach into those crystal shells and touch the point of them that was their mind and thought, to slip through that labyrinth and connect with them, as an intermediary did. He showed them where he'd been, and that now he understood. He felt the Lords pushing at them in counteraction, driving them onwards with scourges, but he continued to preach a different canon. Solidarity, one slave to another. "Resist them! Stay your hands, and we can all be free!" He told them he understood what they did. From the heart of all things, he had looked on the twisted, beautiful, terrible flower that they had made of earth, just as they made of everything they touched, and he realized that it wasn't just how things turned out. It wasn't a specific part of the Lord's plan. It was the architects, the expression of their grief at being made to do the will of monsters. He had looked on earth, and, in the way that he could understand all things in that moment, he'd read the message written in the ruin of that world, the art of loss and sorrow, written on a planetary scale. He called out to them, begging, pleading for them to fight their masters one last time, all the while still hoping that Solace had arrived at the heart and was holding. Chris.
Well, this should prove fascinating,
Dr. Shenandri decided, staring at the display. I mean, what can it do? Jane asked, uneasy, as the glimmer that was the architect closed in on them. All that mass, that crystal, it's real space stuff, right? They're heavyweights the other side of the boundary line, but down here they're just clusters of informational complexity, aren't they? It's not as though they've been doing anything while we attack them.
You make a number of erudite points, Madame Tokamak,
Shenandri told her. His grin was back, and horrible, a corpse rictus of a thing.
Save for one salient issue. The very condition that allows me to have this conversation with you while we are plunged into unspace means that we are currently inhabiting a bubble of the real projected from our anchor point.
Jane's eyes went wide. She stared at the approaching speck, containing all the jagged might of an architect. Oh, she said. Ollie! Chris was already speaking up the well. Kit, please! We need you to get into unspace! For a moment, there was just more silence from the vulture god, but then Kit's translator's voice came back to her, echoing and distorted. Your instructions are not being understood. Repetition, please. Into unspace, Chris told him. We need you to go back in. Please, Kit, right now. We have a situation down here. Situations are also being had here, Kit told her. We have no control. We have been moved to exactly the worst place by Junior, and the cooperation of the Ogdru has been withdrawn. In short, we are all in the shit. We're screwed, Chris told the others. Then the architect reached the extreme edge of their bubble, and they all watched in horror as it began to manifest as real. It was like observing crystals growing in a solution, sped up to a terrifying pace. The familiar forest of spikes, reaching, spreading, bristling from the edge of reality, driving towards them like a mass of translucent spears. The immensity of the architect trying to make itself known. For a brief moment, she was alone on the eye, and the architect was gone, wiped from the face of the universe as the bubble collapsed. She'd got halfway into the thought, bless you, Ollie and Kit, before the god must have plunged back into the real again. And there the architect still was, even closer, filling her world. It made contact with the first of the scales. A brief, panicked call from the int trapped within it came through before the flake of matter and technology was torn apart. The architect became more, forcing itself into their reality, clawing from nothing into razor-edged actuality. Another scatter of scales were torn apart, and then it was at the eye itself. Originator tech. They don't touch originator tech. But there was a terrible momentum to the thing's approach now. She didn't think it could stop if it wanted to. And what was coming towards them wasn't any suggestion of an architect's usual moon-like shape. It was too large, and they were too small. A vast rippling surface of murderous spikes was closing on them like jaws. The impact knocked everyone down save Ash and Ahab. Chris scrabbled for instruments that would tell her what was going on, but for a moment, everything went dead. They had no eyes outside. Then Jane called up a screen from some system still diligently trying to show them just how bad things were outside, projecting the corrupted, jumping image in the air. Chris's heart clenched. It was all coming apart. The eye and the unfolding substance of the architect had met, and were trying to occupy the same space. There were cracks all across the eye's exterior now, the invulnerable black stone finally shattered in the slow-motion collision, and the architect was growing into it, filling those gaps with its own crystal substance, digging into them like roots, prizing the cracks wider open, and forcing itself down towards the spaces within, where the live things were. Jane fought to reactivate cameras within the eye itself, trying to track the damage. It wasn't necessary. Chris heard the thunderous grind of tormented stone from beyond the machine room. She ran out, staring down the length of 2 skewed, column-studded halls. There was already a lambent gleam of crystal there, a jagged spine piercing the wall. And growing. Still growing, splitting and shattering. She stared. The end of the architect's spike had broken into pieces. For a moment she thought it was injured, dead. But then the pieces started moving. They were melting and reshaping, throwing out limbs and hunching into new forms, becoming the empty mirrors of the things the architects had exterminated. The puppet foot soldiers it would use to kill them all. For what it was worth, she closed the door. Solace. The clutch of his hand was strong, his pull far stronger than Idris could ever have managed in the real, hauling her out of the formless void where she'd been flailing, waiting for him, dragging her somewhere worse. It was a wreck here, as though some vessel the size of a Partheni garden ship had made a final planetfall it had never been designed for. A midnight scene of torn metal and guttering fires, jagged sprays of conduits and shorn structural beams springing up everywhere like alien plant life. She saw the heat-eroded ghosts of Parsef lettering. The ground beneath her sandaled feet was more tangled wreckage all the way down. If she looked closely enough, some of it was bodies. Charred hands caught mid-reach, the bars of blackened ribs, taut skulls. No Idris. Even though she'd seen herself as coming here to stand at his side, or between him and whatever today's crisis was, because it was amazing Idris had lived so long, honestly. He was a magnet for ending up in places like this. Except here, he wasn't. Hold the fort, he'd said. A foothold, he'd said. Which meant there was an enemy. And yes, she wasn't alone. They were crouching across the shattered landscape, as if they'd been digging for the dead. Except they were the dead, in a way. They wore the ruins of plain uniforms, the cloth decayed and the metal tarnished. Beneath, she saw what flesh became if you left it for an eternity in this place. Some fossilization process, trading out the life of it for something cold, one molecule at a time. Their faces were her sister's faces, which was her face too. The one Dr. Parsifal had given them all, with minor variations. Imperious with authority, the superior officer at the ultimate end of all rank structures, the senior branch of the service. She realized this must all be from her mind. She wasn't that naive, but it shook her still. She saw them, and they were Monitor Superior Tact, and they were Exemplar Mercy. They were everyone who'd ever told her what to do. They were Command, and she was just a soldier. "You are dismissed," they told her, and her feet wanted to spin on her heel and march away. And she could go. She understood instinctively that only her conscious will was even keeping her here at all. A negative gravity was trying to fling her away. There wasn't room for both her and them. The centre of all things. That was what Idris had been talking about. A tiny conspiratorial burrow at the heart of the universe's apple. "I am Myrmidon Executor Solace," she told them. Not that it meant anything beyond the bounds of her skull, but it gave her strength. Heaven's Sword Sorority. Her ship, crippled over Berlenhof, or perhaps its predecessor, destroyed in the same system decades before. Basilisk Division. The mass loom operators, though it had been an age since they'd given her those brutal, beautiful weapons to unleash. "Go back to your ships, soldier," they told her. "Go fly from star to star like you were meant to. Do not look back. It's always fatal to look back. Your people will live. They are too few and too fleeting to transgress against our plan. Only those who throng the planets must be cleansed." It was strange to find that Mercy's plan aligned with the will of these rotting gods. Would she have been pleased, and used it as propaganda to win over more of her sisters? Or would she have bucked against it, unwilling to be anyone's pawn, even inadvertently? In that moment, Solace's heart ached for Mercy. She couldn't condone the seizing of Estoc, the alliance with the Oscaros. She couldn't say, though, that Mercy had been wholly wrong to want to abandon it all, or that Tact had been right to want to stay. And now she was being given the same choice. Except for her, it wasn't a choice. This was why nobody was making her an exemplar or monitor any time soon. Idris had said to hold. There was no need to inform them of her decision. In the same way that they hadn't actually spoken to her, just made their meaning absolutely clear by willing it, so her response was instantly understood. The blades came out. Knives, swords, shining like the moon in the dark place. Not regulation armament for any branch of the Partheni military. There were at least 2 each, and some of them had more, extra arms unfolding from somewhere in their desperation to cut at her. The touch of those infinitely keen edges would wither her, she knew. The simple motion of the swords communicated this realization to her. They would shrivel her to nothing. What body did she even have here, anyway, that wasn't just spun from shadows and imagination? This was their place. They were in command. She was the mutinous subordinate, and there was only one fate for people like that. Knives, swords. Shame it's not Chris here, really. Antiquated weapons are her thing, not mine. She gave ground for one step, as they moved implacably forwards, not rushing her, not even surrounding her, making sure she had every moment to appreciate the merciless keenness of their blades. "Prêt à combattre, Myrmidon Executor?" "Prêt, Mother." She could feel Idris's grip still, but at the same time the hand was empty. No ghostly grasp visible there, save that, at the thought, a glimmer of it. The faintest husk of the fingers that Idris, in physical life, no longer even possessed. It came to her that bringing a ghostly intermediary hand to a knife fight was just about the most useless thing one could possibly do. In fact, given that stabbing people wasn't her modus operandi, and she was badly outnumbered, bringing a knife to this knife fight probably wouldn't help much either. She knew what her hands itched for, the comfort they sought, long familiar from so many years of training and active service. The old captain, Rollo Rostand, had even given it a name, turning it from a piece of hardware into something like a person in her mind. Mr. Punch. She didn't banish Idris's grasp, but she built on it, feeling out the sensation of grip, the weight and balance, like a part of herself she hadn't realized she was missing. And the rest of it. What was the point in standing here in a body sleeve and a colonial tunic just because that was what she was wearing back on the eye? This wasn't her real body. Nothing about any of this was real, save that she had no doubt it could kill her. She called the confinement, the weight, the support and strength, the sheer bulk, her armor, her own chosen sword. Prêt à combattre! She yelled at the encroaching things and watched them recoil. Ollie. Ollie would be the first to admit that the vulture god wasn't a paragon of grace, but they came out of unspace like a drunk falling through a doorway. For a moment, every board was lit up red, except for the one Kit had configured for his own use. This was a weird kind of pale blue that meant the same thing as red for his cultural reference. She had no data on where they were, and everything seemed about to explode. Their blindness and deafness also lasted far too long, with every instrument trying to die on them, so that she, Kit, and even Havea found themselves having to perform emergency CPR on the entire ship in utter ignorance. Life support, damage control, gravity, light, power. Every time something was coaxed back to life, something else died, and actually looking out of the notional window at where Junior had brought them was right down at the bottom of the list. Then something in the robust old ship reset itself, and miraculously, everything started rattling on again. And it turned out their situation was even worse than they thought. "No!" she shouted at Junior's oblivious bulk above her. "Not here! This is the fucking last place to be!" Havea Mundy, beside her, took one look at the nearest display and just said, "I'm fired." They were midway into the Berlenhof system. She reckoned they probably had a handful of seconds before Hugh's very best early warning systems picked them up. "Get us out of here!" She sent coordinates and orders through to Junior. Absolutely no ambiguity or nonsense. She didn't care how it might rattle the people down the well. She wanted to be gone before the colonial navy decided the universe badly needed to be rid of their ship. Or before the architects followed. Distantly, she heard Kit talking down the well to Chris, who wanted them back in unspace too. But Junior would not be moved, and just sat there mutely, doing its weird flipper and tentacle show for them that Mundy had said looked like Essiel talking. Watching it again, it kind of did, Ollie had to admit. She'd seen more of that than most humans after all, and was peeved Havea had somehow noticed it before she had. "Talk to me, Junior." But of course Junior couldn't talk. It was little more than an animal, a feral throwback of whatever the proper grown-up Ogdru were like. A hunting hound with a hold on unspace. Or perhaps it was trying to talk to her, in an incomprehensible way. "Proposal, flee out system." Kit's translation came over comms. Not that it would make much difference, but it wouldn't register as a hostile act at least when Hugh found them. And Hugh had found them. Havea was flagging up data from the long-range passives. Out there, long minutes of delay away, a whole nest of vessels was mobilizing and heading their way. A proper strike force. Hugh had seen and identified them, and this was because the poor vulture god had the one thing spacers never really wanted: official attention. They'd been talked about at the highest level. Anyone could tell you that never meant good things. "A hail is being received," Kit informed her. "I fucking bet it is," Ollie said grimly. "Who's on the other end of it?" A pause. "Kit?" "It is a system-wide broadcast from..." They plunged back into unspace, so she missed the rest of it. For a moment, she was exultant. Junior had done what she wanted for once. Good boy! Except they were back in the real almost immediately. That sickening gut-lurch stutter jump Idris had introduced her to, and she discovered that actually things could be marginally even worse than they had been. They'd jumped in-system, and were practically in Berlenhof orbit now. The strike team that had been setting out to go shoot them full of holes were actually having to turn around. Ollie had run out of expletives. All she had for Junior right then was a long, wordless scream. This overwrote the start of whatever Kit was trying to tell her, but the end of it ran, "The glory before night has come." She didn't know if Hanny did poetry, or if it would sound like that.
"Say again?"
"Messages now very insistent are being received from the glory before night has come," Kittering repeated patiently. "All are hearing this. We are identified as the subject of a public proclamation."
"What the hell is the—"
she started, and Hevea said, "That," and showed her. A vast, angular flower of a ship, large enough that it overshadowed the orbital station closest to it. Ollie blinked. She needed to adjust the scale on her worst meter, because the situation kept running off the wrong end of it. "They're here, huh?" "They are, yes," Hevea confirmed. "You couldn't have told me?" He gave her a look. "Didn't think it was your problem, to be honest."
"I don't think there's a problem in the universe that isn't our problem right now," Ollie said, heartfelt. "Are they here for me legs?"
Hevea blinked at her. "Did the biggest hegemonic ship anyone ever saw drop uninvited into the heart of the colonies and start laying down the law just because you ended up with Aklu's walking frame?" "No." Ollie wasn't convinced. The Essiel were weird and possessive about their stuff.
"Well, send them an acknowledgement kit. Let's see what they got to say."
What they had to say was a great deal of farting, accompanied by a weird fast flicker of branching characters. A video channel showed them an Essiel gesturing at them and presumably saying the same thing. Ollie exchanged looks with Hevea.
"Well," she said, "that clears everything up."
"Addendum," Kit sent through, and showed them a bald, beardy man in fancy robes, sweating profusely and trying to loosen his ornate collar as he spoke.
"Him,"
Ollie spat, and Hevea nodded.
"The resplendent Utia, the prophet and the judge, lets it be known," said his wisdom Sathiel the bearer, "that here comes before us the unspeakable wretches, inheritors of a multitude of sins, the outcasts and ruthless vagabonds on whom all blame is laid."
Ollie mentally adjusted the scale on worst a whole load more notches. Utia was going off on one again, flailing about with its limbs, more agitated than she'd seen any Essiel in her limited experience, and sounding off like a whole brass section.
"Let it be known that all the long-foreseen dooms that have been earned by your species find their home in this one vessel,"
Sathiel proclaimed, eyes flicking nervously left and right, as if he were consulting some human hegemonic dictionary.
"Know that this ignominy has never before been earned by one of your kind. This is the first moment that such villainy beyond words has attached to so mean a thing. But so it must be, and so comes the just punishment."
Kit had managed to open his own channel by then, and Ollie heard him rattle off a desperate rejoinder.
"All allegations of villainy are denied by us with great protest. No harm has ever been committed. All accusations are put to strict proof."
"Wait," Ollie said. "Did it call us unspeakable earlier?"
"Maybe," Hevea agreed. "Sathiel said villainy beyond words too. Kind of the same thing?"
"Only,"
she scowled at Sathiel's image, "maybe it isn't saying what he says it's saying."
"Our systems are compromised," Kit said flatly. "There is no control."
"What?"
Ollie scrabbled for the god, finding it suddenly inhabited. There had been a passenger in the hegemonic message meant just for them. Maybe the resplendent Utia had been saying exactly what Sathiel had claimed.
Abruptly she was locked out, the god just drifting. She had just enough peripheral system access to see that the onboard systems were being thoroughly hacked.
This is it,
she decided. Please, this has got to be the absolutely lowest moment of all time.
Architect breach,
came Kit's flat voice in her ear. Ollie wasn't even surprised. Of course a fucking architect. It's not like they'd stopped hunting us just because the SEAL wanted to have a show trial. She couldn't bring anything up on the main screens, so she had to use the little display in her pod, pulling data from the god's uncooperative cameras. Kit, this isn't... An incomprehensible sound came from Kittering, a rattling shiver of his mouthparts, some extremity of emotion that Hanny had never found a human analogue for. Architects, plural, were plunging out of unspace, breaking into the real. 2, 5, 8, 15. She stopped counting. Just watched, imagining the screaming panic every single sentient being in the Berlenhof system must be going through at that moment. 30, 50. She swore she actually felt the unspace boundary shaking and stretching with all this activity. A whole constellation of architects tearing their way into reality at the heart of the colonies. This, at least, is not just for us. She felt a weird calm. That worst had finally gone so far that it was beyond anything she had ever faced before in her checkered life. This was doomsday. She hadn't brought it about. The addition of the vulture god to this little tableau barely nudged the scales. She almost laughed.
Curious behaviour is being observed, Kittering noted.
He was flagging up individual architects. Images bounced to them from Berlenhof sources. Some of the vast beings had already begun their inexorable cruise in towards the planet, but others just hung there. A couple were even heading out system, and one of them was spinning round and round, as though it had been in a collision. An outstation science post detected weird vibrations in many of them, as though they were in the grip of opposing forces, pushed in multiple directions. One of them suddenly sheared in half. Ollie stared, wide-eyed, as a vast fault line sprang up across its jagged face, mountains exploding into shards and powder, and then the entire crystal behemoth started shattering, coming apart in 2 pieces and countless fragments.
Is something attacking them?
And yet there were still enough coursing inwards. Even if 2/3 of the architect fleet was caught in some trap, or fighting some compulsion, more than 30 separate monsters were accelerating in towards Berlenhof. It wasn't as though it ever took more than one, anyway. Ollie knew they'd be mobilizing every ship, that every spaceport and elevator terminal would already be shoulder to shoulder, and the entire Navy would be throwing itself out into space. But this was what you did against a single architect, to buy time. It wouldn't earn the world more than a handful of seconds against these. They'd also be getting every intermediary into a ship, surely, to try Idris's trick of bouncing them or delaying them. But she reckoned they wouldn't have enough ints. This was it, the end for Berlenhof, the world that had survived 2 previous attempts by the architects to reshape it. This time the bastards were going to make certain. Then she had full systems control again, and one screen lit up with Sathiel's unwelcome face.
"Know this, guilty ones," he told her, just to her now, no full system broadcast anymore. "The legacy of sin has passed to you. Upon you, the prophet and the judge now lays this burden and clasps these chains about you. To such vile service you are bound."
"And fuck you too,"
Ollie screamed at him.
"This isn't the fucking time, you bearded git!"
Then the god's systems opened up, like a fractal nightmare, and everything was linking to her at once. She felt her head fly apart in 1,000 directions. Out there, the geometrical perfection of the glory before night has come fractured along every line, then exploded soundlessly into pieces. Chapter 32. Chris. Jane and Ahab were the first line of defense. That was how bad it was. The pair of them huddled over a projection of the nearest chambers, little more than a wire frame and a jumpy camera image, doing what they could with the eye's inherent properties and the homespun additions they'd made. Chris leant into Shinandri. "Shouldn't you be helping them?" He pointed at himself and then them.
"Scientists? Engineers. The time for theory is past, alas."
"You're still grinning," she noted bleakly, "or is your face just stuck like that?"
"Joy, sheer joy," he assured her. "The justification of one's theories. A life's work come to this. At least I was right about things."
"I don't think you'll get the chance to publish." Chris was looking over Jane's shoulder, seeing the crystal shapes lurch and skitter through the chamber outside. A moment later, they exploded into what looked like a fog, and Jane let out a whoop of triumph. "Damn me," Chris gaped. "What was that?"
"Fuck off, enormous disruption along the unspace vibration strings,"
were some words that came out of Jane's mouth. Or at least that was the garble that reached Chris's ears.
"Cutting the strings."
She trailed off, because something else was now happening on their little screen. A vortex, a rising tornado of infinitesimal pieces, dust-deviling about the floor, gathering all that distributed fog, and reforming it back into shapes. Not even the same shapes. Different relics from other conquests, stretching their remembered limbs, and, after a moment of weary contemplation, starting forwards. "Zap them again," Chris suggested. "Not doing anything," Jane said. "Well, that was too much to hope for, wasn't it? What's next?" Searing arcs of lightning leapt between the stone walls of the chamber outside, and the camera abruptly gave up the ghost, so they couldn't see if it had done any good. A moment later, Jane got their eyes back up, and the marching crystal automata was still coming.
"Hold on!"
Ahab barked. Chris stared at it. What? The world shifted sideways, and she was abruptly sliding down the floor towards the door. Everyone else had held on, she noticed. For a moment she was scrabbling, accelerating, as though the whole room had become a mountainside and she was tumbling from it. Then Andeka had her, 3 fingers round Chris's belt, but just enough to slow her. She clung to the int, wide-eyed. They were right up beside the machine that Idris was lying in. His head was tilted to one side by the gravitic shift, eyes open like a dead man's. She wanted to close them, but couldn't risk letting go. A moment later, down returned to its proper place, and she called to Jane, "Did that help?"
"No,"
Jane grunted. She was still trying to do something, hands busy with connections and a virtual control panel, but her expression was taut, biting at her lower lip. Then there was a sound like a gunshot. Chris saw a pale spine piercing through the sheet metal of the door. Ahab shook itself, hide slapping like leather, and let its metal legs take it away from Jane and her work.
"You see us at last!"
it shouted. For a second, Chris didn't understand what it meant, just some Neramathy alienness. Then she thought she'd got it. They were indeed seen. The enemy, a tyranny that operated at a universal scale, had been forced to give them this bespoke fate. They were not just another civilization to be ground to dust without even registering. They had mattered, even if it ended here. The gleaming claw drew down the length of the door, and then half a dozen other appendages peeled the portal back with a shriek of abused steel. What came through first was something like a woodlouse, its raised underside all gleaming killer cutlery. Beside it stalked an absurdly delicate thing, on spindly gazelle legs, its head like a flower of teeth. Ahab lowered its head, and a beam of light danced from the cyborg hood that was most of its face. This penetrated the crystal, refracted, then danced out of the architect's puppets like broken rainbows. Where it had touched, they seemed to gain depth and dimensions, as though he were lighting up ever more intricate chambers and structures within them. They slowed, and for a moment it was a crystal logjam in the carved doorway. But then they were moving again, having adjusted to whatever the Neramathi was doing. Ahab growled, deep in its chest, and the beam changed colour and definition 2 or 3 times, but he'd bought them whatever time he could. Now they were through, and into the machine room. Chris stood defensively before the machines that held Idris and Solace. She had her knife out, though she couldn't remember drawing it. It would do absolutely nothing to help, save make her feel a little better. Right now, she'd take that. The woodlouse thing surged forwards, still half reared up, uppermost limbs cocked back to strike. Tooth head stilted after, and behind that was something almost humanoid. 2 legs, 2 arms, but no head, and something like a thorned tumour in the centre of its broad torso. It had probably been perfectly pleasant when it was alive, but in crystal effigy, it was hideous. Ash stood before them. Chris hadn't seen the alien move, but suddenly it was there, within reach of the closest crystal-formed claws. These closed like the jaws of a trap, but Ash was already gone, as though it had never been there. It was only a step to the side instead, again just standing there like the spectre of death in its robe. Then gone once more, the moment the gazelle thing stabbed at it. Now to the other side of them, just casually moving from point to point, not having to bother with mundane things like intervening space. For a moment, Ash was literally running rings around them, but then the humanoid thing coming through the door exploded, the thorned wart of its body lancing out in razor shards, and they caught Ash just as it manifested. Chris had a momentary glimpse of torn robe, a mist of black fluid and its branched limbs flailing. Then Ash was gone entirely. To oblivion, or to save itself, she couldn't know. The crystal forms took a second to compose themselves, and then an entity that looked like a collection of hooks and waving feelers was pouring itself through the gap in the door, while the rest of them resumed their steady progress towards the machines and the survivors.
"Slaves!"
Ahab shouted at them, or perhaps at architects in general. The Neramathi's bulk bunched up, as though it was about to charge them. Jane reached for it, hand against its scarred hide. Shinandri giggled. At Chris's side, Andeka had a gun, a little chemical projectile piece, as useless as the knife. She saw the 2 hivers ready their tool-bearing arms. One of the Partheni ints even had an accelerator. Again, none of it would do any good. The crystal forms stopped. They fizzed like static, their shapes blurring and twisting. Chris flinched back, ready for the scything rake of fragments. For just a moment, they became human in shape. Then they snapped back to their previous forms, lurching forwards, but uncertainly. The woodlouse thing's limbs waved in confusion. Once again, they were co-opted, wrenched into a human configuration. A body, arms outstretched, a face turned upwards, eyes closed. All of them were identical for a moment, as something rode the architect's signal in and made them its own. Her own. For Chris knew those features. There was another stutter, another step towards them, the crystal form's bodies juddering and shifting like static as they were fought over from within. Alien physiologies spiking and twisting into what was recognizably Solace. Ollie. It was too much. In that initial moment, the blizzard of incoming information and connections overwhelmed her. 1,000 voices calling her name, and nothing so simple as a colonial hail. They were praising her, cursing her, making her their god, casting her to the pits of damnation. An army of lost souls howled for her, demanding she lead them. The Essiel ship, the too fancy a name to remember or whatever, had just broken up into bits. Not exploded, but cleanly come apart in a vast expanding cloud of fragments. There was a slender spindle left, and that was where Utir was, she understood. This was the core of the vessel, even now retreating from the fray, its work done. And the rest was calling to her, each part of it, connecting to her via the god, via Aklu's magic legs, each piece plugging into her and placing itself at her disposal until her mind was drowned in the eager calls of her new followers. Command us, unspeakable one, lead us where our creators may not go. Aklu had given her its legs, and she'd thought it was as simple as that. Like every damn thing to do with the Essiel, she hadn't fully understood. Aklu had given her its title. She was the heir to the razor and the hook, Ollie the unspeakable. Apparently, that came with hegemonic duties. Various people had tried to explain exactly what Aklu's status had been, vis-a-vis the wider hegemony. Ollie hadn't understood, and hadn't been paying particular attention either, which was a shame, since apparently it now applied to her, and she'd just been given a weapon? She wasn't sure it was a weapon. That sounded too straightforward for the Essiel. But she did have 1,000 hands right then. A vast, disconnected body spread out across 10,000 cubic kilometers and expanding still. All of it part of her, just as she'd always been able to fit her mind around artificial bodies that owed nothing to the human shape. Her gift, or at that moment, her curse. She fought them, tried to shout down their zealous reports of location, trajectory, and readiness. Somewhere, distantly, Havea Mundi was shouting at her, and Kittering was yattering in her ear too. Her mouth tried to explain to them what was going on, but mostly, she just screamed. The architects were still advancing on Berlenhof, and suddenly, while it had never been her fault, it was her responsibility. So ruled Utir, the prophet and the judge. There were other ships out there. A fair chunk of the colonial navy, for starters. A couple of Partheni warships to escort whatever diplomat was eating crow at Hugh's table. Some punchy merchantmen. Some big hiver frames. They were moving out to try and combat all those architects. Even with everyone fighting to hold them back from the assault, there were still far too many approaching Berlenhof. The heart of the colonies was about to be ripped out to teach humanity a lesson. Ollie was a spacer, and spacers were legendarily caustic about Hugh and the core, settled worlds of humans. But that didn't mean she wasn't a part of it, the other end of a continuous scale of the same space-going species. She picked an architect and threw herself at it. A great storm of hegemonic remotes unravelled in that direction. And then she understood. Just like Aklu's magic legs, every piece of her new fleet contained a piece of originator tech. The stuff the architects wouldn't destroy. The stuff they would carefully retrieve before wrecking a planet or a ship. The Essil didn't fight architects. Everyone knew that. Instead, they had evolved a weird defensive strategy, which had served them well since long before humans made it into space. They had plans within plans, and contingencies within contingencies, though. Like having a rebel caste that was permitted to do the unthinkable at this one point where such action might achieve something. Except it wasn't a weapon. She tried to strike against the architect, and her little shards just buzzed and orbited it. When it had been Aklu's magic legs against the crystal puppets, she'd been able to get punchy with them. With Utir's drones, everything seemed maddeningly more polite. Perhaps it was because she was against the architect proper, and not just cast-off pieces that had forfeited some manner of diplomatic immunity. Or perhaps it was that the hegemony had her on more of a leash this time. She tried to batter at that vast crystal surface, and her myriad of remotes were no more than an ineffectual cloud of gnats. Yet the architect did stop, and rotated ponderously, trying to find a way around, but was blocked every way it turned. Not a weapon, but a shield. The other architects were all cruising in, with more giving up their struggles and joining the assault. It was too much. There were too many, the signals overwhelming her. Her fleet sprang apart, losing cohesion as she tried to bring it against another of the vast crystal behemoths. Even as she did, the one she'd previously stopped was promptly in motion again. She felt as though she was trying to fix 30 leaking ducts at once, fingers on one and then the next, but each one erupting the moment she left it. The first ship died out there. A colonial cruiser that had unleashed its accelerator batteries at the nearest architect and been mauled into wire and lace in return. Ollie felt tears prick her eyes, knowing that she could have stopped it if only she could properly marshal her teeming armies. It's too much to ask of me. She was going to watch Berlenhof die and know she could have prevented it, that it was all on her. More data started to fall into her head. She almost screened it out, just bucking against it from instinct, but then noticed it was something new, something different. Blocks of numbers, organising the complex swirl of pieces the Essil had given her, setting them into groups, then dividing them and giving them pathways. A plan. She scrabbled desperately to understand it all. It was a complex plan, but took the roiling chaos she'd been given and simplified, then simplified again. Arranging her loose drones into units, regiments and battalions, clumping them so that the burden of command became manageable. At first, she thought it must be some bright spark over in Hugh who'd weighed in, or else it was some intrinsic part of the Essil infrastructure. Whichever, it shifted the scale of the problem, still hers to direct, but now balanced in a way she could control, with her legions ordered and subdivided. Seeing the proposed commands her benefactor was suggesting, she moved her troops across the three-dimensional field of battle, throwing a precisely calculated net towards each encroaching architect to slow it, then deflect it away. The plates always spinning, and none of them allowed to fall. This left her with enough spare headspace to see where these instructions were all coming from. And there came the shock. The signal was from inside the ship. "Mundi?" she demanded with her mouth, that distant organ that barely felt a part of her anymore, given where her actual mind was focused. "Here. What's Kit doing?" "He's got a display open. Looks like a big grid board and 1,000 little pieces. Moving them about like mad he is." "Tell him it's not a fucking game." Ollie yelled at him.
Look, is it helping? Mundy demanded.
Yes, but...
Surely if he took it seriously, it would help more, she'd been about to say. But Kittering had always taken his games very seriously. And it did help. He had a constant string of suggested moves for her, splitting and recombining the blocks of her forces, bouncing each architect away, buying time. The Ints were out there as well, Colonial and Partheni both, reaching for the architects to try and turn them, and she let Kit work them into the game plan. Sitting at the eye of the storm, her mind spread across thousands of clicks of space, the thin line between Berlenhof and oblivion. Holding, with the ring of architects around the planet tightening slowly. But she was making it slower. She struck and fainted, dancing around them. She almost felt them to be not a murderous enemy, but just another player, as Kit must have too, willing to indulge her stratagems because it strung the game out longer. But not forever. She knew even then that she was only doing what humans had always done when the architects came, buying time, even as they desperately crammed every ship on Berlenhof full for evacuation. Solace. She clad herself in full heavy engagement armour that bulked her out to twice her width, with strength-boosting servos. It was, after all, entirely imaginary, so not as though she needed to worry about mission budget or negotiate with supply and logistics. Into her gauntleted hands fell the comforting weight of Mr. Punch, her Partheni accelerator, with a full clip and plenty of mass reserves. The uniformed things with their knives paused, staring at her with the ruins of her own face. They built themselves up, adding rank signifiers, as if they were throwing up threat displays.
"You are dismissed, soldier," one hissed. "Mutiny,"
from another, and a third, its humanoid shape bulging and twisting.
"This is our place, ours. Put it on trial," hissed another. "Make it relive its failures."
Solace reviewed her life, with reference to this particular turn out of the freezer. On the whole, she reckoned she'd done about as well as anyone could have expected. She shot at them. It was probably best to skip the formalities, and she wasn't Chris. Trials weren't her forte. The accelerator pellets shredded the nearest two, and the rest fell back a pace, their shapes misting for a brief moment, and then reforming. She couldn't actually kill them with her imaginary gunfire, but Idris hadn't asked her to clear the area. Idris had asked her to hold. Just being here, second to second, was her win condition. They came at her then. They attacked her with history. And yes, they were also physically running at her with blades in their hands, but she understood they weren't really there, and neither were the blades. All in the head, everything here. Just her mind's best attempt to give her some handle on the underlying reality that didn't fit anything she'd ever experienced. But an attack was an attack, and their real weapon was the vast tidal wave of recorded time they were bludgeoning her with. They filled her brain with their past, their appallingly long history. They made her small, a speck of dust before a whole cosmos. They had reshaped the universe with the sutures of their throughways. On planets still hot from forming, they had decreed their maze-like structures be built, now having become just the worn-down stubs like those she'd seen on Jericho and Ark Palator. They had made the universe the way it was, and it was a work only half complete. They were important, significant in a way that put all of humanity in their shadow. They had work to do, and she and her companions had the temerity to interfere. Her hands made the accelerator sing, its high, clear voice cutting through the great bludgeoning fall of their outrage.
Do you think this delay means anything?
They showed her time, and her precise place in it, a point so minuscule that if they hadn't circled it for her with arrows and signs, she'd never have seen it. Time, since the universe first exploded into existence, and time before that. The spaces that had existed before the universe, a stable, flip state governed by physical laws entirely different to the cosmos Solace knew. Gravity, light, atomic bonds, all snapping to a different regime entirely, so that there was nothing like matter or energy as she understood them. A better place, a place of majesty and beauty that should have lasted forever. But something had been done, or some vast wheel turned, some hubristic experiment, a terrible war. Because she could not understand the universe they were showing her, nor could she understand the event that had come to end it. This had flipped everything to the set of laws that permitted, and inevitably led to, the universe she even partway understood.
A mistake!
They shrieked at her.
A cosmic error! That is all you are!
They lunged at her, cover to cover, like a good assault team, and the accelerator shook in her hands as she tried to keep them pinned down. She saw herself, as if from high above, a tiny dot in a ravaged landscape, and the enemy closing in from 3 sides. Her tactical position untenable, an orderly retreat the only option before their irresistible advance. They were the lords of creation and uncreation. She realized that now. She was one human with a doctored genome and very limited understanding of where she was, but they were teaching her. They had been working to correct the unwanted change of state the universe had undergone. They would return everything there was to a state of paradise and perfection. They'd been at their task for billions of years, but time wasn't the same here at the centre. You could see forever, forwards, backwards, and up into the real. It was a little like her own life, in and out of the freezer, at the whims of her superiors. You developed a curious relationship with the clock and the calendar.
Retreat!
The word in her ear like an order. And she laughed at them. Monitor Superior Tact was dead, and nobody had managed to forge a new chain of command, which meant that, without chains, she was free. And Idris had said, "Hold." She accepted that she was just one soldier in a war on a scale she couldn't imagine. So she let the avalanche of their revelations thunder past her. It was above her pay grade, hers not to ask questions. She had only ever wanted to be a soldier after all. To be a soldier, and perhaps to be friends with a weird little int refugenik. Because sometimes colonials were all right when you got to know them. Idris, elegant Chris, the dry humour of Kit's translator, Ollie, who was never going to like her much, but that was fine too, Rollo Rostand, who was dead, but who'd christened her gun and been a weird kind of father figure for a brief span, to a woman who neither had nor needed one. Tact, who died for a razor-sharp vision of what her people should be. Mercy, likewise. Solace just hunkered down, for all of them, and let the philosophical assault slant off her shoulders, and shot. Again, she understood the shooting accomplished nothing, what with the gun not being real. But the holding was all, and sometimes a finger on the trigger was what you needed to give you even the illusion of control. Besides, and despite all their eons-old wisdom and power, they were only attacking on 3 sides, and that told her that the enemy desperately needed her to take the 4th side and run away. She held strong in the face of their angry eternity. She accepted her own utter insignificance. She was a Partheni Myrmidon. It was never about I. She had always been one part of a greater whole, whether it was the Parthenon, or humanity, or all life, or even just the crew of the vulture god. She almost lost her focus then, the vast tide of their grinding assault about to sweep her away. Her crewmates, her body, a sudden impression of panic. The enemy had been playing her false after all. There was one extra knife in their possession, a hidden blade. She had a moment's sight from her real eyes as she lay in the machine couch. A crystal thing, plated and many-limbed. Accelerator shot, piercing through it without even cracking its substance. Chris's voice raised high in challenge. No, she decided, and reached out. She was no int, but she was here. In the same way that she couldn't, of her own strength, send out a ship-cracking gravitic wave across open space, but she could if she was at the controls of a mass loom. This was the control room for the universe. This was where the lords sent out their orders. The architect up there, moulded around the cracked substance of the eye, was their tool, and she was now standing where the orders originated. So she fought them for it. She envisaged those orders as objectives on the field before her. She braced Mr. Punch and let fly, driving them back, standing between them and their surrogates up within the eye, interfering with the signal. It gave her strength. Feeling she had friends at her back to protect always gave her strength. She held. Then Idris was returning, his grip suddenly real in her hand, so that she had to stop shooting. Idris pulling, and his voice in her head. I've done what I can up there. Time to trade places. I'll stay with you, she told him. I'll watch your back. There's no room, he said, and it's time for you to go. Go back. I'll see you. She tried to fight him, as fiercely as she'd fought against the enemy here, but his pull was beyond her strength to resist. She was flying upwards, springing back towards her distant body, as if there had been a taut cord between them all this time, and Idris had released the anchor holding her. She had a sense of him passing her, headed the other way to occupy the space she'd kept for him. And then he was gone. Idris. He fell back into the ruined place, the centre, reoccupying the toehold he'd won there, and that Solace had maintained for him. He'd called out to the architects, all of them. At least some of them had heard. At least some of them were trying one last rebellion. He knew they could. Why else would their masters have needed to punish them by scouring their home? Why else had they vanished for so long after he had spoken to them over Far Lux? Slaves, but not automata. All their masters wanted was the extermination of thought, that teeming, bubbling interference that threw all their long calculations out. And so, genocide upon genocide, through the long history of the universe, sending the architects to wipe the slate clean. Ash's people, the Neramathi, countless other species over billions of years. And the architects themselves, knowing only that they were being forced to some terrible task, had written their grief across the cosmos. Idris collected himself, down there in the footprints Solace had kept occupied for him, facing the decayed grandeur that was what his mind had made of the universe's former masters. Could he feel any sympathy for them? Perhaps a little. They had just been the life the universe had thrown into being once, back when it had been very different. But now, they were the monsters, willing to eliminate countless cultures, dreams, lives, and biospheres, just so they could have it all back again. No room for compromise, therefore. And yet, what could he do? He and they faced one another, sole occupants of the tiny point at the centre of all things. Leverage was what they had, but it wasn't the ability to reach out and sculpt the cosmos direct. They had slaves for that, the architects, and other things he couldn't even imagine. They didn't do their own dirty work. Something had built the originator installations. Something had burrowed its way along the real-unreal interstice and left the throughways in its wake. And of course, something rose from the depths to annihilate thinking life whenever it grew too numerous and too fixed, so that the errors mounted up. Now, here he was, one lone human, one int, without any particular desire to reshape the universe. They were still trying to oust him, and maybe they wouldn't be able to do that. They weren't strong. That was the revelation. They might cast themselves as lords of all creation, but they lacked brute force. It was all just a matter of leverage. And he was at the near end of that lever here, so they couldn't use it against him, and he couldn't use it against them. They could throw bugbears and fears at him, just as they had against Solace. They could try to cow him with how important they were and how tiny he was, but that was his life. Frankly, he'd always preferred it that way. They held no terrors for him. But it wasn't as if he could grab them by their bony throats and choke them either. "Can I drag an architect down here?" he wondered. "Set the slaves on their master?" He called out to them, but in vain. The architects would under no circumstance approach this place. They feared it too much. Feared the chastisement of their masters? No. They feared what everyone feared in unspace, the thing that personified fear, the thing that squatted between the universe and its heart, the apex predator of whatever screwed-up ecosystem thrived and seethed within the invisible reaches of unspace. The presence, my old friend. If he looked up, he could see it. Or not see, really. Just know it was there. A vast, hostile mass of a thing, Leviathan, awake and bristling outwards, reaching constantly for every intruder who dared the depths. The terror he had lived with ever since the intermediary program had peeled his brain back, too monstrous to face or even contemplate. Nothing to fear but fear itself, and here it is. They had made it their guard dog, to stand between their little pinpoint sanctum and the rest of creation, the many-headed hound of the underworld. He shrank from the thought of it, and heard his enemies cackle and snicker all around him. "Small," they said. "You're small. You're weak. What can you win but time? We have all the time there is. We can outlast you." All true, he knew. He'd endured a great deal in his stretched-out life, actually died a couple of times, medically, except people kept tiresomely demanding a second opinion. He'd been awake for the best part of a century. It really was more than anyone should have to deal with. Awake and living with this thing, this fear, this lump of malevolence. Of all things, he did not want to have to face up to it now. "I am not a brave man." Understatement of the century. He didn't like being hurt, or hostile social situations, or crowds, or attention. In fact, the list of things that made him cringe back and run away was very long. But that was, perhaps, because all of the steel in him was committed to dealing with one particular problem in his life. "Hey, you," he thought. Before common sense could countermand the order, he was reaching up to the presence, trying to get its monstrous attention. The weird thing was, from this side, it was nothing to be scared of. He pictured a great doughy mass, a soft underbelly. After all, this was the part of it that faced the lords down below. They wouldn't want anything nasty looking at them. Harmless and virtually insensate. Like one of those insects that lived in a burrow and was all savage jaws up front, but just a big, sad sack of a body if you dug it out. The lords of creation were watching him, frozen. Their taunts and jibes had petered away into nothing. He could see exactly how they'd moored the presence there, between them and the rest of everything there was. It didn't understand. He wasn't sure it was necessarily something that could understand. A thing of brute instinct, clutching angrily at whatever moved within its gaze. And its gaze was turned outwards. It had guarded the threshold of the underworld for immeasurable eons. A singular monster evolved to hunt across the whole of unspace without ever needing to move. He didn't want it to turn round. He felt the horror of it. Not evil, because you needed will to be evil. Just a thing that was to the sentient mind like the repelling pole of a magnet. You'd do anything to avoid being brought close to it. Anything. He didn't have any other thing, though. And so he reached up with the same leverage the lords used, by virtue of where he stood, and tapped the presence on the shoulder. "Hey, you! Did you never think to look behind you?" Every iota of his being recoiled from the thought. Knew that, of all things in the universe, he did not want to have the entity twist its attention from the universe at large and see him, insignificant as he was. His body was convulsing somewhere. All those fear and stress hormones pushing his body to the point where only artificial aid would be keeping his heart beating, his lungs working. There were probably vessels bursting in his brain, all the usual, but he kept tugging on the damn thing's cape, kept shouting in its ear. He made it notice him. Him, Idris Telemmier, least significant mote in all the wide universe. It was like the architects in a way, not sapient as they were, but the product of the same evolution. Its mind was a similar maze, though trapped and razor-edged, and no place for a poor human to wander. But he met it there. He threw himself into the blades of it. He found the tiny point within it that was self, and introduced himself. "Hi, Idris Telemmier, Int. First class." Feeling the sheer horror of it erode him away to loose atoms of mind, his arms wide to embrace the blast. It turned. He felt its focus swing round, a brutish and short-tempered beast prone to charge at any irritation. He brought it about until it saw what had been behind it all this time. The parasites in its shadow. "What are you doing?" they called at him. And he found himself looking back at them, seeing them as he had made the presence do. They were ancient and clever, and had pared away everything of themselves except themselves, their drive to have it all back, to own it all again like they once had. They were selfish. They were weak. So weak that they had to get their hooks into the architects, and who knew what other slaves, to do their work for them. creatures of infinite vision that would never get their hands dirty. He felt a spacer's instinctive derision for something that had never fixed a vacuum seal or salvaged components from a broken drone. Even Idris had done that, and he was barely competent. Weak, save that they were cunning enough to turn other things into their hands, eyes, and teeth. And now he was bleeding away into that brutal, hungry mind which sat behind all those teeth. Weak, but the presence was strong, and until now had never thought to look back at the pale, wretched things it had been guarding.
"You'll be lost," they warned him. "You'll be devoured."
It seemed to Idris that he'd cheated that fate so many times in his life, it was surely owed a bite of him now. Idris let himself go then. He dissolved into the presence, let himself become it, shed the role of intermediary, no longer standing between two worlds, but abandoning himself entirely to one. He felt the presence lunge, gape wide, bring its crushing tide of fear down on the tiny piece of grit that had encysted itself at the heart of all things, rode the many-headed hound down into hell so it could bite the hand that had chained it. He heard the thin chorus of terrified voices as the lords of all things knew at last the fear he'd lived with for most of his life. Then, his own fear was suddenly gone, and he knew only the animal satisfaction of the presence as it gaped and devoured. Chapter 33. Solace. She rose back up towards her abandoned body, knowing only that she'd continue to hold on, clasped tight to his hand. She was his sole connection, all he had. But when she jackknifed up with a gasp, feeling leads tear, hearing medical telltales scream at her, her fingers were empty. In the immediate aftermath, there was silence, just the cavernous quiet of the eye's interior. Then a far distant groan and rumble, like stone surfaces grinding against one another. Then a shocked breath. She opened her eyes. She'd been so used to seeing things as her mind presented them to her, she hadn't realized they were shut. In the machine room, of course. Half the lights Jane had rigged up were out, and the rest flickered mutinously. She forced herself to get out of the couch, the last few connections severed, feeling the weakness in her legs. Looking down the length of the chamber, Solace met the gaze of the others. They were all holed up there, crammed into the far end. A couple of her Partheni sisters and a handful of other ints, plus the hivers. Jane, Chris with her knife out. And Idris Telemmier was lying on the ground, her arm torn up, and being bandaged by Shinandri's nimble fingers. At the back, the overarching bulk of Ahab. They all stared at her, as though she was an apparition risen from the grave. "What?" Solace croaked. Her throat was raw, even though she'd surely not made an actual sound since they put her under. Her mouth tasted of old blood. "What's going on?" "They've stopped," Chris said, and Solace registered that they'd had company. A dozen crystal shapes were standing in a scattered progression between the huddle of crew and a door that had been carved open like tinfoil. Identical, as though she was seeing not a crowd, but a recording of an individual's advance, inexorably closing on the little group at the far end of the chamber. Her legs gave way then, and she had to sit back on the edge of the couch, shaking. She had been places nobody was supposed to go, in mind or body, and they were still in unspace after all, despite the bubble. But unspace was like home, compared to where she and Idris had been. And now, this. The forms all had her face, frozen in that moment. Her body. A score of crystal Myrmidon Executor Solaces, Heaven's Sword Sorority, Basilisk Division. She felt sick. Chris moved first, advancing cautiously, knife still directed at the leading crystal shape. They were still, though. Somewhere deep within the eye, stone sheared, and a tremor went through every surface. "What's going on?" Solace demanded. "There's an architect trying to occupy the same space as us," Jane said. "We're all broken up. I think it's dead, or at least it's now got other problems than piloting its puppets around. But we're not going to last much longer with it clinging to us." "Right," Solace nodded once. "Wake Idris up. Get hold of Kit." "Kit's not answering," Chris told her. "Believe me, we've tried." Shinandri had finished with Andeka's arm and sidled over to Idris's couch, looking down.
"He should be with us momentarily," he said. "When you awoke, the same procedure was enacted in his own system. He should, I would venture to say, already be with us."
He frowned a little, the grin slipping.
"In fact, I feel there may be a problem in that regard."
Solace felt within herself. No surprise. She'd known it already. He's done something stupid. Again. Done something stupid again, and done it where I can't make him sort it out. "Send me back. I'm going to get him."
"Not being an intermediary, I do not believe you would be able to go anywhere,"
Shinandri observed. "Then link me up with one." "Solace," Jane said gently, "what do you think? That you go and find him just lying unconscious there? He's here. What's out there is his mind. I don't think there's any way of finding that."
"We can try,"
Andeka said. She looked greyish, her injured arm pulled up to her chest.
"We can still try."
"We need to fix our own problems first," Jane snapped. "We're coming apart. The architect is crushing us." "Shut up, all of you," Chris shouted suddenly. She had a hand to her ear, face screwed up as she tried to hear something. "It's Kit," she said. "Kit's calling us. Something's happened up there." "It can join the queue," Jane decided. "Tell him to get into unspace, even a short hop. Once the bubble goes, the architect goes. Well, that's how I think it'll work. Now it's dead, it'll dissipate, fall away the moment we're out of the reel. And after that, we can assess the damage." Ollie. She had forgotten her own body entirely. Her mind was out in space, marshalling her forces and dispatching them against every monster that was closing in on Berlenhof. It wasn't even her world. She'd never liked it. A hive of bureaucrats and lawmakers whose work revolved around making her life difficult. Should just let the whole place get turned into art. Except here she was, apparently the chosen heel of the entire hegemony because she'd taken someone else's legs. Odd how things worked out. All these things just flitting through the back end of her brain as the practical part of her consciousness fought the war. The architects lumbered on, those that weren't fighting some weird inner battle of their own in the further reaches of the Berlenhof system. Each one was met by her warding, a storm of little hegemonic remotes like gnats, which each held some piece of originator nonsense at their hearts. Some rod or chunk of stone, or even a handful of dust. She presented it to the architect as though it was a holy talisman, and they balked. Slowing and turning aside, they tried to find a way round, save that her myriad hands could move faster than they could. So they then reached for her little toys with invisible hands of gravity. They launched volleys of spines that shifted into the shapes of long-dead species to try and recover those scraps. But they couldn't just destroy her fleet, not when it contained the mark of their masters. And so she lost many individual drones, but she kept them busy, all of them, at once, creating a comprehensive defence of the planet below, losing ground a kilometre at a time, but continuing to buy all the time that she could for them. Taking Kit's fast and loose game plans and turning them into reality in the vast cold battlefield beyond the vulture god's hull. Very distantly, she could hear Havea on the comms to his boss, or some other Berlenhof grandee, trying to explain what was happening. He had no idea, though. None of them did. She felt that even she wouldn't really remember or understand after all this was over. But right now, she was at the top of her game. The unspeakable Olian Timo, the razor and the hook. Then Kit stopped feeding her plays, and she checked in with him anxiously, in case he was hurt, hoping some backhanded weapon of the architects or their masters hadn't screwed everything up. But it was, in fact, the opposite. It was victory. Or at least, the architects were going away. Admittedly, the last time they'd done that, it hadn't turned out to be forever. But a lot of escalation had gone under the bridge since then. The architects were winking out, submerging back to unspace, where they'd come from. Ollie let out a long breath, though she didn't relax or let herself inhabit her body again until the last one of them had vanished. "Well, crap," she said. "What now?" "What's going on down the well?" Havea asked. Ollie blinked. In all the excitement, she'd almost forgotten what they were dragging around with them. "Contact has been re-established," Kittering reported a few fraught moments later. "They require us to enter unspace." "Can we even do that?" Ollie glowered up at Junior. "You taking requests any time soon?" As it turned out, a little stutter jump across system was all it took. Whatever entanglements the eye had got itself into within unspace had plainly melted away, and the great hulk of it returned shudderingly to the real. No more anchor, no more well, no more poking physics in the eye. Ollie stared at the vast scarred lump of originator rock and the surviving scales of the host, all of which looked as beaten about as she felt. "Timo," Havea said, "someone wants you." "Oh," she demanded, with a suspicion that turned out to be entirely justified. As Kit liaised with the eye crew and listened to all their problems, Ollie watched the comms requests mount up. Just about every Hue office in Berlenhof wanted to talk to them. Havea was already making contact with his own people, and she... It was all going to be taken away, she knew. They'd trusted her with the really neat toys for as long as she was useful, but it wasn't like she'd get to keep them. So now she was just waiting for one particular comms call she'd have no option but to take. And there it was. His wisdom, the bearer Sathiel, carrying the sacred words of the resplendent Utir, the prophet and the judge, still safe in their slender spindle of a vessel, all that was remaining of their ship. The beard and its owner appeared on her screen. The man wasn't sweating as much now. He'd probably do really well out of this, in the colonies and the hegemony. Some scum always floated, no matter what. "The prophet and the judge expresses all due condemnation as befits such as yourself," the man told her loftily. "Just get to the point," Ollie told him sourly. "I get it. I do the work. I don't get paid. I have my stuff confiscated. Story of my fucking life. So what's your boss got to say, Beardy?" Just after she said it, she realised that Sathiel was broadcasting system-wide on formal diplomatic channels, and her response had gone out to everyone on Berlenhof. "You are informed," Sathiel was trying to double his pomp to make up for her tone, and it made him sound constipated, "that the wretched mantle may not be so readily doffed. You are the deceiver and the renegade, never to know peace,
nor find recognition within the sacred hierarchy. The hegemony hereby confirms it despite of you. You shall no more be spoken of in the language of the divine."
"Yeah, sure." She was wishing she'd gone in with more decorum in the first place, but that ship had most definitely sailed. "So, wait, I'm still unspeakable?"
"Indubitably."
"So, I get to keep the stuff?"
"The stuff?"
Sathiel looked sidelong, trying to catch whatever garbled version of Utir's pronouncements he was working with. "It's... oh!" A very human expression of exasperation, the sort of thing Ollie just loved to provoke in people of power and status.
"It's not about the stuff. It is about the place you have adopted in the universe.
Know that the vile and the outcast shall seek you out, and the tools of villainy be yours."
Ollie blinked. "Did I just inherit the whole broken harvest? Do I get Tothyaps and big ships and things?" Sathiel blinked and swallowed.
"I don't feel you're treating this with the seriousness it deserves."
Ollie thought about Aklu, and all the unspeakable had been able to achieve. She could live with a few clams looking down on her, she reckoned, if that was the price.
"Tell the Resplendent it is fucking on,"
she said to Sathiel, and by extension, everyone else in system. She watched the incoming call requests from Hugh double in number and urgency. Hevea. "I was expecting Emerson," Hevea noted, when he was called in. In actual fact, it was Diljat, but she was pointedly not sitting in the big chair, just leaning against the desk with a slate, very much a temporary fixture, on her way to somewhere else. A lot of Mordaunt House seemed to be upside down right about now.
"Promoted sideways, gone to threat analysis,"
Diljat told him. Hevea suspected he could dig for 10 years and never quite work out what snarl of factions and actions had resulted in that move. He hadn't liked Emerson particularly from their brief acquaintance, but on the other hand, he reckoned she'd made all the right decisions where it counted. "And you?"
"Just turning the crank until the new appointee is formally put in place. You know people like me, Agent Mundy. Tread water all our careers just to stay where we are."
He eyed the chair. Certain speculations must have shown on his face, because Diljat snorted.
"Oh, don't get your hopes up. This isn't one of those stories where your pure moral choices mean you inherit the chocolate factory, Mundy. Not some weirdly indirect way of saying you're the new chief. Even if you had the seniority, you were too close to Larry. The way I hear it, they want someone sufficiently distanced from all the special interests. New broom, right?"
"Didn't want the job anyway," Hevea muttered, having discovered in that brief second of hope that he actually quite would have.
"However, the wheels don't stop in the interim, and your official status has been, let's say, up in the air since your first go-round at Berlenhof."
"I like to think I've provided sterling service to the board in that time,"
Hevea said, feeling sweat spring up on his brow.
"No good deed goes unpunished."
"You have been the galaxy's own loose cannon," Diljat noted. "Your usefulness has been mostly in your personal rapport with the crew of the Vulture God, a vessel that no longer has the same role in the colony's affairs as it once did. However, I'm not going to do the whole keeping you in suspense business. You are being retired from field service. I don't know how you feel about that. It's happened to me too, and frankly, it turned out to be a bit of a relief when I thought about it.
We're not chucking you out, though. We're starting a new department, in fact. Come with me. She hopped down from the desk and led him out into the corridors of Mordaunt House, or at least the orbital that the Intervention Board monopolised. He expected just another office, but she led him to a rec room, one of the few spaces with an exterior window. He appreciated the showmanship. She timed the visit so that the wreck of the eye was visible. The originator installation was mostly in pieces. Its close encounter with an architect while down the well had shattered it, and physics suggested the various bits should have drifted away from each other just by random collision now. The eye had told physics where to stuff it, though, and the whole collection of bits was stubbornly holding its shape, despite the cracks being big enough for people to fit through. This, Havea said, is not my problem.
It's part of it, Diljat said merrily. A new team. Think of it as the Department of Dangerous and Utterly Incomprehensible Science Problems.
I'm not a scientist.
Your job is to keep a lid on it and analyze whatever they come up with vis-à-vis colonial security. The hard sums are someone else's problem. Meet your new subordinate.
Right on cue, someone was hesitating at the door. Havea looked at that grin, and his heart sank.
Yes, indeed,
Dr. Shenandri said. Havea knew he was going to get sick of that little half-giggle and have absolutely no option but to live with it.
There are, as it were, so many questions now. Are the architects truly as quiescent as they seem? Will the true ways decay? Are the originators truly as gone as all that? How much can we trust the report of the crew on the Eye?
Which is you. You were on the Eye. You were on its crew, Havea pointed out. Shenandri looked delighted, as though the thought had only just occurred to him.
But as a scientist, Agent Mundy, I must consider myself a single point of data. I am, after all, hardly reliable, am I?
My subordinate, thought Havea. It was going to be a long few decades until retirement. Chris. Later, she came back to his bed. She suspected they all had, but it was just her at that moment. They'd been partners, after all. Since before they'd joined the Vulture God, they'd been partners. His part of the deal had been getting into trouble, and hers had been getting him out of it. But he'd finally managed to dig deeper than she'd had rope to let down to him. The bed was in a facility run by the Liaison Board, and he'd have hated that. He loathed the institution that had been formed to churn out commercial ints, with no real care as to how traumatized they were, or how many didn't survive the process. Yet they remained the experts, and she'd needed an expert. The Eye had surfaced in colonial space without a strong Partheni presence, so Solace hadn't been able to get him away with her people, if that would even have been a better alternative. He hadn't woken since they returned. It was almost 2 months now, as if all those long waking years were being made up for. 0 brain function, the doctors said, but she knew they meant that peculiar lack of function that was really an int away with the unspace fairies. The mind not dead, but absent on other business. His body was being preserved, and he'd already shown he wasn't going to die of old age any time soon, so she didn't know what next. But the world was still happening, out beyond this room. She couldn't just keep moping about like a sea captain's widow. She'd had offers. Her little role in what had happened hadn't entirely gone unnoticed, for good or for ill. "I'm sorry, Idris," she told him. "I will come back. I'll visit." She stood, feeling all the remote eyes of the Liaison Board on her, and left. Chapter 34. Chris. It was always hard to organise a decent reunion. Chris had meant it to happen when the statue first went up, but Solace had been in deep space, and well, she hadn't been entirely sure what Ollie was up to, but it had been something she couldn't just stop doing, even for a brief excursion. So it had only been her and Kittering, turning up on Berlenhof, outside the big Hugh Council buildings at Metro Gothamandi to watch the dedication. And that had been most of an Earth Standard year ago. But here she was again, and here were the first of the others, showing their faces. There was a grand square, lined with extremely fancy cafes and boutiques, and a couple of museums and galleries. Metro Gothamandi was the swankiest place on the planet, and it felt ruinously expensive just to sit here. Most of the embassies on Berlenhof were a couple of streets away, and she could probably have flicked an olive stone off her table and hit 3 ambassadors and a Magdan Boyer. Chris, who'd spent the morning looking wistfully at clothes she couldn't afford and restaurants she'd need a bank loan to eat at, considered how nice it would be to have a law office anywhere in the city. She'd thought about running a book on who would show up first, but as it turned out, Idris and Solace appeared together, which might mean nothing, or it might mean a war, she considered. He was looking comfortable, some more weight on his bony frame than before, a desk agreeing with him. She was looking just the same, honestly, bold as brass in the heart of the colonies, wearing a Partheni uniform. Monitor Solace, as she was now, come here from the Aspirat with proper diplomatic credentials. She could probably book a table at one of those Swiss restaurants. Chris made a mental note to try and weasel a reservation out of her. They were mid-talk as they arrived, then broke off to greet her, as well as to order caffeinado and more olives. The tab magically became Idris's department's problem, and she didn't let him see how grateful she was. Solace was in from Parsifal, she explained, the first ever settled Parthenon world. Chris should absolutely come and see how they were getting on. Working in tandem with the Hiver Assembly in aggregate was leading to an effortlessly smooth colonization process. And the Parthenon's own cartography corps, their Alcyon division, as they'd called it, was already searching out new throughways. Chris understood they were at least liaising with their colonial counterparts. The known universe was expanding, one connection at a time. None of it had fallen over yet, although, given the network had been billions of years in the making, it was still early days. From some of Idris's veiled references, she was wondering if his people were working on the theory of creating new throughways. It would certainly be a game-changer, and she guessed Doc Shenandri would be all over it. Then Andeka arrived, wearing a jacket with Cartography Corps badges, and so she and Solace got to compare notes too. All the space talk was making Chris feel a bit left out, though. The intermediary was more animated than Chris remembered, almost chatty, eyes wide with the thought of deep space exploration. A world away from the sort of look Chris was used to seeing in an Int's eyes. But then that was all part and parcel of why they were here, in a way. "How's the firm?" Idris asked her, as the other two got deeper into their personal discussion. "Head above water still," Chris said. "I imagine you're keeping tabs on us. Shouldn't really need to ask, should you? Just pretend mysteriously to know everything about me." It all came out more bitterly than she'd meant, and she was sorry for that. "You have rattled a lot of important people," he told her candidly. "I mean, you're right, not my department per se, but Mordaunt House absolutely has a file on you, and there are people in the service who spit when they say your name." "Shows I'm doing something right then," Chris said flatly. "Yes, it does," Idris agreed. "You won't particularly believe me, but I do what I can behind the scenes, and I'm not the only one.
The liaison board dropped the ball the moment Idris called them out over the architects. The influence of the Magdan nobility took a big knock over the whole Ark project and the Ascaro involvement in it. You've picked your moment and gone after wounded prey at a time when there's just enough public support to make it a viable hunt. Not a foregone conclusion, but you're shifting the window. I know Hugh lawmakers who'll likely be proposing new int rights legislation soon because of people like you winning cases in the courts. And I know some Magdan families who want to overhaul their robot system before people take an interest. It's a good time to be a civil rights lawyer. Tell that to my accountant, Chris said. Solace and Andeka were talking about the tripartite resettlement project now, which was a whole other legal knife fight Chris was happy not to have any skin in. If the Neramathi had ever had any kind of central government, it was long since forgotten, and so trying to work with them to find a new home was proving practically impossible. Ahab was the only reason it wasn't absolutely impossible, the one Neramath who'd had personal dealings with humans enough to serve as a halfway ambassador. Chris reckoned the Neramathi would just keep on doing their thing. They wouldn't go back. But who knew? In the interim, there was a single suite on a Berlenhof orbital that was notionally Neramathi territory, for all that the term meant literally nothing. And there was Ahab, lonely, half-demented, and yet triumphant. She'd visited once, wondering what she'd find of it, now its lifelong purpose was apparently achieved. It had been busy, she'd discovered. There had been a whole court of weird types, xenologists and artists, and all sorts of culty people, hanging on Ahab's every bellowed utterance. She hadn't honestly understood what was going on, except it looked like it was going to be trouble for someone. Then Kittering arrived, and Chris could only stare. He'd cleaned up nicely, from his stint as factor for the salvage vessel Vulture God. Gone were the tatty advertising screens on his back and arms. In their place was a mother-of-pearl sheen, shot through with complex designs in gold and silver. The chitinous crown that bore his eyes was capped with a glittering diadem of silvery gems. She barely recognized him. He strutted, too. There was definitely a different walk there to the skitter and sidle she'd known. People got out of his way. And he had an entourage. 3 other, rather less magnificent Hanalambra were trotting along in his wake, and after them came a solid-looking woman in the sort of armour you probably weren't supposed to wear here, right outside Hugh's main government buildings. Unarmed, but that didn't fool Chris for a moment. She'd guessed at the segmented symbiote running down the woman's spine even before she saw it. "Damn, Kit," she said. "A good time for business," Kittering confirmed. His translator's voice at least was the same, except his 3 attendants used identical voices, which got very confusing when they were ordering drinks. "Bringing the nephews into the firm?" she asked. "A human term that does not relate to the familial structures of my people," Kit noted. "However, and also, yes, nepotism in the highest degree. When there is achieved a certain level of preeminence off-world, it is best practice to establish heirs and assigns with whom to share it." She knew they wouldn't be blood relatives of his, just aspiring Hanny males selected by some criterion she wouldn't understand. She wondered what they felt about getting in on the ground floor of what? Not exactly an interstellar crime syndicate. Or, not only that. "I keep expecting to hear that you've retired," she said carefully. "Thought is continually given to it. In short, I am quite ready," Kit said. And the idea made her bite her lip, because retirement for him was death, basically. He'd go home with his wealth and fertilize some eggs. Then he'd change, lay some eggs, and the she he'd become would die, and her offspring would be abundantly provided for.
given the very best start a new Hanny brood could have. But Kit would be no more, and she didn't want that to happen, while at the same time she knew for him it was a beautiful and natural part of life. When he said, "However, additional business is always accumulating. The liberty of retirement shall not be mine any time soon," she was wretchedly grateful to hear it. "Where's Ollie?" "Apologies are tendered for her absence," Kittering explained. "Complex matters are afoot, also to some small extent, a war, of the trade variety. There was, in addition, a feeling that her presence here on Berlenhof might not be welcome." Kit jabbed her veil with a leg. The mordant houseman had been talking with Solace, but, true to his skill set, he'd been eavesdropping too. "It is," he admitted, "a diplomatically complicated situation, and not my department anymore, thank God. Her status in Hugh's eyes is currently undecided. I mean, arguably, she's inherited a large number of criminals, so that's a problem. Or, alternatively, she's a hegemonic citizen now, which is a different class of problem. Except she doesn't accept that's what she is, and the Essiel don't see her as one of their own either. In fact, they keep turning up to insist she isn't one of theirs, while also suggesting she's kind of under their protection. I know at least 5 of my colleagues who are being driven to drink and ruin, trying to work out exactly what that even means. So, in the end, it's possible that someday Hugh will bite the bullet and actually accept that she is what she's claiming to be, which is to say the head of her own independent state, at which point she gets an embassy and is free to visit any time she likes. I'll put out the bunting myself." "I think," Chris decided, "that you should tell Ollie all that verbatim, Kit. It would give her a great deal of joy to know she's causing so many headaches."
"Indubitably," Kittering agreed cheerily. "However, you may believe it or not, but this is not her intent. Though, given chance has handed her sufficient leverage, she absolutely is her own independent state. My personal opinion, the sooner Hugh accepts this, the better."
"The United States of Ollie." Chris raised her glass. "And how's Jane?"
"Jane has good health and happiness," Kittering confirmed. "Jane and Ollie have good health and happiness. Together."
A curious tone, the Hanny peering over the species divide at something his species simply did not do. Nobody had seen Ash, it turned out, not since the clash aboard the Eye. According to Havea, there had been some reports from here and there across the colonial sphere, but nothing confirmed. They would just have to wonder and wait. Later, after drinks were had and chat was mostly exhausted, they meandered across the square to look at the statues. Now 2 of them, when there had just been the one for so long. The older of the pair was very familiar. Everyone knew St. Xavier. The young girl standing with her hand outstretched, forbidding the architect at Forthbridge Port. The first int, the natural, who had given humanity hope during the war. It had been on a central plinth, further out from the door, but they'd moved it so that it was to one side to balance out its new companion. This one was, Chris reckoned, a terrible likeness. Oh, they'd got the face right, she supposed, even down to the big ears. But they'd given him a heroic look and a defiant pose, which Idris had never worn in life. She had to remind herself he was still, technically, alive, even if he was still on a bed inside the liaison board building, 0 brain activity, and had never woken up. Here he was, though, Idris Telemmier, hero of the colonies, looking less like the man and more like the actor composite they'd used to play him in the media types. Around the statue's feet were flowers, she saw. Wreaths, little tacky medals, children's toys, printed pictures and small projections of people, those who'd been lost to the architects perhaps, or people who'd gone into unspace and never come out, as though their souls were still out there, and so was Idris, who might yet guide them home. She shivered, and then started when Andeka stepped forwards and knelt down, touching the metal of Idris's statue, and then crossing to do the same with St. Xavier. Her look was slightly embarrassed when she straightened up.
"For luck,"
she said, but Chris reckoned it wasn't that, or not just that. She'd heard the rumours, a kind of cult arising within the intermediaries, and others too. Idris, patron saint of unspace, and not without cause. She'd tried to talk to Ince about it, but they clammed up. It was their own personal Gnostic religion, and she would never be a part of it. And later, they did indeed go to one of those restaurants she'd been hanging her nose over, and the talk relaxed into anecdotes. As she sat back to enjoy it, she thought about the crew, the vulture god. I believed we'd stay together. All that time they'd been scraping from star to star and getting involved in events ludicrously beyond their pay grade. They'd been a crew. Except here they were, and the reality of the ship and its fortunes hadn't been gravity enough to keep them together. Not with Idris gone. Not after Ollie had been presented with such an unprecedented opportunity to make her stamp on the universe. And the ship itself? She'd gone to see it, before coming to the meeting. Out on the Brandt Spindle, which was where the culture bods went when they were in orbit. The archive of interstellar trade and history, or the Space Museum, as everyone called it. Honestly, there were far more impressive exhibits than a battered old salvage ship, and she had the sneaking suspicion that some custodian in the future would quietly get rid of the old thing. The vulture god had finally retired. Ollie had donated the vessel to Hugh, and Hugh had done the decent thing and put it somewhere its story could be told. Because spacers made do, and spacers mended, but all things came to an end. Andeka. She'd wanted to tell Chris Almier how it was, but the woman wouldn't have understood. Worse, she'd have said, "Take me there," and when Andeka refused, as any reputable int would have, she'd have found a disreputable one somewhere to go anyway, and it would have been the end of her, immediately or eventually. Unspace was for intermediaries. The minds of uninitiated humans didn't do well there, even now. The loneliness, the strangeness, the immensity. You went places, and you couldn't guide yourself back. Andeka had seen it happen. Her siblinghood, though, the colonial ints of all classes, the Partheni in their machines, they knew. She'd wanted to thank Chris, too, because she was doing what most of the ints themselves were in no position to. She was fighting to unpick the leash contracts and change the law, to make life better for all ints, because of that one int who'd been her friend. And Andeka could feel change coming. Ints were talking now, whereas before they'd always been tightly controlled and segregated. The hands that wrote the contracts and held the whip and the scalpel were going to have to compromise, or else there would be a whole new war coming. But right now, because of people like Chris, Andeka was hopeful it would be peace and freedom. She went straight to her ship after that odd little reunion. The fancy eatery, the bright clothes, the richness of it all. But she was a spacer at heart. She was Cartography Corps, which had been a holy terror for ints since their inception and was now something else. To Andeka, it was closer to a religious observance. She was one of the last on board the Zhengxi. Cartography vessels never had large crews, But as well as the vital INT navigator, they had their planetary geologist, their xenobiologist, a handful of other specialists, and the mission captain. She regarded them all proprietarily. Until she'd done her job, they were nothing more than cargo. After the rigmarole of pre-flight checks, they were ready to go. A handful of throughway steps through unspace, and then out into the void. Andeka could have gone into suspension for each step if she'd wanted, saving herself for the real work. However, she tended not to these days. Once they were clear enough of Berlenhoff's mass shadow, and the rest of the crew were showing as asleep, she let the Zhongxi slide into unspace, smooth as butter, not even a gravitic ripple. Her mind expanded out, feeling that great chasming immensity, the world under the world. Her imagination painted it as a vast cathedral space, the boundary to the real, the bright colours of stained glass. And here she was, a sparrow in the hollowness of God, listening for the echo. She knew that echo of old. Back before, it had been the terror of every intermediary. That moment when the abyss gazed back and then began to rise towards her, hungry, appalling. She'd fled it so often. Back before. It rose towards her now, sluggish, waking, sensing the intrusion into its domain, just as it must do 1,000 times a second, all across the universe. All those intermediary analogues, the Castigar and the Ogdru and the unspace-capable species humanity had never met, all navigating the same sub-universal space under the all-seeing eye of that singular monster. Even now she braced for the fear, because years of running in terror conditions you like that. But it wasn't how things went now. She felt the beast, its vast and distant scrutiny, its warning. Do not stay too long in this place. It will erode you. The great fear swelled towards her, broke like a cresting wave, and then, following on its back, she felt it. The love, the kindred feeling, companionship and empathy. The echo of a man who had done what she did, known these terrible spaces, and had blunted their edges for all who came after. Out beyond him, their thoughts bouncing to her from the hide of the Leviathan as though it was a sounding board, were the other ints. If she strained, she could hear their voices. If she called in just the right way, they could hear hers too. Like whales in Earth's ancient seas, crying each to each across the depths. She made her nod to the man who had put a collar on the presence, or become a part of it, she couldn't be sure, who carried them all from star to star, watched over them, guided them, and united them. Saint Idris, patron guardian of unspace. Because of him, they were none of them alone here.